Well, hello. How are we doing out there, everybody? Yo, 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 yo. It should be good now, right? Yeah, that's good. Hey, here we go. I still can never tell how loud that actually is. Hey, everybody. Just finished finals? Hell yeah. Congratulations. Alright. I guess this is the first I've really kind of publicly shown this, so... Okay. So let me, I'll kind of give an introduction here as to why I'm doing this. I've always really liked the idea of the Artificer. I have never really liked the way that Wizards of the Coast ever tried to, like, actualize it. And by the way, let me know about audio stuff. For some reason, things have been kind of odd the last couple streams, so, yeah. Let me see, I'll turn that down a bit. Now, the whole thing with this Artificer, the reason why I would do this right now, despite the fact that I don't really think I'm going to play D&D 2024 really anytime soon, is mostly because, like, I can't help it. If I see that there's an idea going on, like, no way you had an alternate Artificer ready to go off the bat? What, you think I'm new around here? You think I'm new? What do you think? Huh? Okay. So I've written this all in the last 48 hours, and we'll get into it, okay? I've always liked this idea a whole lot of this kind of a character in fantasy. I can't help it. I guess I always like, growing up, like, whenever I was playing Final Fantasy, I had a thing for the Tinker Mommies, alright? So, like, Riku, right? So, I don't know, there was something about the Artificer and, like, MacGyvering your way through a dungeon that just really, really resonated with me. So, I like the idea of this class a whole lot. I have never really liked Wizards of the Coast's take on it. And I kind of think that, like, much respect to, I mean, tons of other designers out there, but this class always feels like everybody who wants to play it wants a spreadsheet for a character, and, like, that's just not me. So I'm trying to come up with an Artificer that feels like it rewards the idea of inventiveness, that uses a similar chassis to what they already established, but, like, we're going to make this thing clean. Number one thing here, you might notice, so not only is, you know, text layout and everything is different like that, we're actually doing this on 5.5 by 8.5, so 5.5 inches across, 8.5 inches tall. That's if you wanted to print it. It's a little bit more printer friendly, but also it kind of puts a limitation on how much text I can put into a feature, just from the way it, yeah. Couple things with that mean, number one, they are changing a lot of things about the way that they express their game in D&D, and to make the lawyers happy and to make myself happy here, I'm not going to be using the same type of terminology that Wizards of the Coast has been using for D&D 2025 or 24, whatever you want to say. Part of that is going to be a couple different things in here. I'm assuming more common sense than what Wizards of the Coast likes to assume with their players. So, simplified natural language. This supplement uses a simplified version of the Dungeons & Dragons game expression, which makes the following assumptions for play interpretations. When choice is implied, such as you know 2 wizard cantrips, the choice is the player's. In this case, they choose 2 cantrips from the wizard spell list. It's always really weird to me whenever it's like, you get 2 of these things of your choice, and it's like, I guess the GM could make that choice, but, like, whoever interprets it that way? Who? Like, nobody, okay? So, the choice is the player's. We're just going to assume that if it infers that if it implies that there is a choice to be made, that choice is by the player. We don't need to keep restating that time and time and time again. If you read a feature that grants you a redundant proficiency, choose another proficiency in the same category. I don't need to keep repeating this text time and time and time again, It should just be understood that like you can get a different proficiency with it. If it's a tool, go get a different tool, right? Abbreviations are used for some common terms: class level, L, and then the level number in headers and features, LVL in tables, just to keep that clean. Ribbons and flavor text are clipped to deliver mechanics as cleanly as possible. I'm going through and trying to find some areas where I just think that the text just doesn't need to be there, and I'm getting rid of it. If it's a ribbon, it doesn't need to take up any space on the page. Roleplay features and everything is to be designed by the player. They're going to roleplay it the way that they want to roleplay it, and trying to ham-fist that in has wasted so many pages in RPGs. Quantity refreshes are assumed to refresh to maximum, such as you regain expended spell slots rather than you regain all expended spell slots. Does that make sense? Whenever it says all expended, I don't know why it would state like, why does this need to be here whenever the phrase is already saying you regain expended spell slots? Do you have any more spell slots than the ones that you expended? No, and nothing else is saying otherwise in here. So like, we're gonna go with some common sense in this a little bit. If a subject seems undefined, use common sense to interpret what the subject should be. For example, if a feature says you conjure an item within 5 feet, that implies you are the subject and the item is conjured within 5 feet of yourself. I don't know when they started doing this, like saying you conjure an item within 5 feet of yourself, but like it just seems odd. I don't know. Like if it's saying like, okay, well within 5 feet, that sentence should always imply you, and I don't think we should have to spell it out just because someone's trying to actually everything in the game. Follow what the features say, not what they don't say. For example, if you could choose 2 second level spells for a feature that allows you to change them, you couldn't change them to 2 third level spells just because the rule doesn't say you can't. Does that make sense? They keep doing this thing to keep constantly trying to say, like, they're trying to over-codify their system in a way that seems to paralyze itself. With D&D, these are like the big things right here with the simplified natural, or the natural language they're going with D&D 2024, that makes it to where this feels like this game takes so long for me to read through. And I'm trying to check my levels over here. All right, how are we doing on YouTube? You guys let me know audio-wise how everything sounds. People seem quiet. I know we got a lot of people that are clocking in from bed. Sounds good. All right, sweet. Thank you, Hammond. Let's go to the next one. There we go. Okay, so moving over here to the Artificer. Some of the things that I'm changing here, and by the way, the people that are like, it looks different, this is weird, I'm freaking out, don't worry about it. Part of this has to look different, because if we don't, then suddenly WotC might get a little bit angry, okay? So some of this stuff we have to change in order to make sure that, like, Pinkertons don't come knock on the door, alright? But we make it look similar enough to infer what's going on. Part of that is we don't cop the trade dress, okay? We develop our own. It's okay, because I like kind of developing my own anyways. So this is a different one. It's not even similar to the one that I was using on the DM's Guild. And I'm probably just going to drop this thing for free because I also don't want the headache of dealing with anything from Wizards of the Coast. Anything that has to do with this being a paid thing, I don't want to deal with the headache. So, Artificer. Let's start off from the top. And some of this, if you watched my Artificer live streams, you'll already get where I was going with some of the features on here. Class features. So characters gain the following features as they level in this class, as shown on the Artificer features table. Resourceful Arcana. As a magic action, I hate that they called it the magic action, but we're going to move forward. You can conjure a set of tools you are proficient with, or create an item worth 1 gold piece or less. They appear either in your hands or in an unoccupied space within 5 feet. The tools last until you dismiss them, or create other tools this way. Other items you create with this feature vanish after 1 hour, or until you create another item this way. Okay? So, what we have here, the big change, is that I moved that 3rd level feature of the right tool for the job thing over here into the first level, because I just don't really feel a need why this has to be any different over here. I also don't like the fact that you have to keep constantly tracking a thing that is like an item that you can make worth 1 gold point or less. This should be useful, but this shouldn't be any more powerful than a cantrip, and I just kind of like the idea of where this could go. I might put a limiter on here that, like, you need to provide at least 5 silver points worth of raw materials to make this happen, but it should be instant, is kind of the way I would think of it. So, Resourceful Arcana. Again, to some of the people that are like, Taron, you don't like it whenever things are good. No, I like things to be better. I like good things to be good. I don't think that the good things that they showed were good enough. I think that they could always be better and more modular and inspire more creation, rather than the over-codification that has, I think, stagnated D&D now. Spellcrafter. Okay, so there's a couple things that are a little bit different with this. This is their spellcasting ability, but you'll probably see right here, it's a lot more cut down. You can cast Artificer spells as detailed below, the list of which appears later in the class's description. Only Artificer spells pertain to this feature. I'm just going to say, I think this is a text that they could put in that keeps a lot of redundant text from having to keep constantly appearing. So cantrips, you know 2 Artificer cantrips, and learn another at L10 and L12. Or, sorry, L14. Wow, I don't know how I got 12 there. Spell slots. The Artificer features table shows you the spell slots you have at each level to cast your spells. You regain expended spell slots when you finish a long rest. Got it? Cool. Prepare the list of Artificer spells that are available for you to cast with this feature, as shown in the Prepared Spells column for your Artificer level on the Artificer features table. They must be of a level for which you have spell slots. In addition to these spells, you always have the Identify spell prepared. I'm trying to reduce the wording in so much of this stuff. I don't think that their natural wording needs to be as specific as they keep saying. So this is why this says prepared L1 plus spells over here. Spell slots, I don't think we need to keep saying spell slots per spell level. We just indicate L1, L2, L3, L4, L5, right? Class features over here. I would love to be able to cut this proficiency bonus column. I'm just going to leave it in for now, but look, everybody knows that your proficiency bonus is as you keep leveling up. Yeah. This also isn't even really true if you do allow multi-classing, because, like, this proficiency bonus is going to be based off of your character level, not your class level. So I don't get why they continue to include this column in all of their classes. Anyways, changing spells. You can change one of your cantrips or prepared spells from this feature whenever you finish a long rest. This is no different than the way that they have it in the Artificer right now, like in the Unearthed Arcana, except we put it all in one sentence, not 2 separate sentences as they appear across the feature. Cake. I almost forgot to add this. This was a really favorite thing of mine that I saw Kibbles Tasty actually had in his original Artificer. In addition to these spells, you always have the Identify spell prepared. You always have it. You have all those other spells, and you also have Identify. Boom. That's always there for you. Easy, easy, easy cake, right? You cast Artificer spells with Intelligence. Tool Focus. You can use tools you are proficient with as a spellcasting focus. You don't necessarily have to have them on hand, but now you can use them. Cool. All right. I feel like this is a really cake. L1. We have a lot of the modularity in the Resourceful Arcana over here. Infuse. So, this is part of me bringing down that 11th level feature's store spell item into its L2. So, Infuse as a magic action, you can choose a level 1 or lower Artificer spell. Notice that this now allows you to put cantrips into items if you want to do that. With a casting time of an action into an item you are holding. You needn't have it prepared. Hey, Phil, what's up? You or whoever holds the item can use an action to produce the spell's effect from the item, using your spellcasting ability modifier. Okay? If the spell requires concentration, the creature who used the action to produce the spell's effect must concentrate. The spell can't be cast from the item again for 10 minutes. I put that restriction in here because the thing that keeps coming up is spell storing item Fireball, and people are just passing it off to their homunculus to keep chaining fireballs, or they're using a spell storing item for a homunculus, because now I guess that's a thing, and people are doing that in some way to like continue casting spells through homunculuses they create, or magic or animated objects that they create, or what the hell ever. So what this is doing right here is it's an instantaneous action, boom, right? If you cast a spell from it, the spell can't be cast from the item again for 10 minutes. The thing that I think people really like about this is utility, or they're doing something really, really cool with it, which was one of the subclasses had Death Ward, and they were using that with the Steel Defender to like Death Ward somebody else, and the Steel Defender would take the extra heat, right? Like, I thought that was cool. Okay, like, we have a nice little idea that's happening in there, but overall, this thing needed to get knocked down, and it didn't need to be that you could chain this so often. But this is, once every 10 minutes, you get a freebie first level spell. Yeah. You can choose into the item. The first paragraph reads really, I think. You can choose ... into an item. This is the way that it's written in the, hang on. Or this is what the guys do. Oh, I see what you mean. Ah! You can choose an L1 or lower Artificer spell with the casting time of an action and cast it into an item you are holding. You needn't have it prepared. There we go. Now, thank you for that catch. Now, the other thing that happens in here, the spell level you can cast into an object increases to L2 when you reach, level 2. So level 2 spells when you reach level 11, and a third level spell whenever you reach level 20. So now you can get the Revivify thing, a once freebie Revivify every 10 minutes, which is insanely fucking good, but that comes online for you at 20th level, not 11th, right? This, I don't know who at Wizards of the Coast thought it was reasonable to make it to where, like, at level 11, there could be just instantaneous fireballs like that. But I feel like I ask myself that a lot about a lot of the stuff I'm seeing from, yeah. Now, moving on from there. Artificer subclass is going to be the same. Feat. I don't feel like they need to keep constantly reminding people, you can take this ability score improvement feat or a feat of your choice, a yada yada yada. Just give you a feat, right? It almost just feels like they're kind of talking down to you at times with the ability score improvement feature. Take a feat now, and every 4 Artificer levels hereafter. Okay? Cool. Magic Device Artisan. Your knack with crafting magic items allows you to nearly instantly replicate their effects. Hey, how's it going, Titania? Hope you're doing well. Can't stay for long. You saw the Tree Ant Monk video, and the Artificer is now broken, sadly. Yeah, hopefully this is going to be more reeled in. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I know that they say, like, hey, this is Unearthed Arcana. We do, XYZ, whatever. I think from what we saw, it's just, I don't really think that I'm going to be playing D&D 2024 ever, really. Like, there's going to be certain situations where I might, because it's like, I did for Make-A-Wish, right? But this is just too cool of a concept that I'm like, again, if I'm going to keep doing videos where, like, I say, hey, guys, come on, we can do better than this. I'm going to show how. I'm going to try to actually get my point across like this, instead of just, according to some people, being a hater on D&D or whatever. Yeah, so what we have right here, it's sad broken. Yeah. It's not fun strong, but sad broken. Yeah, they don't really know how to give you the modularity. They keep talking like they're giving you a lot of choice, but it's really not, because they keep busting things and making it to where there isn't really a choice. You know exactly what you need to do with this class all the time, because if you do anything else, you're just playing the cheat button wrong, right? So, of course, you can do the DM fiat and say, like, hey, Well, the DM doesn't need to be the guy that's cleaning up Wizard's mess. I'm really tired of Wizards of the Coast getting a pass on that. So, Magic the Bites Artisan. Your knack with crafting magic items allows you to nearly instantly replicate their effects in the following ways. The number of magic items you can be attuned to at once increases by 1 now, and by 1 again every 4 Artificer levels hereafter. Okay, so level 6, we get something that they're usually getting at this level anyways. Arcane Plans. You know the arcane plans to replicate 4 common or uncommon magic items. When you gain an Artificer level, you can replace one of these plans with a new one, and your number of known plans increases by 1 every 4 Artificer levels hereafter. We don't need to keep coming up with a new column for a new thing for you to track, do whatever. Every 4 levels after this, so we have 6th, we have 10th, we have 14th, and we have 18th. If you'll also notice, this is actually stronger than the old Artificer again because of this feature right here. Now, we're not just attuning to 6 magic items, we're attuning to 7? Wait, what? Ooh, Taron, what are you doing here? Hang on, we'll get there. Replicating an item. You can replicate magic items you know the arcane plans for with 6 hours of work or as part of a long rest, provided you have tools you are proficient with. You can replicate a number of items this way equal to the number of magic items you can be attuned to, dismissing one if you exceed your maximum or if you replace its plan. Now, reason why I'm doing this, I wanted to give it natural scaling. I also didn't want to make it to where we had to keep coming up with a new column for all this other shit we had to keep tracking. Now, whenever your enhanced attunement keeps leveling up, you can continue to make more magic items directly alongside it. Cake simplification. I like reducing the mental load of all these classes right here. This right here. Also, it's not that you have to have a long rest every time you want to do this. If you want to spend some time one day making a bunch of magic items, you can do that with your downtime instead of saying, I have to keep taking a long rest in order to replicate the magic items a limited number of whatever, right? Now, this is something that you can do as a part of a long rest, or something that you can, if you want to roleplay it out, have the 6 hours of work to do it as well. You don't have to sleep to get value out of this feature right here. That's basically where my mind was at with that. Now, does that make sense? Like, kind of where my thought process was on there. Moving on from there, Flash of Genius is here. I don't think that this is a problem. I think that it's a little bit kind of mundane, a little bit like not totally exciting, but like it's here. I guess that they needed a defensive boost a little bit, but yeah, I guess that's it. Going on from there, we don't actually get another feature until level 11, where we get Methodical Efficiency. Whenever you use a magic item property that expends charges, roll 1d6. On a roll of 6, you use the property without expending the charges. When you reach level 18 in this class, you use the property without expending the charges on a roll of 5 to 6. This was something cool that the Thief Rogue got, but that the Artificer never got, despite the fact that they can make so many of these magic items that do use charges. So instead, I decided to put that over here as their level 11. This is a pretty huge boost, it turns out. Roll a d6, and it will have it improve whenever you reach level 18. We have a baked-in feature right there that we don't need to come up with something brand new in order to make. You get the Epic Boon at level 19. At level 20, Intelligent Design. You can replicate rare magic items with your Magic Device Artisan feature. Woo! By that point, that's huge. That's massive. Rare magic items at level 14 is insane. That's way too early for that. At that point, that's a capstone that kicks on that you're doing a whole lot of crazy designer stuff with. So, I don't mind getting you this right here, and most likely, let's be honest, you're playing this character for about 2 more sessions, and then you're rolling up another... You're doing something else, okay? This is godlike power that doesn't need to be given to you any earlier than 20th level. That is capstone worthy. You'll also notice here that the Infuse kicks on to do the L3 at level 20, right? Magic Device Artisan was also improving this whole way up here, so now you have +4 magic items that you can attune to, right? You also have Everything else with Device Artisan that is increasing the number of items that you can replicate is now up to 7, right? Boom. This is what I meant by there seemed to be so many ideas around this that were just like I was getting a scrap of an idea, but none of it was cleaned up. None of it was well categorized. I never understood why this one felt not fantastic whenever Wizards of the Coast was touching it, and it was just because like it's like they don't know how to compartmentalize a lot of these features to build off of themselves, right? So like I kept seeing this happen. Just catching up. Love the simplicity of the level 1 feature, although it's way too compressed for D&D 2024. Maybe, but like with the wording I put up here, I'm gonna tell people like you gotta get a little bit out of that, right? You gotta interpret a little bit there. Actually, I'm gonna try something real quick. I know that I pinged the Discord, and I want to try to ping Blue Sky. Hang on. I'm gonna see if this makes a difference because Blue Sky has actually been pushing creatives a bit more, and I seem to be able to get my stuff out in front of people a lot easier. Cool. We'll see if that brings anybody in. What sparked this? It was like I was looking. I kept looking at the Artificer, and I was just like, there's so many problems with it that I couldn't really express off the cuff on stream, that I was like, you know what? Here's my deal. I'm going to just go on ahead and like, because I know it would be easy to knock out. I'd be like, here, these are the problems with the Artificer. It's easier for me to just show you how you could do it better instead of just like trying to say it in a stream or whatever. And if people are going to be like, well, I like Wizards of the Coast or whatever, then that person can't be convinced. They're not going to like this one or whatever, and I've got to move on from that. But this is the only way I would be happy about getting my point across. Yeah. Like, this should go to show my issues with this new edition. Like, this should go to show my issues with the new edition, and that I feel like I can take off so much mental load with one of the more complex classes that they've created and make it to where this is not as frustrating to track or play. This isn't me addressing the balance, it's me addressing the quality of life of their design, is kind of what I'm saying with it. Yeah, so kind of moving on from there. The Artificer spell list. You're going to notice that this looks mostly the same as it did in the Unearthed Arcana, except there's a few changes that I made in here. I put Locate Object on their spell list. I have no idea why it never has been. This has been a thing that's kind of irked me about the Artificer for a little bit. Locate Object feels like such a natural fit for the class, and you can do so many funny shenanigans with it, and like it just never appeared. Don't know why they did that. So I put it over here. I need to do a couple things. Let me see here. I was really hoping this would be able to get up here. Yeah, you already know the spells. Okay, the special column indicates that the spell requires concentration, is a ritual, or if it requires material components. Or hang on. Whereas concentration, material components, or is a ritual, or there we go. All right. You get that. You recently done that with a 24 Ranger. Not exactly what I want it to be, but it's good to have thoughts written down. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, wait, the list is organized by spell level, and then alphabetically. The special column indicates that the spell requires concentration, material components. Yeah, in some cases, it's just nice for me to get my thoughts out on the page. In other cases, it's just like, I can't help it. I think they're being wasteful. I get really worried about, like, whenever I'm doing product management, or like product development, I get really worried about waste. Especially these days, as we keep seeing like the world's getting more and more on fire, I guess is the way I'd put it. Seeing people constantly like waste paper and waste other resources like I don't know, even hauling a shitload of weight, if we can make like a shipment of books like less heavy, and spend less energy to get those into a place, then like I'd like to do that. 0.2, how about 0.02? So I keep seeing Wizards of the Coast making products that I think just waste a lot of resources. And yeah, I'd like to figure out a way to maybe, I don't know, see what I could do to actually help instead of just complain about things. It's another big deal for me. Yeah. This edition has been I'm a Do It Better edition. I guess, like, this is the deal. I just don't really think that many people are, like, drawn in by this. And I mean, I'm sure there are people that do like what's happening here. But of course, it's like, yeah, some people do just like it whenever things are stronger for them. That's a natural reaction, sure, but like, I think that critically, this just sort of feels like making money off the thing they've already made money on. And the fact that like the Artificer came out this soon after they released the core books and it wasn't in the core books, I'm like, guys, you really should have let this cook. This really should have let this, yeah. Yeah, well, not only does stronger than not equal, not only does stronger not equal better design, I legitimately think that this is a poorer quality game as a result of their changes. There is still confusion that's going on with it. There we go. If anything, it actually caused more confusion. And there's some of the issues that I had with D&D 5e that still continue on to this day. One of the things that I noticed, and this was not the fault of anybody that was playing on this stream, by the way, but I noticed that some of the people, whenever we were playing on Logomancy's channel for Make-A-Wish, whenever we were playing that one, I mean, we were playing it with Treant Monk, Colby, right? Like, I mean, they are big into optimizing. And once they found out that, like, hey, there is a creature that we have access to as an ally that essentially can't take damage, well, they went for the singular strategy of Spirit Guardians, Lawnmower, you know, like, just keep it inside of the... And everything just became a battle for make Spirit Guardians really good. And I'm like, God, I if that's what every combat's going to kind of come down to, then I'm good. Again, it's not a problem with anybody that was playing on that whatsoever, but it's more an arc that I have with 5e as a system, you know, and what D&D has kind of become. Yeah, like, easiest way I could put it right there is like, I feel so much more creativity and fun in the OSR scene than I do with what's happening with D&D at the moment. More so because the games aren't codifying everything so heavily to the point where you feel like this is what, like, you aren't so sucked into your character sheet telling you what you can do. And you're just sort of allowed to, like, kind of think about what's going on in the environment, not what specific action do I need to do in order to do the thing I want to do, right? How do I let my creativity work for me rather than, like, do I have a feature that answers this question or a spell that answers this question, right? Then it gets to Artificer Battlesmith no longer being able to sword and board because their infusions no longer count. As a spellcasting focus, they need a hand free for material components, and the Warcaster doesn't help. Then I get to the Battlesmith not being able to sword and board because their infusions are... I haven't gotten to the Battlesmith yet. I will say, though, I've always hated Artificer subclasses. The subclasses I'm going to have in here are not going to be what you had on the Artificer that they showed off. Plus, OSR just assumes you grok how the game works so they get the rules out of your way unless they're suggesting a random roll table, etc. Yeah. Like, they assume that you've read the rules before you get to the character options, and that the character options don't have to be written in a way that keeps explaining the rule that they explained 20 pages ago to you. Like, how does a spell list work? You should know, once you've read a spell list, how the spell list works, I don't think we have to keep constantly referencing yada, yada, yada. Also, I'm going to do this. You can see how the list is organized. The only thing you need to know is what the special indicates right here. The special column indicates if the spell requires concentration, material components, or is a ritual. Here we go. We don't need to keep constantly saying, hey, the School of Magic is listed here in the column as well. I can look at the table and see that, and I can be like, cool. But if you say that, it's kind of like, oh, thank you, I guess? Yeah. Artificer has always felt like 3 half-baked classes in a trench coat between its casting, infusion, / magic making. Yeah, disconnected subclasses, yeah. And the subclasses just don't really have a narrative heart. The Armorer, the only inspiration people really think of with that is like Iron Man. And I'm like, okay, so then make that a magic item. Which I did. You're going to see a lot of the stuff that I'm going to bring up is going to be a lot of the magic items that, or a lot of the subclasses that they made, I think could just be magic items. What are your subclass options? So right now, I have the Scrivener and the Wand Slinger. This is going to be more about like also spell scrolls. And I wanted to lean in more with like a roleplay identity on an Artificer rather than like, oh, you're really good with like, you can imitate guns. I'm like, I don't care. Players will optimize the fun out of the game. Oh, the Sid Meier quote. I feel for you, Taron, and also understand where people like Colby and Treatment are coming from. No, but that's the thing. Is like, I don't have a problem with optimizers. Like, I don't have a problem. If they want to like optimize the game and they have fun doing that, go for it. That I don't think it's an optimizer problem. I don't really think that Wizards of the Coast really understands where their core player base is at. And I personally disagree with making D&D heavily simulationist, right? Or any heavier simulationist is what I would say. I don't think that the game needs to be this pointlessly complicated or redundant at times. I don't think that D&D needs to be a complicated game in order for it to be interesting. That's not it at all. I actually think that the overcomplication of D&D is what's led to the overall lack of quality we've been seeing since D&D like 2019. Is that a D&D 2014 or 2024 revision? This is a revision of the 2024 Unearthed Arcana one that they've already shown, and I get it. They're not done working on it yet. From what we've already seen out there, I'm not expecting much to change. Even if they did make major changes, I just feel like I disagree with the design sensibilities of the design team at Wizards of the Coast right now. So the Blue Sky post, hey, well, thank you for letting me know you caught it on Blue Sky. So now I know promoting over there does actually work. I didn't realize the revision work was happening tonight. I mean, I've been doing it off and on. Now that Vagabond work has mostly wrapped up, I've been like doing rando projects as they come across. I still want to make more adventures, but I couldn't help myself. This happened, and I was like, yeah, I've got to, something's drawing me to actually say something here or do something here. Yeah. You've been revisiting your merchant class lately, which can access rare magic items at level 11, but here it's valued at a level 20 ability. Is there any big reason behind that? So my merchant was probably designed at a point where I was a much younger creator, but also the merchant getting the stuff with top shelf, there are restrictions to where you can only get like one of those things, right? Like one of those things at a certain time. And what I will say is like, that was made in 2017, 2018. So like me going back and probably touching it up today, I'll tell you right now, one of the things I would probably do to the merchant is get rid of spellcasting. Like my design sensibilities have just shifted since back then. Seeing the stuff that was already happening with the Artificer here, the Artificer was just allowing for this stuff to happen like 10 times a day. And it was like, there wasn't a resource expense, right? New Terran slash old Terran. Hey, you should be reinventing yourself every 5 years. Straight up. You should be learning and growing every time you get a chance to, you know? Thank you for choosing the Wandslinger as one of the options. I'm tired of the artillers being shoehorned as the Wandslinger while also focusing on being a turret specialist. Yes, right? Eldritch Cannon. Let's put it over here. We could say Eldritch Cannon. Why are you not grabbing that style? So we do this. Okay. And we can program that into being a magic item that any artificer could pick up. Now, the cool thing that this does is we can move away some of the subclass identities from being so specific on, like, this magic item that you make is really good. So we're like, we can move that into the magic items over here and make all the subclasses specialize in doing something different with the way that they research, right? That's why I was like, okay, Wandslinger. This is going to be more of a blaster, and we can just get that idea across it. Like, you're going to be more focused on spellcasting. Cool, right? Scrivener. You're more focused on spellcasting, but via scrolls. So you have a wider breadth of magic that we express there. And I also like the idea that they're a bit of a lore master. So I'm trying to fit that in here kind of where I can. Yeah, why couldn't the armorer create a gun? That's what I'm saying, man. And like all the weapons, I was like, why are the weapons so specific? Like, that's the weird thing, right? Like, you get so specific on their fantasy that they're like, we know that the armorer needs to be Iron Man. And basically every time a new Iron Man suit drops, they're like, oh, we need to update the armorer artificer to make sure it can do that too, right? Yeah. It is kind of crazy that wizards never made an actual subclass for wands and stabs. They want to make a superhero fantasy game, right? Which is why a lot of their inspiration for D&D comes from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's why a lot of their artwork looks like Marvel characters, right? Instead, for me personally, I like rooting it back more into like a rustic fantasy or like pulp fantasy vibe. That's just where I'm telling 99% of the stories that I like to tell for TTRPGs. Do you think there's a version of Artificer you can make without spellcasting? Yes. I think that there is, but I also like the modularity that this one is getting in having Infuse, moving that down from 11th level all the way to 2nd level, and this being a way for you to like make magic items really early on, right? Like, you can make this magic item that can do a level 1 spell, or a cantrip, right? As many times per day as you would like, but it can only do it once every 10 minutes. So, alarm, right? We can just make a thing that does the alarm. Granting resistance, granting guidance, right? Jump. Like, we have a jump button now. You see what I mean? Featherfall. I still think that this is insanely useful in that, number one, it just doesn't spin a spell slot, right? And you can just straight up get this thing to do something for you once every 10 minutes. So this can, let's say, Featherfall. You even having a magic item, or like this one item that you can create that just does Featherfall once every 10 minutes for you on demand. Dude, that's not bad. As a 2nd level feature, I'll take that any day. That's safety right there. Disguise self that I can do once every 10 minutes? That's really good. You're limited, right? But other than that, we still have a lot of modularity happening in here really early on. Let me see here. That's from the item again for 10 minutes. Hang on. I need to make sure. Cast it into an item you're holding. Ooh, hang on. It's into an item you are holding. The spell until you use this feature again. You or whoever holds the item can use it. Okay, there we go. It needed to have that. And now I need to kind of rethink a little bit of my layout. I just realized I didn't have the restriction right there. It needed that restriction. The Tony Stark comment is to say, wait. Artificer could be a separate idea to a Tinkerer class. It's like Jinx is a Tinkerer, Victor is an Artificer. Yeah, it's still undefeated that Artificers missing spells, and would absolutely make sense for them, but also understand that their spells should be just items. The Tony Stark comment is to say Artificer fails as an Iron Man fantasy. Yeah, I would agree with that. It also just doesn't need to be that so specifically. Like, if that's the one archetype that you look at and you're like, yes, we want to do that. Like, God, I just don't want to... If a subclass's whole shtick is telling you, yes, you are Iron Man, like, I don't know. I'm kind of like, okay, who cares? Like, all right, like, don't just tell me that I'm this Marvel character. Inspire me to, like, do more with my class, right? Like, inspire a fantasy for me, you know? You limit the capstone to rare items instead of very rare magic items. Yeah, it's only rare items. Yes. But why limit the capstone to rare instead of very rare magic items? Because even rare items are very, very strong. If you have one that you can just get on demand like that, and we're allowing you to replicate it like that, it's like Treant Monk's video said, this is just... It's not a reasonable amount of power to be putting into the hands of a player character that can just have that much hard control over it. I agree with Treant Monk on that 100%. I also don't want to put words in Treant Monk's mouth. Go watch his video. If I misquoted him there, I tried to get the idea across mostly, but yeah. Am I making this revision for the epic hero intent that Wizards is going for, your vision of a more jazz punk fantasy feel? Jazz punk fantasy? What jazz punk? I've never heard of that before. Yeah, there are some hidden gems in power. Yeah, for sure. You reject character sheets at your tables that are blatant copies of pop culture characters, and Mossy's just like Iron Man this and Iron Man. Yeah, with the Artificer. Yeah. Yeah, I like if somebody wants to do that and it's like a one shot, I'm like, cool, yeah, whatever. But if someone's like, I am going to play Dora the Explorer and constantly be quoting that at the table, I'm like, I don't know who hurt you growing up, but I'm not going to allow you to hurt me as a grown up. Like, I reject, fun fact, 10 third level spells is the same amount of spell levels as a warlock gets at 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th level Mystic Arcanum, starting at 11th level, but Artificer gets it all at once up front. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, I don't really get why they thought 10. They could have just done a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier, and I would have been like, that's still insanely good. I think it's the fact that you can spam it out too much. That's the problem for me. You think Swiper hurt them? Probably. Recreating the effects of Belts of Giant Strength is pretty strong. Yeah, I'd agree. It's interesting to see how different people interpret Artificer as a class, and it's a similar issue as a Ranger where I don't think one singular design will ever cover what people want out of it. Yeah, and that's fine. Like I said, variety of options. I'm all here for a variety of options. I don't think... Look, here's my deal. The amount of people that'll see this, maybe there's going to be like 5 people that ever actually play this Artificer right here. To me, this is not a thing of like... If people do play it at their tables, awesome. This is not a passion project for me. It might just be like dick swinging project or something like that. That might be the case. But what it is to me right now is like I saw something that to me felt just like a flawed concept. It felt like they were just they were doing everything they could to complicate this idea for themselves. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna reel it back, and I'm gonna show you guys how you can get more with less here. For the most popular role-playing game to like dominate this much of the conversation, like I have done plenty of non-D&D content on the channel, but that one stream that I did where I went through and watched the Artificer video, dude, that had like 80 people in the stream at one point. So I'm like, okay, so people still want to hear my opinion on this. this is how I kind of get my opinion across, is like, I've got to work on it. I need to show, not tell. You plan to do the same thing, but waiting to see what they publish. Yeah, to me, I can already kind of tell you. Like, I don't expect it to change much based off of what they've already shown here. They might make some revisions. I don't think that the design team really has a focus on trying to make the game cleaner. I don't think that they are trying to make a more accessible game. I think they're trying to make a complicated game that people will prefer to run on the VTT that they are developing rather than at a tabletop. If people are being told, like, hey, the way that you play D&D is through the VTT now, and if we play with pen and paper, it's going to be too complicated, and they can draw people over to that VTT, maybe that's the business strategy there. It feels a little tinfoil hat, but I can't help it. The stuff that their CEO has been saying makes me kind of think that that's what they're up to. Why did this do this? -10. They just look better that way. Sorry, I'm trying to... This is a layout thing I'm trying to fix. Yeah, can we get... How close are you? Oh, no, you're rubbing up against that. Yeah, I guess we don't need the big space after that. Okay, there we go. Right, we made space. Yeah, but I don't know that I like how that looks. What I have that at 10.9. Hang on a sec. Fuck! I feel like I can make another line here somewhere. Tools last until you dismiss them or create other tools this way. Other items you create with this feature vanish after 1 hour. Anything you create this way lasts until you dismiss it or create... Okay. Until you create other tools this way. Or dismiss them. Hang on. Other items this feature vanish after 1 hour or until you create. Yeah. Either can vanish earlier. Either can be dismissed. Damn. Okay, so there was a lot of chat that came in there. You'll be on 800 next year, and what? Oh, what? I think I missed something there. Damn, chat did get busy. This is great stretching for the Patreon submission review. Great stretching for the Patreon submission review. This is great stretching for the Patreon submission review. Oh, yeah, about that. So to people who want to submit to the consult stream, whenever that will happen, we've only had one submission so far. So I've only announced it and opened it up to my Patreon sponsors. Next week, I will open it up a bit more to people that are in the Discord. But yeah, Patreon sponsors, if you have something that you want me to check out, please go submit it over there. Like I said, so far we've only gotten one submission. So yeah, I don't know if a lot of people are just kind of like, maybe it's, you know, holidays and stuff like that. So I'll probably give it a little bit more time, and we'll start doing the consult streams like in January next year. And we'll knock that one out early. But yeah, just so people know, that's still open, and go check that out. Yeah. Oh yeah, magic action. Yeah, it should have been something like the... Just call it the cast action. Cast. It needs to be a verb. Make it a verb. It's the only action that is not a verb. I have no idea why they did that. But you know, it's like, like I'm not really planning on playing it, but yeah. And I need to I just realized I need to do two things real quick. Yeah, and a reminder. Yep. We still have the deal going on with the Shop of Many Things for the free elemental ink pens. I'm going to post that up over here. Seriously, they're free. Go check that out. Let them know I sent you. And go check out some of their other stuff as well. They're doing their Ascend Dice Kickstarter here soon. And I will be contributing some stuff with my Vanguard class over to that. Oh, later, Lily. Have a good night. What is my revision's intent? You said you don't like the D&D Epic Fantasy Path as an Artificer revision, getting away from that. Basically, it's like this. I am trying to make this Artificer cleaner. I'm trying to make it to where this thing is better, but simultaneously easier to play. I think that Wizards of the Coast currently has a lot of over-complicated hyper-simulationist ideas going on. I don't think they're really good at editing down their thought processes, and that they've been terrified by rules lawyers into making a game that requires, what was it, like 14 pages of text for the class, right? Now, if this one requires 14 pages of text, I'm going to justify that by saying that these pages are also half the size of an 8.5 by 11. So, you know, I'm trying to show a couple ways here how I think that D&D 2024 is just overburdened by word count. Like, yeah. You'd be interested in submitting some Vagabond homebrew? Just gotta get done and finish it? Hell yeah, please do. I'm down to see it, down to give feedback on that, yeah. Magic is used as a verb sometimes, but the cast action definitely feels more natural. Agreed. I magic that. I guess that can be a verb. But, like, I'd say that 99% of people are going to recognize magic more as a noun than they are as a verb. Anything you create this way? Okay. Items you create this way, yeah. The tools last until you create create other tools this way. Items you create this way vanish after 1 hour, or until you create another item. Yeah. Either can be dismissed early as a bonus action. How about... There we go. Use the utilize action. Yeah. I'm fine with, like, utilize, I guess. It's just, it's not my personal pick, but yeah. It's not as bad as magic action. I'm coining the tragic action. I don't ask what it does. All right. Why not have a number of items up at once? Let them make a couple of things that they can jerry rig together. So here's the deal. I think that this should always feel like you have just the right thing for the job, not you have everything to answer all problems, right? Otherwise, this just becomes there's zero reason for you to have an inventory. So, like, I still think that this should be used in combination with the other stuff you have, but this is also a thing that, like, you're not meant to rely on this to be your entire inventory. You know, I like the idea that this is a thing that you can conjure, and then it's like, aha, got it, right? But we also need to have the restrictions on here. Vanishes after 1 hour or until you create another item with this feature. I feel, you know. Designed via mass consensus and rules lawyers have made D&D so bloated and difficult to understand. Entire RPG systems fit inside the PHP page count. Yep, I agree. Yep. Yeah, it's the overcodification and the amount of players who... And by the way, this isn't exclusive to D&D. There's a couple times where I had to recognize that like somebody that was giving feedback on Vagabond was overthinking things. And I had to tell that like person like, hey, look, most people are not going to come away with that interpretation. And my judgment on it is going to be that like, I don't really need to cover that, right? I don't really need to cover that clause. I'm going to try to write for how I think people are going to interpret it with common sense. This is only Artificer spells pertain to this feature. I don't know that we have to have that, but I'm going to delete it. I don't know that that's absolutely necessary to have in there. I'm also looking at, since I've got it in the layout, I can see what I can do to, yeah, save some lines. Stupid question. Your infusion doesn't say it costs a spell slot, so it doesn't, right? Correct. Yeah. Infusion doesn't cost a spell slot here, and it doesn't in the 2024 Artificer either. Gotta head out for work tomorrow. I'll be interested in the sufficient in the lot. Oh yeah, later, Orange Pancake. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. Now, moving on from there. Right. How big is this one? Yeah. It would be nice to figure out a way to... I think if they don't get this, it feels really weird that the thief gets it and they don't. So we're going to keep that there. They always have identify prepared. Is really, really good for them, I think. Okay. Now, moving on from there, we're going to start taking a look at the subclasses here. Scrivener. Scrivener. You're like really good at books and shit. All right, cool. Detect thoughts, comprehend languages, illusory script, detect thoughts. I put legend lore on their 13. I always thought that was kind of funny. They don't have legend lore on the Artificer spell list. Like, one of the spells that's all about getting information about magic items, they don't have. Oh, later, Phil. Yeah, we'll see you later, man. So, I put legend lore on them over here. They also get comprehend languages over here. I put locate object back, like, well, I say back. I put locate object into their spell list because it was really weird to me that they couldn't get that. Yeah. They do get animate objects. I was actually wondering. Yeah, they don't have tiny servant. Did they? They did not reprint Tiny Servant in 2024. Or Tensor's Floating Disc. Or, sorry, that's not on their spell list here. That's odd because I would have thought that they did. What is this font called? Which font? I got about 4 on screen right now. I guess I could just tell you what they all are. These are called Connemara Old Style, the headers. Body font is called Scholar with a K, Latin. You got a what? Oh, take it out to the garage. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Okay, Amanda just told me she has to, like, turn the hairdryer on. So you guys tell me if you guys hear it. Because if you do, I'll figure something out. We'll just like blast music for a second. Connemara. Connemara. Old style. Okay, cool. I don't think that's coming through. And then the font here is called Libertinus Sans. Yeah. I was kind of going for a bit of a vintagey vibe with it. Okay. Now, Tensor's Epic Frisbee. I kind of think that Tensor's floating disc should be on here. I mean, it's like a high utility spell. Sans Undertale confirmed. Can we ban that person? That brain rot is like a decade late. Why would it not be on their list? Tensors. Like, this just doesn't really scream iconic wizard spell to me. Oh yeah, Knock isn't on their list. What the fuck? Burning Hands, I'm kind of whatever, but yeah, like Fog Cloud, Sleep. I kind of get it with Sleep, but like Knock? Okay. Look. If they have a reason for why this isn't on here, I'm just going to have to say I disagree with it. What's that? Conjuration? And it's a... Ritual. These seem to be in alphabetical order. Ah, there we go. Okay. Can create magic items that will, can't learn how others work. Okay, so... Knock needs to be on here. Is Knock second level? Yeah. This one is a transmutation. Yeah, that is super bizarre. I guess the only thing I was kind of thinking of there that would be like different is like is it in the new PHP they didn't give it any spell that they didn't republish? Wait, is what in the new PHP? Knock? Yeah. I'm looking at it right here. Like, oh wait, dude, what? Find Traps isn't on here either. Do I? What? Like, I don't care that the spell is bad, but like, why is it not on here? Like, yeah, Iron Man just starts blasting. I was like, God, if they didn't put mending in the cantrips. Yeah, worse than the Stormtroopers. Yeah, it's not... Look, I know it's not a good spell, but like that's not a reason why this one shouldn't wind up on their list. Pipe Traps is Divination. Right? Yeah, Divination. Oh, it's level 2. Also, like, if they go, well, we didn't put it on there because we don't want people wasting their second level spell slots on a half-caster on Find Traps, I'd be like, then fix the fucking spell. You can cast it as a ritual, right? No, you can't. Ooh. I thought it at least had a ritual tag. Woof. You know what we could do, though? Let me show you the idea here. We keep saying arcane. Tinker Thieves and Dungeoneers. But like, this feels like a very vanilla idea here. And this doesn't really feel like it's super inclusive of all of that. But we can immediately start making it better. I don't know. I'm just going to put Breaker for now. And here's the funny thing we could do. Is this necessarily going to be a good one? I don't know. But that's kind of funny. Here, we'll get rid of the... Yeah. Knock. Okay. So we could move that away and just move that over here into where this is more of like the thief. Artificer. I need to come up with a better name than Breaker. Yeah, I don't know what this would be, but yeah. Like, we would take this off their list. We would take this off their list. Since I put locate object on all of them, this would have gone on the subclass list. Rope trick is so fucking funny as one. Okay. So here's why I'm going to do this. I'm going to remove Find Traps. Could go with Dungeoneer. That's so general, right? Same as Delver. It's kind of why I have the same problem with Breaker. Okay. Why does every Artificer not have knock? Like, I can't... Why not... When I hear Breaker, I think Demolition. Yeah, no, I kind of agree. Whenever I was making my... Runekeeper, I was thinking, like, they needed to be the Demo Man of TTRPGs. Excuse me. Because they have Thieves Tools. Yeah, like, I get that, but, like, it should still be here as an option if they don't have the Thieves Tools. Like, you know? Is there, like, a grouping for Artificer subclasses? They called it specialties. I would call it something like a research or, like, a practice. But, you know, they're getting rid of subclass names because apparently that's... I don't know. I'm going to remove it from their base spell list, but have it as an exclusive for the subclass over here. If we put floating disc on it right here, look, I think we'll remove it. Have it for the subclass. I can't help it. I think that knock really needs to be on... I feel like this really needs to be on the spell list. Yeah, it needs to be an option, I think. Don't they have a feature that always have access to some kind of specialty tools? If they choose Thieves tools, and it would, then wouldn't they have them? Yeah, but that still requires a check. This is an instant open. It's just loud. That's the trade-off. Is you're supposed to be trading off random encounter check for instant unlock. I really like Knock. Knock, and this is why I think at least, it's like Mary Mushman, I think, that put out the Knock magazine. Knock as being the kind of spell that they named that like zine off of says so much about what they know about dungeoneering. Yeah, it's an extremely interestingly designed spell for dungeon crawls. You're trading off potential like answer for risk, like the known risk of a random encounter. I love the idea. Knock is such a cool idea, and it's so unique in that this is super evocative of dungeon crawling fantasy, whereas like Fireball is just sort of war magic fantasy, right? This feels so much more old school, and I love the vibe of it. And yeah, there's not a whole lot of spells like Knock that I think have that kind of cool, like rustic character to them. You know? Yeah, I really dig it. So look, we'll put floating disc over here. We'll get rid of Knock, but here's the deal. We'll use this as an excuse to make Find Traps good. They get it at 5th level, so we can make their 5th level subclass feature about making Find Traps better. Maybe Saboteur works as a name. I kind of like that. Is Knock just not a carryover from older editions in the first place? That's literally every spell, though. I mean, so is Fireball, so is Charm Person, so is... I mean, you see what I mean? The Saboteur. I kind of... Yeah, that's cool. Tinker Thieves and Dungeoneers. We don't even have to move it. Saboteur, Scrivener, and the Wandslinger. Yeah, there we go. Cool. The spell is having so few changes since the 80s is one of my biggest gripes with D&D. I mean, I would think that a game that's supposed to have a brand identity like that would hopefully stick to what it knows to do. Because the more that it deviates, the more it's trying to encompass, like, this should be the only role-playing game that everybody plays. You know, I think other role-playing games should have their own sense of identity. Like, I mean, part of the reason why I designed Vagabond's magic system the way I did was to start carving out its own brand identity. And spells are really good at evoking brand identity. Same with monsters, your class list, you know? It also bothers me that they get the protection from poison spell, but not the detect poison in the disease spell. But so they get it, but they don't get how to detect it. I get that with detect evil and good, why they wouldn't have that. I'm gonna say this. I kind of understand why they wouldn't get detect poison and disease. Oh. Thank you. That you can cure it but not detect it. Yeah, but like, I don't know. That's kind of one of those things that, like, if I start thinking about it harder, then it I come up with a bunch of different reasons why it bothers me. Personally, as I look at it, I'm like, okay, well, like, that's an option, I guess, but, like, I could count the number of times that we had ever cast Detect Poison and Disease on maybe one hand, you know? Yeah, Dimension Door just, like, came across my page, and I was like, ooh, okay. I like the idea of this being a... Yeah, okay, so Tinker Thieves and Dungeoneers. Yeah, here. Sure, I guess that's, yeah. What about a body mod subclass? Nah, hey, look, that's such a specific thing that never hits right for everybody. And also, like, it feels like it's really specific about a type of item you make, and not generally what archetype do you encompass. This is kind of the thing for me with a lot of, like, the Artificers that have come out from Wizards of the Coast, is that the Artificer subclasses always feel so specifically tied into one specific item, and they're not really telling a lot about the character. This is a big reason why Beastmaster Ranger never really hit right, is because if you don't have that beast, you don't have a subclass, right? So, like, they really needed to make the Beastmaster Ranger more about making that ranger better if they didn't have access to the beast at the time. And once they started doing that, like, Beastmaster started feeling stronger, more reliable. I don't know. Like, yeah. Hang on, let me get this. Loading disk. Body mod is such a large concept, it could be its own class. I guess you could say that, but, like, it's also that's so much more cyberpunk. Like, transhumanism themes feel like a lot more evocative of cyberpunk than it really does of, like, dungeon crawler fantasy. This is the kind of thing, right? Like, if I'm kind of looking at the genre and where, like, what are some character archetypes that feel more classic to this, I'm not thinking whenever I think of Tinker Gnomes all the time, right? I can think of Tinker Gnomes when I'm thinking of fantasy, no problem whatsoever. But, like, am I thinking a lot about, like, mutagenic mad scientists in fantasy? Not often. That's not to say it doesn't exist, but, like, not typically as, like, character archetypes. And, like, I also think personally that fits better for an alchemist class, you know? Right here, no maxing. All right. D&D Beyond. All right. Your spells. It's a cool tugger hoodie. Thanks. I like it. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't quite fit. I could see something that's like a gadget or add-on, but not really a replacement. That's the items at that point. Yeah, I'm trying to make it to where, like, the inventor feels cool, not the items that the inventor gets feels cool, you know? Absorb elements, is that... A part of me gets it. Why they wouldn't have it on here. I do think that that's probably something that's more suited for a sorcerer. Yeah. And I'd like to probably get rid of the walls on here. Yeah, I want these to be like attack rolls, instant crazy, like, you know. Even Magic Missile I kind of want to get rid of, but I guess it's here for the reliability. If you feel like you aren't hitting your attack rolls, that's here. Shield is always good to have on there. And people are going to be mad if they can't get shield on an Artificer anymore. Plus, infusing shield... Oh, I love that so much more. Infusing shield into the item that you can't get 10 uses of it. Oh, you can only get 1 use of it every 10 minutes. Dude, I'm telling you. The problem with that might have actually been how spammable the infusion was. You could do it 10 times. Why do the tracking heavy element of it and just say, like, you can't use it more than once every 10 minutes? Oh, okay, cool. I can't use it during the same scene. Frankenstein adjacent subclass where you create undead and flesh golems. Maybe. Yeah, again, it's like you could do like a artificer, like a necromancer artificer of some kind, I'm sure. I mean, animate dead could fit on here, but the problem is, as a half caster, them get, like, we have to arbitrarily force animate dead up here in the 3rd level, and it's like they need to figure out how to get a 1st level, like, you create a zombie feature. Like, they need to be able to make a spell that's just like you make a zombie. Cool. Like, yeah. Even if it were a cantrip, it's like you control a 1 hit point zombie. Alright, sweet. What would these guys get as their tools of the trade? Oh, I know. Perception and where their pathing is getting a here L9. Easy L9 for these guys. Okay. Cake. This should probably be fast reflexes, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure out. It's not exactly evasion. And we're gonna tell people like, hey, is it redundant? Okay, then get a different saving throw. They already have Thieves' Tools. Yeah, that's given by the Artificer. Yeah. Crawling Claws would also be a good 1st level necromancy, maybe. Maybe? Could be. I mean, if Find Familiar can be a 1st level, right? We'll figure that out. Okay, Dimension Door is cool. Let's take a look at 2nd level spells. Sorry about the flashbang. Second. Zombie comes out of the ground, does 1d6 damage. It'll last around. That'd be a fun cantrip. I mean, but that's kind of ham-fisting in a lot of like, oh, well, of course there was a zombie right there. You know? That's very JRPG. Arcane Lock is already on the Artificer spell list. Sense Blindness, Deafness. Think dungeon delving. What would be good to have? Continual Flame is cute. We put knock on every Artificer. I think every Artificer gets Dark Vision. Yeah. Maybe they do need knock? What if we do this? Alright, so let me hear chat's take on this. Should knock be a part of the Saboteur and get pulled away from every Artificer, or should it be on every Artificer? You can go pick up knock if you want it. You do have your Thieves tools, so like keep that in mind. Is there a way to make knock better for the subclass? Yeah, just make it to where it's fucking quiet. Like, if you make knock silent, you overcome the big issue with knock. Like, you know knock, it doesn't make a sound when you cast it. Fuck, okay. You're free and can buy. Hey, welcome, welcome. So, that was a specialist. Yeah. So if we put it over here. Rope trick is fine being on them. Yeah. Okay. Why shouldn't it be on the list and open for all? Here's the thing, like, we could reinforce it as something that makes this Artificer feel a lot more like this is the really good Dungeoneer vanilla Artificer. Or we leave it on everybody, and the reason why people, I mean, the reason why not is kind of the reason people have mentioned in chat. They're already getting Thieves tools, which makes me kind of think that, like, yes, because they are the tool class, they want to reinforce the idea that you don't use knock, you're using your tools. But the Saboteur getting it would be like, oh, okay, so, like, this is a way easier for me with my spells that I can just go like, oh, bam, right? So it's like flavor, or do we put this thing on everybody that, you see what I mean? The majority of my personal reference for Artificer comes from 3E Eberron or RTS Dragon Shard. Wait. Using Thieves tools to cast knock is funny to me. You could roll a knock improvement into that feature as well. Oh yeah, yeah. Also, dude, that alone is really good. Hang on. You're really glad that you're approaching it from actual Artifice and not Alchemist, but bad? What? What would Wizards do to solve this third-party apprehension issue? Wait, a frustration point he had pointed at is that it's hard to create third-party content for Artificer because of licensing. While Artificer being in 2024 help matters is still the same. They need to release the Artificer into Creative Commons in order for people to feel safe kind of like making content around it. Look, if WotC sends me a cease and desist because I made this thing, they're going to piss off more people and more fans than they're going to gain. I think they have learned that through like acting extremely litigiously, they start to hurt their brand more than if they reserve it and they go, look, can we just like let this guy get away with the 2,000 views he has on this thing? Or like, how many, is this thing really upsetting like our product and our brand? If no, then shut the fuck up about it, right? Like, the thing is, they're so quick to sue that, or I say quick to sue, quick to litigious action. That this is the reason why most people don't really like Wizards of the Coast. Like, if you want to talk about how, like, what hesitance, what reluctance people have for making content for their game, it's the fact that Wizards has shown a tendency to get very legally hostile with people extremely quickly. So, like, if they come after me for making this thing, like, literally all I'd have to do is just be like, well, like, yeah, I guess, you know, if we were going to see how petty they were going to be about this is what they did. Would they be within their rights? Sure. But, like, legitimately, should they? The damage it would do to their brand is not helpful, you know. And right now, Wizards of the Coast needs a lot of brand help. Like, you got to look at it that way, you know. Every time, like, Nintendo sues somebody, they wind up hurting their brand. Does it really affect their sales? Not really. No. I mean, but they're Nintendo. They own the biggest brands in the world right now. But, like, whenever you're a company like Wizards of the Coast, a PR fiasco you cannot ignore. You can't. Wizards of the Coast is not big enough to where they can brush off 10,000 people being pissed at them. Like, this community, this industry is way smaller. Way smaller. We don't have Stranger Things numbers. We don't have, you know, Nintendo numbers, Pokemon numbers, or anything like that, right? The biggest influencer in, like, the TTRPG scene right now, I think, is either Jacob or it used to be Joe Cat, who had 1 million subs. But that's without talking about Critical Role, right? If I'm not talking about Critical Role or Dropout or any of the, like, kind of bigger produced kind of things, we're talking about people who have, like, you know, Jenny D or Jacob from XP to level 3, Joe Cat, right? Will from D&D Shorts, Pointy Hat, that kind of stuff. Yeah, Will from D&D Shorts. He's about to cross 500,000, I think. So, like, these are the... Oh, and Dingo, right? Joe Cat's more into Final Fantasy 14. Honestly, I can't blame him. There's plenty of people I saw that, like, Tulok the Barbarian got out of the D&D scene. Davey got out of the D&D scene. Not because, like, they... I don't know... not because of anything in particular, other than, like, they just feel happier not making content for it. Monkey DM? I don't... What's Monkey's subscriber count at? I'm not super sure. But basically, like, whenever you're looking at these numbers, this should tell you that, like, the scene is not that huge. We don't have video game YouTuber numbers, right? Like, I know that I could make video game content here on the channel and do fairly well with it, because I already have. Like, I did an Elden Ring video. It was like a guide on doing Elden Ring stuff. I have been approached because of that one video. I'm not even kidding you. I have been approached by Bandai Namco about getting early access to video games from them. From one video I did. And I'm like, I look, that's super cool. I love your stuff. But, like, I'm not a video game guy on YouTube, you know. But I know what it takes to be successful in that arena, you know. TTRPGs, it's way more of a niche situation. I have a bit more of a love over here for, like, creating this type of content than I do about, like, talking about video games I like. So that's why I do TTRPG content, because, like, I like making stuff, not just talking about stuff. Yeah. Jenny and Jacob are actually about the same, around 750k. Yeah, but, like, that's the thing, is, like, there's still, like, if you look at that compared to people who make content for, like, makeup or video games or working out, right? Exercise content, true crime podcasts, right? These are huge, huge hobbies. And, like, D&D and TTRPG stuff, if our biggest influencers are still under 1 mil, well, if you go and you look at makeup influencers with, like, 10 mil, you know what I mean? Sounds like you'd enjoy making mods for video games. Yeah, I if I knew how to code, I would honestly probably be making video games. Yeah, if I knew how to mod, But yeah. Taron, how to get Swole video win? I need finances in order to like kind of get more of the stability going on. Oh shit!
Merry
Hey!
Christmas, y'all.
AJ, hey, thanks so much for the $5, man. Yeah, Merry Christmas, dude. Yeah, here's my deal. I've already talked to like Crow and Josiah from Dungeon Dad about this. I would absolutely. It takes about 6 weeks to start to change your body. I've done this before. I mean, I had like a 6-pack and everything whenever I was like a sophomore in college. It takes about 6 weeks worth of work to really do that. For me, the problem always comes down to dieting. So if I have like the financial stability to where I'm like, I don't really have to worry about this, I can focus on, I can go and make dinner tonight, then I'm like, okay, we can nail that diet down. But for me right now, where I'm like, I'm working real quick, I'm going to like open up a can of soda or whatever. I start getting rid of soda. I start eating chicken. I start like, I don't need to bulk up. I just need to turn what I've got into muscle. Like that's the big deal. Dieting is the worst part. I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind it too much. It's just about like, here's my deal though. I don't mind it, but I'm also a guy that doesn't mind if you tell me I have to eat chicken every night for a week. It's not a big deal to me. But I know to like Amanda, if she had to eat the same meal twice in a row, she'd be not super happy about that, you know? Photos or it didn't happen? Wait, of like me being like in shape? Hang on. Where? Now, I was not ripped, by the way. I was not ripped. I was just in good shape. Let me see here. It was before the accident. The accident, I actually atrophied over 150 pounds of muscle. Let me see. Was there one where, like, and I'm trying to find a picture where it's not showing anybody else who wouldn't want to be on screen. Okay, old college pictures. Yeah. Come on, I had to have one stupid gym bro picture, right? I can think of like 2 that I took back then. Hang on. But yeah, it just takes the dedication. Changing your diet is the big deal. But once you get into the habit of like going to the gym and kind of keeping that habit going, you feel worse not going to the gym each day. And that was me. I got to a point where I actually like, if I didn't go to the gym, I felt just like worthless, gross, whatever. I need to get back in there. There were times where I would wake up at like 3 o'clock in the morning and I'd be like, all right, well, I could sit here and not do anything for a couple hours, or I could go to the gym for a little bit and get a lift in. I'm just going to go do that. Okay, I'm getting close. Hang on. Yeah, this is around the right time. Okay. I mean, my face isn't in this, I guess. There's my name, so you know that it's coming from my my Facebook, I guess. Okay, so yeah, this was me. Hang on. All right, so yeah, this was me June 25th. This was like 2 weeks before my accident. So this was me like right before my fireworks accident. I was working out. Again, I was not like ripped, but I was like, you can see I was cut, getting the 6-pack going, right? I was just in good shape right here. I can do this again with 6 weeks. You give me 6 weeks, I can shave the fat, I can get rid of the soda in my diet, and you'll be shocked just how much that actually does to change your physical form. For real. It takes work, it does take the dedication, but you can make it happen, you know. And I actually think for the Facebook post, that was only after 1 month, not 2 months. So like cutting out soda is a huge deal. The thing that I have going for me right now that I didn't have going for me back then was that I'm not drinking beer as heavily as I was back then. I drink a beer maybe once a month. Like, that's it. So, like, you know, if I actually got back into the gym and cut out soda and was just eating the chicken like I was eating back then, I could get back to that within 2 months. It's going to take the work. You hit 25 and your body went potato shape time. I get that. I absolutely get that. I know that I'm definitely more tired now than I was back then. But I also know I don't sleep as good right now as I did back then. So I think if I was exercising more, I would get better sleep and I would have better energy. You just started getting back to your 21-year-old body like 4 weeks ago, eating a deficit, and I think meal prepping once a week for 2 hours has helped a ton. Yes. If you go buy groceries, by the way, like the real key thing there is to not cook it. Like, don't cook one meal like every single day, right? Cook like 5 meals and meal prep it, right? Cook 5 meals at a time and put them all in like Tupperware and put it away, you know? You should definitely exercise more. My life and work is very tied to being at the PC. I agree with... I understand you 100%. Me too. What I've felt now is I actually injured my back like a couple weeks ago from sitting at the computer. And I know right now, like, I couldn't go to PAX this year because my back got fucked up from me sitting at the computer. So, like, I know the thing that's going to help me out right now is actually to, like, get up and be a bit more active. And I mean, I'm going to have to, or else this is going to continue getting worse. You know? Where'd that come in? You got ADHD medication, which cut your onboard snacking and got rid of 35 pounds of that diet changes. Now you want to actually try to get more fit? Hell yeah. Dude, I think people think that gym time is a huge amount of time. It's not. Like, there are absolutely people that go and they spend an hour in the gym. But those people that go and spend hours in the gym are typically there to socialize, right? If you go and you're just doing your gym workout, your routine or whatever, you can be in and out of the gym in like 30 minutes. That's it. You know, it's not like a huge ordeal. Gym time would be perfect audiobook time. Fuck yeah. Find a new thing that you're getting into, right? Like, yeah. Watch your YouTube content on the cycling machine gets you active while you're usually just coaching it. Hell yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah, I'm trying to... that's going to be a thing that's going to be coming up. The thing for me is... wait, the next time you put Wizards of the Coast negatively, put that picture in the thumbnail? What? Oh, wait, me with my shirt off? That... You were ordering food and missed the picture, but hot damn. Hey, right? Yeah, no, I had turned 22. Yeah, so that was 13 years ago. So yeah, I can get back that. I can get back to there super easy. It's just that right now, for me, the problem for me is just financial stability. I'm working my ass off on a whole bunch of other projects that just aren't really like returning all the revenue. That, like, if I was able to bring that in, oh, fucking sick. Like, yeah, I would love to be able to be like, hey, you know what? Like, today, my schedule is I go to the gym, come back home. Like, I go to the gym at like 11 o'clock before anybody's ever there. Go do my workout, come back home, fix lunch, take a shower, get on and stream for 4 hours, get off and go and do whatever, right? Wait, speaking of, let me get you all's take on this real quick. I don't know if I streamed this yet, but these came in. Woo! Okay, so these are not the final print. I submitted what I think will be the final print 2 days ago. But look at this shit. Oh, right. Now let me ask you guys something here. That's the basic rule book. Yeah. Now, if, and this is a hypothetical situation, because I've looked at the budget for this, and I originally budgeted these to where these were gonna sell for $15 a piece. I was trying to remain like up in the same range as what I had seen other like stuff in the TTRPG industry go for. But I think so these are priced at $15 right now. How much more likely would people be to buy this at $10? And not just buy one, buy multiple. I'm trying to figure out because, like, we didn't really get a lot of the push on the pre-sale that I was hoping for. So if I made it $10, you're heading out later. Hey, later, Jarlix. Thanks for hanging out. Loving the art. Yeah, right. But you would recommend the bundle? No, yeah, we have it in a bundle. Yeah. That's an instant purchase for you at $10. And I mean, we could sell it at cons for like $7.50 or something like that. We already have it in. No, that's the deal. We already have it in a bundle. I already put it in a bundle, and the bundle hasn't sold. $10 is nothing for just one. That's what I was thinking. You know, here's the crazy thing. It's actually cheaper right now. It's cheaper in the bundle I have created than if I made every zine $10. Like, it's cheaper in the bundle that I was currently doing for the pre-sale. What's in the bundle? Basic Heroes Handbook, Wet Dreams, Ghost Crest Peak, right? So like, I've got 2 of the adventures with it, and we're working on getting Pablo Zapina's adventure also in a zine. What I'm wondering is if people would rather get a bundle like these, but it has like 4 copies of it, right? So like, but if I say a bundle, I'm like, would you buy? You meant more like a pack of 4 Heroes Handbooks for players. Okay, so if I were to do like, these are $10 a piece right now for like, let's do the pre-sale, right? So like $10 a piece, but if you buy a bundle of it, you get one for free. So $30, right? $30 costs, right? So that is, it's a hit, and they get to be a little bit expensive, but we get the book made, right? Operating costs and everything, like we already have the thing made, is kind of where I'm looking at it. But like, if we're able to sell more, if people are more happy to buy more because we sell it for $10 as opposed to I sell it for $15, but we have more money for other projects, then I think we're going to wind up coming out happier on the other end, where we have more people more eager to buy other material we make for the game. Does that make sense? Right? Like, if the thing was, someone wanted to buy Vagabond, but the thing that dissuaded them from buying it was that it was a $15 zine and not a $10 zine. You know? $15 with a sale would likely sell better than actually marking it $10. See, that's the thing. I have heard from people that $15 is a more attractive price point for some reason. You would have it be like $12.50 for one and $35 for 4. See, but that's the thing, is like right now, it's like, it's going for cheaper than $10. And people still aren't buying it. And I'm like, what about free shipping? The problem is I can't really guarantee that. Me as a solo guy, I can't really handle free shipping. I can't eat the cost of sending a zine over to like Portugal. That's like, whenever we were trying to do that for the Dungeon Jam, it was like $400. So like, I can't really eat the cost of shipping like that. You know, some people are looking at it where it's like well, in order for me to get it imported over here to my country, it's going to cost me, $20. And I'm like, yeah, but I can't. Like, or like France. But like that's the deal. Like if I had a bigger publisher, right? Like if I was working with Exalted Funeral or like Pelgrane Press, maybe that could be a thing. But I'm not. It's just me. And getting involved with one of those groups like that, I've tried, and nobody answers the emails. So I'm like, well, okay. Yeah, free shipping usually means inflating the product cost. Yep. A lot of times whenever you guys see free shipping, like through a Kickstarter, they're charging you more than the product is actually worth in order to say that they're doing free shipping. They're just taking the shipping cost out of the profit that they're making from the Kickstarter. Like, I mean, they're paying for the shipping, but you are too. Like, you're paying for everybody's shipping. It would be kind of funny / cool if Free League sniffed around. If Free League hit me up and they were expressing any interest in it at all, I would be over the fucking moon. Getting to work with Free League in that capacity would be an absolute dream. Yeah. They are like my absolute favorite publisher. But I also know that they tend to not really publish projects that haven't already had a proven track record of success, right? Yeah. Sorry, missed a few streams. Is it like is this a GM book as well? Not, I mean, it teaches you how to run the game, but no, the bestiary and everything is in the core rulebook. Oh, by the way, to anyone in chat that's wondering about that, you can go pick up the PDF of the Basic Heroes Handbook for free right now. Like, you can go and pick it up right now. Go check it out. And if it sounds like something that's interesting to you, let me know, because like I'm trying to get the physical zine printed for it. And we are looking for second level. So we got knock. Find traps, knock. Let's find a first level spell. First level spell, and with a casting time of an action, so that it's something that they can use with some of their other stuff. Burning hands. Can Mert. Bind disease now, hard to get the deal. Gotta add each one, then go back and add the others. Wait, really? It's supposed to be you just add, like, you put all of them together and then, yeah. Can Mary Mushman help? I haven't spoken with them. I think they were following me on Blue Sky? Oh, I thought they were. I think, no, they're following me on Twitter, I think. They would probably need to, like, get the game and, like, play it before really looking at, like, okay, we would like to help out with that. I don't really know for sure. But, I mean, this is just me trying with what I have in regards to, like, my capabilities. I'm not located in the EU, so I can't do anything personally to like make it cheaper for importing over there. There's other people that could, but yeah, I've tried hitting up a few and they just kind of like, I don't really hear back. Yeah. Mining and Mage Hand feel like auto Artificer kindreds to me. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I'm kind of looking at Catapult and I'm trying to remember. I don't think that. Oh my god. Been that saying not getting late. Catch y'all later. Hey, later, Phoenix. Catapult wasn't reprinted. Well, you know what? It is in our game, okay? Transmutation. Catapult's funny. Cause fear, chromatic orb, color spray. We're looking for something that feels dungeon delvey, and it is not currently on the Artificer list. Dissonant Whispers is funny. Well, why would they not? Maybe a dumb question, but why would they not reprint like 95% of the spells to 5.224E? Because they can justify redesigning them and reselling you the exact same book they made 10 years ago in a year or two. I mean, they're already doing that with the Artificer. Which might be realizing the Artificer into Creative Commons, but I don't think it'll happen. I think they originally said, I think Kyle Brink originally said that they were looking at doing, like, inserting the Artificer into the SRD or something like that. I don't remember, you know, as far as that goes. Like, if they didn't put Catapult on it because of that, then I'm like, that's whatever. Yeah, that feels like it has more of a nature vibe to it. Fog Cloud, Ice Knife. The Zine deal applies automatically in cart. Would be better if it were possible to add them all as a bundle with one click. Yeah, I agree. If I had the option to do that, I would love to. Shopify, however, there's a lot of that stuff that I think is relying on different apps that they want to handle that I'm not super familiar with. But yeah, no, I know that it adds it automatically if they're all in there. The only thing I really know to do to help that out and like get that word out there is just kind of like advertise it in the shop. But I'll try to make that a little bit more clear over there as well. Hey, Josephat. Hey, thank you so much, man. And see, look at that. See, I got this working for the stream. I got that working for the stream, right? Have I seen the Pathfinder Runesmith playtest? Would love to see your take on that. On the Pathfinder Runesmith playtest. So number one, a couple things with that. Number one, I'm not like extremely intimately familiar with Pathfinder to talk about it at a point of where I would be either number one interested or number two able to deal with the comment section on that video. What do I mean by that? Right? So, hey, thank you so much, Ilias. And I said, yeah, thank you. So, go clear. I don't have a problem with Pathfinder or people that play Pathfinder. If they want to play it, that's all good, right? That's all. Yeah. But it seems like if you talk about Pathfinder, and like if you're an influencer and you talk about Pathfinder, and it's nothing but glowing praise for the system or like complete system zealotry about it, people are ravenous on you. Pathfinder is the only crowd I've ever seen where, like, I was talking about this because Bob Worldbuilder was talking about bringing up Pathfinder in a video and pissing people off because of that. Pathfinder is one of the only fandoms I've seen in the TTRPG scene who, like, they don't just want you to, like, have the option of playing Pathfinder. They want Pathfinder to be the only game people are playing. And I'm like, whoa, that is not what I'm here for, you know? And, like, if you say that you like something else rather than Pathfinder, that also pisses them off. And I'm like, so for me, I don't personally feel like I should really get out of my lane to talk about it, because I know the kind of attention that would attract, because I've had it happen on my channel, and I've seen it happen on other people's channels as well. Yeah, and also, like, I've tried getting, like, a kind of D&D heresy, maybe, yeah. I've tried getting, like, some info about how to get review copies or something like that, and it just never really kind of clicks with Paizo. I've reached out, we've met in person and everything, and I think the people from Paizo are all great, like, nice people and everything, but it just kind of feels like stuff isn't really moving forward whenever I try to make connections with the company on a professional level. Yeah. Yeah, you're not sure what to say to that. Yeah, again, it's like, I could say, like, I could look at this stuff, and be like, okay, well, from what I know about Pathfinder, this, or this. But the thing is, like, if I say something about Pathfinder, somebody in the Pathfinder community gets mad at me, no matter what. It happens all the time. I can say something that is totally innocuous, and I still get somebody saying over on Twitter, trying to make it seem like I just got caught committing like a heinous crime, and they try to make a whole big fucking stink about it over on social media. I'm like, holy fucking shit, I just said that this is not my kind of game, and I get people in the comment sections that are screaming at me, or what the hell ever, because I'm not in the Pathfinder, you know? It's a unique thing to that scene. It is absolutely a unique to Pathfinder kind of a situation. Yeah, blasphemy, yeah. Like, you like Pathfinder 2nd Edition, but you're not a zealot about it. It really sucks that there's some people like in the community are. Oh yeah, no, I absolutely agree. The thing for me that I've said is that Pathfinder is overwhelmingly complex, to the point of where I'm not interested in playing it. I don't have fun with it because I look at my character sheet being a spreadsheet, basically, and some people love that. Okay, cool. Well, those people have to understand that that taste isn't for everybody. But the fact that it isn't for everybody, and that Pathfinder isn't up on top, seems to really piss them off. Like, really, really piss them off. I was just talking with Amanda about this today. And I don't really know what to say, where I'm just like, well, I would talk about this TTRPG, and I would probably make, you know, at least some content about it a little bit more. But the problem is, your fucking fans are vicious. They are. And I know exactly what'll happen is that I say this, and the pushback that's going to happen is, well, Taron, didn't you call them all bitches or whatever? I didn't. I said that they sound like whiny bitches. If I'm remembering this right, I didn't call them bitches. I said they need to stop acting like bitches or something like that. But that gets turned into, Taron said all Pathfinder fans are bitches or whatever. And it's like, no, that's not it. And I can tell if you can't read, like, context clues, like, or whatever, like, I can say that on a stream, and it's not a fucking, I'm not coming at you, you know? You have to do those videos with comments off, which is rather sad. No, like, wait, if Pathfinder 2 is so good, why can't they have made Pathfinder 2.2 so I can clip it? Wait, can I say, if Pathfinder 2 is so good, why haven't they made Pathfinder 2.2? So you can clip it. What? I mean, I guess there you go, but, like, if Pathfinder 2 is so good, why haven't they made Pathfinder 2.2? Do you need a different delivery? Like, yeah, if Pathfinder 2 is so good, why haven't they made Pathfinder 2.2? Pathfinder 2, the sequel. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, you know, people will, it sounded like an ad. Yeah, that's the deal, though, is like, people aren't willing to listen to other people out, right? But they're really eager to find why they can be pissed at you and turn that into a drama, you know? This happened to me with Pathfinder, whenever I was like, dude, I'm sick and tired of Pathfinder fans getting up to my fucking comment sections and screaming at me because I'm just like, I'm not a fan of Pathfinder, you know? So, like, here's, like, I could say, you know, hey, I was pretty happy playing the system I'm into, And if those people get mad at me because I prefer playing something else, I'm like, go touch grass. Go touch grass. Holy fucking shit. If you feel the need to make a response video to me because I said I'm not into Pathfinder, you're a fucking psycho. Like, you get real. Get a grip on reality, my guy. You know? Like, this is the whole thing, man. Everybody takes what, like, if somebody makes a video and they're just like, yeah, here's the difference, okay? So, Cody's video, the why I left Pathfinder, that taking 20 video that everybody mentions or whatever. That one gets pointed to all the time because Cody made a video that was like, he apparently felt the need to air out the perceived problems he had with the game to his audience, who like, where it could have just rather been like, okay, well, I haven't really been playing Pathfinder for a while. I just kind of felt like we kind of got a little bit exhausted of kind of rolling up the same stuff over and over again. So, like, you know what? We just decided to go back and play this other game instead. I'm like, okay, not a big deal, right? But feeling the need to make a video where it was like, I need to make a statement about why I am leaving Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Get a grip. Like, for real. It's not that dramatic, you know? It's like this guy decided to stop playing Pathfinder. Okay. Who fucking cares? Why the fucking people care? Who cares? It's a fucking Goblin Dice game. Go play another Goblin. God damn it. Why do people care? You know? He was spreading around this message on his fucking video that started getting echoed throughout the TTRPG scene because he was a big influencer that was pre-packaging an opinion that people that only know how to passively engage with media decided to adopt as their own opinion and echo his thoughts there. Because anytime you would get into a discussion about why somebody doesn't like Pathfinder, they would say some shit about how there's an illusion of choice with the game. And I'd be like, cool. Can you tell me what the fuck that means then? And then they'd be like, well, I heard about it from Cody over and I'm like, holy fucking shit. It's not that, like, and this is not solely Cody's fault, but as influencers, I think the thing that we have to know is that part of the power that we have is that not many people are really actively engaging with the content that we make. So if I'm telling you, here is my opinion on a thing, I know a lot of you people, not everybody out there, and I think a lot of my audience still actually really does actively engage, because you all push back against me in the comment section, which, like, I do like, right? But they're looking for an opinion that somebody else has, that they can go like, okay, I think that now, and I don't have to look too hard into that now. Okay, cool. That's the power that influencers have over people, is that the people who only passively listen, you are making their opinion for them. Like, that's it, you know? You people, what's that supposed to... Yeah, exactly, right? Like, especially if I can package it in a way that pisses you off. And that's the power. I give you, if I can seed an opinion in your little brain about, here's this thing, right? Here's what I think about this thing, and here's why you should be pissed off about that thing and not be pissed at me for this. That's really strong. That's how you get really dedicated fucking cultists who just get mad at everything. It's outrage culture. This is the way that Grums works. You know, this is the way that Alex Jones was working, right? Like, it's conspiracy theory bullshit, and it's really easy to plant this thing in your mind of like, well, did we really see, were those kids paid actors in that school shooting or what the hell ever, right? Like, this is the deal. Influencers package an opinion that passively engaging audience members will just absorb and start to echo. Okay? What I try to do on the channel is I want to turn you passive listeners into actively engaging with the content, or actively learning and attempting to learn. Because I can teach people, but like, if you're only being passive about it, most of this stuff is going to go in one ear and out the other. You might like echo it and everything, but you're not really thinking about what does that mean? What am I telling you? Right? But if you're asking questions about it, about something I say, you're more actively engaging with it. Okay? part of my job as a teacher was like to turn students from passively engaging with the medium and just sitting there in class and just like, I want to go play Fortnite instead, and turning them into being like, oh, okay, well, like, so this guy Duke Ellington that was playing piano, like, why was it that he was getting so popular whenever racism was like such a big deal? But okay, so now you're asking questions, right? Like, how was this guy able to get so popular back whenever racism was? Okay, now you see the importance of like music and breaking down cultural boundaries. Ooh, it turns out if you make a thing that people who are mad at you really like, they start to ignore some of the reasons why like they apparently don't like you, you know? And you can make a lot of cultural impact by being talented like that, you know? Yeah. Like, part of what I'm trying to do here is to get you guys, like, I love creating and stuff on stream because it starts to get you guys, like, thinking a bit more actively about these games and a bit more critical on it, right? And a bit more like, well, I could make that too. Because if I keep inspiring people to think actively about this stuff, you know what that turns into? More cool shit getting made. It maybe turns some people that are out there in the audience into adventure writers who make shit that makes my game more fun. Right? Cool. Like, that's why I'm here, you know? Duke Ellington and Fortnite. Nice to kill me for saying You know, you say that, but part of me kind of thinks like, fuck, we're in a world where that could happen, man. Peter Griffin's in Fortnite, like, holy shit. Okay, so we've been looking here for a second for this one thing. I hope that makes it, like, I know that was like a little bit of a yap, but like for real, like us as influencers in this, like, wait, Skibbity Toilets in Fortnite now? Awesome. Yeah, us as influencers, really, like, the power that Cody had with that video was that he didn't really have a well-informed point on that. He kind of yapped at the camera about what he thought, hey, and someone went and picked up the character sheet, hey, right? He kind of yapped at the camera about what he thought was a point. And instead, what he had discovered is what I call, or what most of the world calls, a meta. We discover that there are certain things that are good that develop a particular play style with a couple of different war units, right? In a war game. Cool. So they've found a meta that feels pretty good for what they want to do. Okay. So, like, this combo, if he's like, oh, well, the only thing that they do is this combo, like, okay, are you guys not having fun doing that? And if you're not having fun doing that, then yeah, go play a different game. But I don't think that it requires making a video that's like, here's my whole dissection about why I don't play this game anymore. That just felt unnecessary. And like, the dude's been gone for 2 years now at this point, so I'm like, man, you should, like, that video is just not really helping anything. It's not helping discussion, you know? He was playing it wrong too. That's the thing. That's also the thing I've heard from some Pathfinder players. Is that, or some Pathfinder influencers or whatever, is he was actually interpreting some of the rulings wrong. Like, they were able to show how the rules that he was using aren't actually correct, and they're weaker than what he was saying in the video, and it wouldn't have been as good as what he said or something. I don't know, something like that. But again, it's like, oh god, I prefer playing games where this just isn't really a discussion. Like, for real. I love playing games like in the, like, OSR, where we're not doing these crazy things about crunching out builds, and it's more like, hey, what'd you guys do? Oh, you killed the giant gorilla lord and, like, made it eat the cat giant's face, and then threw it into a pool of acid where its ancestral spirits came up and ripped it down to hell. Cool. You know, like, I like so much more of that. You know, that's where my brain's at. I like coming up with, like, I love hearing, like, Wally comes up with a new puzzle. Shit, man. Like, yeah, what about it? What do we got? You know, I love hearing people coming up with different monster concepts. And I feel like that is so much more creative in the OSR space than it is in the 5e space. Modern, contemporary, whatever. Because realistically, all that's really happening in the 5e space is people are making subclasses based off of anime and Marvel movies, basically. And, like, that's fine to start out, but, like, I'm not really into superhero fantasy. And it seems like that eventually turns all the conversations into everything is so overwhelmingly about, like, I need to explain my feature to you during play and take time out of our play session to explain why this works for this situation so that I have the exact key that turns this lock and gets us moving forward. And I'm like, I don't fucking care. This guy hit the goddamn door with a stick and broke it down. Cool. Let's move it forward. You know, like, I'm so exhausted with feature text in TTRPGs that is so overwhelmingly conditional to make someone get the dopamine rush of, this applies in this situation right here. I'm going to read this to the entire table. And then, oh my God. Any good superhero playing games that are OSR but you can recommend? I think Phase Rip, Marvel, right? Is it Phase Rip? Marvel Phase Rip is like really, really highly suggested. A lot of people say GURPS. So like the generic, or what is it? Generic universal role-playing system. I don't think Masks is OSR. I'm trying to think of other OSR games that are superheroes. But specifically superheroes. What I mean by superhero fantasy is, wait. Memory killed the stream on Yuri, maybe having 37 pages of research is until I watch 2 streams. Watching 2 streams? Who the fuck else do you have, like, you're watching with me? Masks is powered by the apocalypse. Ah, thank you. Then I wouldn't recommend Masks. There's a lot of people that like Powered by the Apocalypse. For me, it's just there's not enough game there. Yeah. And I don't need a whole dissertation on why that is, by the way. Anybody that wants it? No. Don't do the whole dissertation because you're going to seem like a crazy person if you do that. Unseen Servant. Did we just give it Unseen Servant and call it a day? I'll do that for now just because I want to move forward from this one subclass. I know we got on a yap, but... Ooh. Control Alt Silent? What? Not familiar with them. Alright, let me say 3rd level spells. I like PBTA for certain kinds of games. Definitely can be hit or miss. I think PBTA can work for a lot of different stuff. It's just, for me, not my bag. Oh. It would be nice if it was an action. It's not necessary here. Remember, Dungeon Crawly. I love how you didn't comment on the 30 pages for research. Yeah, 30 pages for research is normal. Yeah, I was like, dude, I've written theses before. Like, I've definitely written. God, look, I have a 300 or a 200 page book right now that I've written. Trust me, been there. All right. It's even crazier whenever you forget that they're there. Does ENnie have something like an Artificer? Yes, and it's very good. The Mechanist. Yeah, it is very, very, very good. The only thing with it is you've got to be, I think with the Mechanist and Barony, you have to feel comfortable working with the subsystems that come in Barony. Once you get a handle on tinkering and everything, it's fucking awesome. You were gonna say that I really need to do something with them before I go to bed. They stop eating my PC memory. Magic circle? Yeah, this is like a forbiddance thing. Milled into stone. Non-detection. Yeah. Why do you have 30 pages of your abs open research? Yeah. To remind myself of what I once was. Please tell me non-detection is not on the base Artificer sub. Artificer. Okay. Good. I kind of like the idea of non-detection. You're skirmishing. You're kind of sneaking in, infiltrating. I have you curious on how many pages you have open right now. Oh man, yeah. Hey, I need to stand up for a second. Whoa. Okay. We need. Oh shit. Hi, chat. Hang on. Can I? All right. Here, we'll try this. I gotta stand up. Remove curse. This has been so weird to me. Why do they get Revivify and they don't get Remove Curse? How is Revivify more evocative of a magical tinkerer? You know, hey, what was that? Someone just buy some shit? Bacha, hey, thank you so much. Your boyfriend has so many pages open that he can't see the symbols and he adds one more page. Yeah, I saw, hang on. I fucking saw, Evan from Nimbleco. He was streaming the other day and I saw his tabs were just like, he had like 50 of them out and I was like, dude, yeah, I know that you haven't accessed some of those for days. Close the fucking window. You have 77 pages open, counting the 2 streams. But like, what are they doing? Like, what's it doing for you? I'm not accessing that page anymore. I'm just gonna close it. Remove curse. He said he needs them. No, he doesn't. He just has problems letting go. You don't need them. You can always reopen it whenever you're back on the computer again. You have 4 Twitch streams open and 1 YouTube stream? Why? Like, what's it doing? Yeah, wait, what? What? You moderate for the Twitch streams. Okay, so it's like you got a bit of your job, right? Okay, I get that. Okay, I can get that. I think we're all just a little more broken than we like to admit. Well, I mean, square peg makes sense, right? Like, I get that. I get that. If you're a moderator for a bunch of these streams, yeah, sure, I can understand. Hope you're getting paid, because that sounds like a shitload of work. I keep a ton of tabs open, just like reminders to look into that thing later. Most of the YouTube vids that looked interesting. So you're doing it as like a save this page to look later kind of a thing? To bookmark it? Yeah, you could bookmark it. A job means I'm getting paid. I get paid. I'm not getting paid. I really should though. Woof. Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's my thing, is like, it doesn't really matter how much I like a thing. To me, if I'm not getting paid for it, and someone is clearly benefiting monetarily from the work that I put into it, then I'm gonna start asking for a check. You know, and if they go find somebody else that's willing to do it for free, you know, a sucker's born every minute. All that stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. I like remove curse on their list. Honestly, fair enough. Man, here's the deal. I hear about a lot of people who, there's a lot of people who get into like my YouTube chat and start talking about how like, if they're looking to like kind of improve kind of where they are in life, their current situation, they like to figure out, you know, how to like make things better, especially like financially for a lot of people. I hear a lot of people that ask about like socially, they don't feel like they're doing super great. My ultimate like recommendation for a lot of people is like really try to value your time more. Try to put more time on and worth into your own life, where you're like, hey, I only have this finite amount of time here. I want to make sure that like I feel like I'm valued, right? That's why Taron pays his chat with good commentary and ad picks. Hey, those ad picks are 13 years old now. Right now, look, you got nothing. There is nothing but gut right here, right now. All right, we're gonna be working on that soon, but don't worry. Shit, that might be Twitch TOS. I don't fucking know anymore. Get yourself the one tab extension. Is that like it saves it as it saves it for like, hey, you had this over here, save it over here? Is that okay? So the reasons why you all have multiple tabs open like that, it sounds like you want to save them to check something out later. So my question is, number one, do you ever actually check it out later? And then number two, do you close it out after you check it out later? Or is it all just sort of a like, I might like that later, and then it just goes there and dies? Also, yes. So it's like a mix. That might just further their addiction with tabs. I mean, if the extension is doing it and it's not actually like wasting your RAM, I mean, like if it's not just sitting there making your computer suffer in the heat, quite often actually it's not just having the time to immediately address it. Yeah, but see, I feel like there's some of these where like I could ask somebody, you know, hey, what's the tabs for? And they're like, oh, that's because there's a lot of important stuff I want to check out later. And I'm like, cool. So why is it that these tabs are pictures of like Springtrap and what's the important thing we got going on here? You know? Hi, bud. What's up? Yeah? You okay? You're back closing some tabs. Yeah, right. Yeah. No, I wanted to remember this for later. Okay, what is it? Lola Bunny? Oh, okay. What, bud? Need to go outside? Are you just wanting to lay down? I'm not going to bed yet, dude. I'm not going to bed. Let us know the count first. Yeah, 1 sec. You guys do that real quick. Let me see if he wants outside.
Feeling like Rollo, so follow. It's showtime and it's
You see that, but having a list of 40-something tabs worth of species open for work on a fantasy setting is not that uncommon for you. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like this is something that like maybe we discovered. Is this typical of like a certain neurodivergence, or have we like stumbled upon something new? This could be exciting. It's like discovering another gender. We illness with the illness. Hell yeah. Are you down with the sickness? Oh, wow. We got the Saboteur, Scrivener, Wandslinger. I tend to find that, like, though, I want to get more than just, like, one letter. I need to find a couple different letters for subclasses here. I'm not happy if it's just, like, S, Saboteur, F, Scrivener, W, Wandslinger. Now, we need some, like, L. We need some, like, I don't know. We need some more color in here. You are down with the sickness using so many colors that you're so many groups of tabs you're reusing the colors. Boy. Oh, I'm likely autistic as fuck. I just have special hyperfixations and invested interest in paleozoology. You know, sometimes, I mean, it could just be the interest, right? It's always funny to me where it's like, yeah, man, God, there's this like odd behavior that I do, but I'm just autistic, you know. I wonder what happened to like it seems like so often people are just like, you know, I'm weird. But you ask like, are you autistic? And it's like, well, no. Oh, what happened to just being weird? You know. It was over the second I read paleozoology. Let's see here. Yeah, do we really have too many just weird dudes out there, right? Who is just like, hey, are you autistic, or are you just like weird? And they're just like, oh no, man. Like they said I was all good, not diagnosed or anything. I'm just really into I was gonna say pushing cats off roofs, but like no, that's probably symptomatic of a more worrying condition. What's a weird I just really like breathing on people. Like what's the like, oh yeah, no, I just like finding tables where people are eating and clearly having a conversation between them all, and I like sitting at that table and just staring at them. It's like, okay, well, so, but that's not a normal behavior, right? We know that that's like socially not really all that, you know, so maybe could we get to the center of that, you know? Are you autistic? No, I'm just weird. Yeah, I thought I was autistic. It turns out I'm just strange. Yeah. Take the RAADR test and get looked at diagnosed. RAADR test? Wait, is this like an online test? Wait, it's 10 to 30. Wait, I can take the test right now? Wait, how long does this take? It's Radzer. Looks like 80 questions. Can I find out like how? Do I see how autistic I am from this? All right, hang on. Let's see. Okay, it's 80 questions, 90 questions. Let's see what we can get through here. I'm a sympathetic person. Yeah. Wait, true only now and when I was young. Oh, interesting. True only now and when I was younger than 16. Whoa. True now and when I was young. I would think so. Jesus. What is RADSR for? Apparently detecting autism. I often use words and phrases for movies and television and conversations. I use quotes. Like, yeah, we do that. I quote stuff. I'm often surprised when others tell me I've been rude. I typically know when I'm being an asshole, and I try to be an asshole if I'm wanting to be an asshole. No, I feel like if I've been rude, I know I had it coming. Sometimes I talk too loudly or softly. I'm not aware of it. Never true. I'm always aware. I often don't know how to act in social situations. Never true. I can put myself in other people's shoes. Yeah. And when I was young, I have a hard time figuring out what some phrases mean, like, you're the apple of my eye. Well, I mean, that phrase is also not super great. Like, I don't know what some idioms are. Maybe some idioms are just a bad fucking idiom, you know? This would be a hilarious way for him to find out. We'll see. If it's like, well, yeah, you know, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Yeah, I get that, right? I don't have autism. Taron has autism. Yeah. All right. I have a hard time figuring out what some phrases mean, like you're the apple of my eye. This phrase is also just not a great. It's like, yeah, I'm proud of you. You know, like, sure, but you are the apple of my eye. I never understood that idiom. Yeah, I don't know what that idiom means, but it doesn't make sense. Yeah, yeah. I only talk to people who share my special interests. No. Wait. I only like to talk to people who share my special interests. I don't think I don't like talking to some people. Well, you know what? Here's the deal. Like, who share my special interests. I only like to talk to people who share my special interests. I mean, I'll talk with any, but no, I don't think this is true. I focus on details rather than the overall idea. I focus on details rather than the overall idea. I don't think that's true. He's literally streaming a special interest. Yes, it is a niche, right? But I don't think I don't think necessarily that is always a yes to. I only like to talk to people who share my special interests, right? Like, yeah, but literally talking to all of you. Yeah. So, like, if someone brings something up that I'm like, oh, no, what are we tangenting about now? What's this weird thing you wanted me to look at? I'll go, like, search that out or whatever. But, yeah. I always notice how food feels in my mouth. This is more important to me than how it tastes? Never true. I'll notice how food feels in my mouth. I'm sorry, but the flavor is 100% of it. Flavor's 100%. There could be weird texture things. There could be weird texture things, but I'm trying to think of a weird texture food for me that I like how it tastes, right? I have no doubts you have ADHD. Well, probably, you know. I miss my best friends or family when we're apart for a long time. Okay, oof. Hang on. Oh, this is going to make me seem like such a psycho. Okay, hang on. Now, I'm going to say this. This feels weird, okay? You can answer so privately. Well, okay, right. But I love seeing my friends and family. But the weird thing for me is, like, there will be some times where I don't notice that, like, 3 months have gone by that I haven't talked to, like, my mom. And it's like, oh, shit, wait, what? But, this is a hypothetical, okay? Not as in, like, there's ever any animosity or anything like that. I also like, I kind of feel like I'm at a point in my life where, like, hey, I'm 35 and people have other shit going on. So I just kind of like use that as my thing of like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll chat whenever like they want to go out sometime. But I'm not like, I need to talk to my friends. Or right, like, yeah, I'll vent to somebody, but it, I will say though, I do. Okay, if Amanda's not at home, I definitely miss her. Yeah, that's definitely a thing where I'm like, ugh, yeah, she's not here. This is weird. Okay. You do not miss your mom when she was away. I went on an overseas trip when I was a teenager and she got upset I never called. See, that, yeah, like, that's the thing for me, though, is like, I just don't really, for me, it's a thing like, I feel bad that it's not really a thought that comes up that I'm like, you know what? I should really call my dad. I haven't seen him in a while, or I haven't heard from him in a while. It's just not a thing that really crosses my mind very often. But I love seeing them, Luckily, our family schedule stuff to where, like, we see each other every month. But, yeah. You feel the same way with love, but I don't really want to be a bother, and sometimes I don't realize. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is I'm like, I think other people are doing shit, and usually whenever I ask the question, hey, I haven't seen you in a while, what's been going on? They're like, oh, being an adult. And I'm like, yeah, brother, right? So anyways, see you in another 6 months. Like, same, only my boyfriend is someone I pay attention to. Yeah. Like, if Amanda's not here, I definitely like, okay, well, this is weird, and I don't like that, But I know right now she's asleep there in the bedroom, and I'm like, the house is normal, Yeah. Sometimes I offend others by saying what I'm thinking, even if I don't mean to. See, I'm going to say never true. But I can tell you right now, I didn't offend this person, okay? This was a very weird, very out of character moment for me. Where at Gen Con 2023, okay, I was upstairs. Talking with Steely Sam and I think Dungeon Coach. And we were upstairs talking on this like mezzanine thing. And as I was starting to walk down the stairs with Amanda, we were talking, and I noticed Jeremy Crawford came up the stairs in the other direction. And I would never, by the way, if I see like somebody that's like a bit of a celebrity or whatever, I don't go like, oh my God, it's what. But I think because I was in conversation with Amanda at that point, my brain just went like, oh yeah, and then we're going to go to Jeremy Crawford. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? And I didn't realize I had said his fucking name, and he stopped along with the like 4 or 5 security guys that were with him or whoever was walking with him. And he turns and looks at me, and I went, you look busy. I'm going to go. And it just walked out. I was like, holy fucking shit, what did I just do? And Steely Sam looked at me. He was like, you okay? I was like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? That is the only time I can point to that I was ever like, I said something that I did not mean to say like that, But, like, do I ever get, like, so emotional that I scream something I don't mean to? Not really, It's the I rip my pants energy. Yeah, right? I was just like... I only like to think about a few things that interest me. I only like to think and talk about a few things that interest me. Not... I like to think and talk about those things, but it doesn't mean that's the only things I think and talk about. I'd rather go out to eat in a restaurant than by myself with someone I know. Wait. I'd rather go out to eat in a restaurant by myself than with someone I know? What? People do this? Wait. People... Wait, so you're the pirate cosplayer Jeremy talked about in this podcast? If that's true, and he brought that up about something that happened at Gen Con, holy fucking shit, please link me that, because that would be so goddamn funny. If he actually brought up that moment in a podcast, if you're just taking the piss, okay, whatever, but if he actually did that, please tell me that's true, because that would be so fucking funny. So goddamn funny. I have never gone out to eat at a restaurant by myself. I will go through the drive-thru, or I will go and buy the food and then take it where I will order out before I go and eat at a restaurant by myself. People do that sometimes. I never go to a restaurant to eat unless it's with people. So I never do this. Never true. Yeah. I cannot imagine what it would be like to be someone else. Never. Wait. I cannot imagine what it would be like to be someone else. Never true. Jesus Christ. I think there's so many situations where like I hear about some horrible shit that happened to somebody and I'm like, oh fuck. I almost get this pit in my stomach where I'm like, holy shit. That's horrible. Like, you know, I do if I don't want to wash dishes. You'll go sit somewhere like, yes, you've reached the I'm obviously neurotypical part of the self-assessment. I do if I don't want to wash dishes. I guess that makes sense, yeah. But God, I just don't. It feels like a restaurant is so much more of a social engagement or something. I've been told that I'm clumsy or uncoordinated. Guess not. Others consider me odd or different. I feel like as I've gotten to be an adult, I mean, I guess whenever I was younger. True, only whenever I was younger than 16. Yeah, I would say that. But like I had friends, you know, it wasn't. Yeah, I understand when friends need to be comforted. Yeah, true. No, when I was yeah, I'm very sensitive to the way my clothes feel when I touch them. How they feel is more important to me than how they look. Interesting. How they feel is more important to me than how they look. I don't know. I think both things are a factor. What? I like going to new places to eat that I find that I otherwise wouldn't go to with people because it's not a restaurant they would like. Huh. See, to me, that's so social that I'm like, at least if I find a new restaurant like that, I'm going to tell Amanda, like, we should go here. Never like, I should go here. I want to go eat at this restaurant. I feel weird if I'm eating something different than what everybody else in the room is eating. Not as in the same dish, but like the same restaurant, right? Like, if everybody else wanted to get pizza, I wouldn't take the time out to be like, you know what? I'm just gonna go grab a hamburger and then I'll rejoin you guys. Like that, what? I never do that. I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah, I had pizza last night, but like, that's what we're getting. That's cool. This is me. I constantly shrug my shoulders and readjust how my shirt feels. I do that. Like, I'll do, you know, sometimes shirts get caught in my pits and everything, but not like, you know, I'm sensitive to the way my clothes feel. I like whenever clothes feel good. I don't know. This is, yeah. I like to copy the way certain people speak and act. It helps me appear more normal. I definitely adopt mannerisms of some people, but like, wait, I like to copy the way certain people speak and act. It helps me appear more normal. Dude, I am influenced by a lot of the people that I like talk with. I even noticed once I was hanging out with my buddy Jake, Jake Lynn, sick, nasty drummer, by the way. You should like look him up. He was just on Colbert actually like last month. Anyways, Jake, hilarious dude. I love hanging out with Jake Lynn. And his fucking laugh, whenever I was in my early mid-20s, I caught his fucking laugh. He's just like, yeah, I caught the Jake Lynn laugh. So I let that, like, that kind of influence me. I like to copy the way it's... No, not that it helps me to appear more normal. I think it's just like a natural adaptation. Yeah, that's social mirroring. Yes, I was like, wait a minute, I've heard of this before. Yeah. I was a lot more clueless about social norms when I was younger, so I just copied what everyone else is doing. Interesting. It can be very intimidating for me to talk to more than one person at the same time. True, yes, actually, and when I was young. Yeah. Wait. For me to talk to more than one person at the same time. Oh, hang on. Okay. Actually, I'm going to say this. Wait. True when I was young? Hang on. Because this sounds like stage fright. But this also, I don't think this means stage fright, does it? Can someone tell me? Because if I'm in a conversation and there are people who are... Yeah, you literally... Yeah. But what I mean by this is like, hang on. So like, this isn't stage fright, right? So what this is to me is like, whenever I'm in a conversation with somebody, here is the reason why I don't like going to Amanda's family for Thanksgiving, but I love going to mine, and I don't mind it, right? It's not because of the people or anything like that. It's because whenever there's a conversation going on at my family's Thanksgiving, it's like there's maybe one or two conversations going on, and they're very conscious of who's talking, right? However, over at Amanda's family's Thanksgiving, there's like 4 conversations going on, and whoever is the loudest is the person who is dictating what is being talked about at that moment. And if you're not interested in talking about that, you start up another conversation with someone else. That is chaos to me, and it feels rude. And I was taught as a kid, hey, you should be conscious of how other people are speaking, or when other people are speaking, right? Is it because you get to sleep in your race car bed that Amanda doesn't like? That's fair too. Yeah. Do I hate talking in groups of 3 or 4? Or are you intimidated by talking over people? Shit like that. I'm not intimidated necessarily by talking over somebody. I try not to because I think it's polite, right? I think it's polite to be like, hey, what do you... Okay, whatever. But if someone's dictating the conversation, then if someone's just like talking about some shit that like I'm bored with, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna go now, and I'll leave it. I'll just leave the talk. Yeah, one thing about me that you guys will find is like, I don't do shit I don't want to do. Okay, so like, if I'm in the middle of doing a thing that I'm like, all right, well, I only do stuff that I actually want to make happen, right? If I want to be at like a club or something, and like Amanda doesn't want to go, I'll be like, or wait, sorry. If Amanda like really wants to go to some club and I don't want to go, I'll be like, is there a chance that like somebody else might want to go with you or whatever? And if like, you know, okay, well, we'll go down the line. Okay, well then I'll go, right? Because I want to make her happy, you know? But like, if someone's like, Taron, I really need you to do this thing over here, or you should do this thing over here because that will make you a better XYZ thing or whatever, I'm going to be like, I don't fucking care. What? No, like, I'm not going to do the thing. I've straight up left relationships because I just got to that point where I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Cool, later. And like, I just stopped, you know. Yeah. This is one thing. Hang on, I will say this. One thing I didn't realize I was doing that was a bit of a like shitty behavior as a guy was like whenever I was in my early 20s and like kind of my late teens. Okay. Whenever I was trying to get out of a relationship, I would just stop talking to the girl. And it wasn't a, like, I've learned now this is not a good thing to do, right? But I would just stop responding because, like, I just didn't want to be in the relationship anymore. And in my brain, I was like, okay, I'm out of it now. And so I, psychologically, was, like, out of it. And this got me, like, the, like, reputation of being a player and all this other shit that I was like, wait. As I've gotten older, I've been like, okay, I understand why that got developed. But whenever I was that age, it was just kind of like, I don't know. I don't want to be in this relationship anymore, so I'm just not in it. And I would just like forget to tell. Why am I laughing? This isn't like. Oh Christ. I have to act normal to please other people and make them like me. I have to act normal. So this is like, I can't be myself, right? Right? We do things we don't like for our partners, so they listen to talk about how the D20's better than the D6 for 6 hours. Yeah. Right? It's okay to laugh at your old self, probably a good thing. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Trust me. That, I'm like, look, I don't act like that, right? Like, and that's something, whenever I was younger, I was like learning how to be a human. And I would see that type of behavior these days, and I'd be like, dude, like, don't ghost people. That's shitty. Like, tell them you don't want to be in a relationship with them anymore. Like, you get a fucking backbone, all right? Like, but yeah, I have to act normal to please other people and make them like me. Dude, if people don't like me, it's like, fucking, okay, fine. Like, whenever I was young, maybe I was like, I thought that, like, maybe I had to, like, whatever. I'm so much happier. Just like, dude, I don't give a fuck. Like, if you don't like me, okay, whatever. The only thing that bothers me about this is, like, wait, I meant when I said new Taron slaps old Taron with his winter attitude. The only thing about this that I'm like, that does bother me, I don't care if people don't like me. That's fine. People don't like me, whatever. Like, I get it. I don't, cool, okay. But if you go out of your way to talk shit about me because you don't like me, then I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know, like, you make shit up to, like, what? Are you really that? What? What the fuck? You're so cool. All right, you're gonna get mod status there. No. I just make sure to make eye contact and respond instead of just thinking about someone said, is that acting normal? You make sure to make eye contact and respond? No, I'm conscious of that, right? Like, part of that is like, look, even with you all, I got a camera right here that's inside of my teleprompter so that like I could put chat over here and it would look like as I was reading chat, I was talking to you all, right? The problem with that was I started watching back the VODs on it and it looked very creepy. This way that you all can see that like I'm over here reading a chat right now and talking to you all is more like, this feels more normal. It's understood I'm reading chat there. But whenever I'm looking at a camera, it feels so much more like I'm doing a presentation about a thing. Not that like, this feels less human than if I was over here reading the fucking stuff off the screen, right? Like, yeah. Do you mask in social situations? I did. I used to. I used to really care about what people thought I was. Like, people would think that like I was their idea of what a cool person was, right? And that led to a lot of people just like not really liking me because I didn't know how to be that, and I just came across like some inconfident liar or something like that. But whenever I got to be older and it was like, you know, someone asking me, hey, do you like this thing over here? And I'm like, oh, do you like that thing? Because if you do like that thing, then I like that thing. But if you don't like that thing, then I don't like that thing. You know, right? No, I was just like, oh, no, it's not my thing. Cool. All right, what else do you want to talk about? Something we both like? All right, cool. Let's talk about that. Whatever. You know? Making eye contact with people was like one of those things that was really drilled into me whenever I was younger. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, kind of. Wait, the big difference between Skyrim / Oblivion versus Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3 talking camera is so much less creepy. Yes, I agree, right? So, like, you see me over here talking to you guys, and, like, we're kind of having the conversation like that. However, here, if I was to move chat... Here, let's do... Now, what I could do is move chat all the way over here, right? And whenever I'm reading it here, you guys will notice I have you guys on my teleprompter now, okay? So it's like, Data / Soundwave favorite character gang rise up. I'm like, yeah, brother. Zine Games, I always avoided looking in the eye and instead staring at the bridge and the bridge of their nose. I'm like, yeah, I could see that thing, but like, I don't know. There's something so weird about me looking into the camera and reading it instead of looking over here and seeing the chat. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. I don't know what it is. I tried it. I bought this teleprompter because I was like, it feels somehow overly personal to look into the camera. Exactly, right? It feels somehow overly personal to look into the camera. No, I agree with you. See, right? So if I look over here, it's like, oh no, I see what you said. I can engage with it and kind of move on. But, oh, it's weird. Oh, it's so weird. Guy or girl I have a crush on. I just had eye surgery. Me too. Oh my god. Yeah, I like the way that Dan is kind of doing their romance right now. It's so brutally clear that like Momo and Okarun definitely have a thing for each other. But the thing that I like is that they are showing like Momo isn't really anxious. She's just kind of waiting on him to like, hey, dude, do the dude thing. You know, like, I like you, but like you gotta tell me that you like me as well before I can like kind of do the things I want to do, right? But like if literally, because like the whole plot is the dude lost his balls, right? So like it's all a thing about overcoming anxiety and just like growing a backbone. Like dude, Day-to-Day is fucking sick. It is one of my favorite anime, I think, since Spy Family. Yes, I'm just an awkward guy. Yeah. Oh man, meeting new people is usually easy for me. Yeah, I deal with you. I deal with you fucks that come into my stream all the time and scream slurs at me and shit. Yeah, never true. I get highly confused when someone interrupts me when I'm talking about something I'm very interested in. I get highly confused when someone interrupts me when I'm talking about something I'm very interested in. And this is also context-based here. It's difficult for me. It's difficult for me to understand how other people are feeling when we're talking. Never true. I mean, are they giving me a context clue for it? Like, fucking body language? I mean, whatever. Like, here's another thing that I do. I learned one of the bad kind of social behaviors I was doing was like I would get into a conversation with some people and I would kind of like hold my arms like this, right? And I realized later on that people took that to mean that like I was like frustrated or that I was angry or something like that, right? And I'm like, wait, what? No, I was just like, I don't know, just felt like I was hanging out. What's going on? So whenever I stopped doing that and I like put my hands like down to my side or like in my pockets, a lot more people were willing to have longer conversations with me or like whatever, right? It was like, oh, wait, so what's this social cue, you know? Or I don't know. It's certain things like that. I try to be a bit more conscious of, God, I don't know. You know what? Whenever I was a teenager, it was a lot harder to. And I'm gonna say this, okay? Taron, only dads and a genie get to cross their arms like that. Okay, look, I gotcha. Okay, right. Fucking the genie stance. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. Whenever I would stand like this, okay, and it would be like, right, yeah, all right, that's what's going on right now, right? Yeah, but that comes off as closed off and insecure to a lot of people. I was like, oh, well, shit, no, I was just standing that way because I thought that's what. Okay, well, whatever, you know. Wait, where's that going up? Okay, so whenever I was a teenager, right, I didn't realize how much fucking boob staring I was doing. And then as I got older, I realized that right about my early 20s, what my eyeline was doing whenever I was talking to some women. It wouldn't be a thing where it was like with dudes, I'd be like, yeah. And with women, it would be like, yeah. Okay, so the difference there being, whenever it was a guy, it's just like an immediate like snap to their face. And if it was a woman, there was like a bit of a come up, right? I don't think, I think whenever I was a teenager, I was way worse about like just quick, like, oh my God, there's boobs right there. There's boobs, you know? You got to make sure to stare at guys' boobs too. Yes, that's the real strategy right there, right? It's not to correct the misogynist behavior. It's to just make everybody uncomfortable. That's the thing, you know? Or, yeah, I mean, I guess it all depends, you know? Yeah, it moves better, yeah. I like having a conversation with several people, for instance, around a dinner table at school or work. Yeah, like, look, we're all here. I like having a conversation. True now, and when I was young, I'd say maybe whenever I was younger, I was a little bit more closed off, but like, yeah. Taron was way worse at hiding himself looking at boobs when he was younger. Yeah! Dude. You know, here's the other thing. As somebody that wears an eye patch, okay? As somebody that wears an eye patch, every fucking kid would fail the goddamn autism quiz as soon as you put a goddamn person with an eye patch in front of them. Because they all either come up and they're going like, Mom, he's a pirate, right? Or they can't help but stare and think that you're a bad guy. Okay? Like, oh man. All the guys getting jealous. Why won't Taron stare at my titties? Look, depends on the shape. Okay? Depends on the firmness. And also the face, too. The face is like, wait, yeah. You just find the eyes way prettier. Man, I don't know. There is something about, like, yeah, I think as I've gotten older, no, you know what? Wait, you say the eyes are way prettier. I will say, maybe this is a conceited thing, If I was to say that like my favorite waifu on Chainsaw Man is Himeno, what is that saying about me? I guess. I take things too literally, so I often miss what people are trying to say. Never true. No, I feel like whenever people are doing this, like, I feel like whenever people do this, I'm like, I think you're overanalyzing this stuff, man. I think, like, I hear somebody that, like, kind of gets, like, I've seen some people that will, like, rush to feel a bit, I hate to say rush to get offended, but it feels like they're immediately upset about something instead of taking the time to, like, maybe kind of understand what was going on, right? So I'd say never true here. It's very difficult for me to understand when someone is embarrassed or jealous. Never true. Never true. Only time I've had a situation like this happen was I was at a bar here called Mainline, and there's another chick. She's a jazz singer in town. Her name's Stephanie Oliver. Stephanie's awesome. Lesbian, by the way. And this is important. I didn't just say lesbian because that, whatever. No, it's important for this. I knew that she was a lesbian. Amanda did not. So, whenever she was doing things, like, she was like laughing, and then she like put her arm on my shoulder like this, and she was like, ha, 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 right? I've known this chick for like 8 years. Okay, I knew she's not into dudes, and I didn't think she would signal that at me or whatever. We've worked together, okay? Like, we've done gigs and stuff together. Amanda was not aware, and this is her first time meeting this chick, and she felt very upset that she did that, and I was like, Amanda, she's but I didn't know about it until after the conversation. But yeah, I just meant loyalty and understanding. I'll look for lack of better words. Yeah. I just want to say, for embarrassed / jealous, I don't run into those emotions a lot in other people. I can tell whenever someone's embarrassed, typically just by the situation that happened, and I'm like, ooh, that sucks for you, man. I kind of wonder if The Office is a litmus test for autism, because if people are like, if they watch The Office and they're like, I don't get it, why is this like, why is this funny? It's like, okay, maybe like you don't really get cringe. Maybe, I don't know. You missed the entire pretext and you just heard lesbian, by the way, and suddenly it was a jump scare. Yeah. Yeah, why did she pitches for the other team? Yeah, I was like, look, whatever you think is going on there, it's not. She doesn't like dudes, okay? That was a fun combo, though. Some ordinary textures that do not bother others feel very offensive when they touch my skin. Maybe Amanda ought to take this. Amanda hates it whenever there's wet grass on her feet. She will, like, freak the fuck out if there's wet grass on her feet. I get extremely upset when the way I like to do things is suddenly changed. God damn it, come on. I get extremely upset when the way I like to do things is suddenly changed. I'll just say true now and when I was young. Because it's like, that's annoying. I was working here. I got the thing done. You want me to change the entire way? Well, like, it's done. I don't know, that seems like annoying. Wet grass is evil. You can tell some more about your friend, but after talking about it, I don't mind anymore. Yeah. Maybe they'll laugh too hard. Maybe Amanda should take this. Yeah, no, for real. I've never wanted or needed to have what other people call an intimate relationship. I've never wanted or needed to have what other people call an intimate relationship. Does autism mean you just don't like pussy or what? Like, what's like, I don't. So like, they just don't want to. They don't want the closeness. Like, they don't want to be romantic with other people. Maybe. What? Or maybe they. If you like a casual thing, you like a casual thing. I don't know. Okay. Not just intimate. Huh. I didn't notice that question. That's an autism thing. I think anything particular. Autism means you are fine with not being in a relationship. They just don't need people close to them. It means like a close friendship. That's really weird because like some of the people that I know that have said that they were diagnosed with autism. I mean, I know that they're in like healthy relationships. And I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna think too hard about that one. Like not being in almost any kind of relationship. How weird. I mean, how weird as in like I didn't know that. Like, yeah. It's just one of those spectrum things. Gotcha. It's difficult for me to start and stop a conversation. I need to keep going until I'm finished. It's annoying if somebody keeps fucking interrupting me. That's for sure. I need to keep going until I'm finished. I don't know, man. It's annoying, but not like I think anybody's annoyed by that. I speak with a normal rhythm. Chat, you tell me. Do I speak with a normal rhythm? Is this a normal rhythm? Or do we need to throw off the cadence and order? What is this talking about? I speak with a normal rhythm? I speak fast. Like everyone can present different traits related to the tism. There's truly a range. Yeah. I've been confused on how relationship stuff works in social sense, but I don't think it is. It's autism. Huh. There are many types of autism. Yeah, you speak normally? Okay, then I'm going to go with... Wait, I speak with a normal rhythm. True now and when I was young. Monotone gang checking in here. Really? So you don't speak with an emotion. It's just sort of sitting there talking. The same sound, color, or texture can suddenly change from very sensitive to very dull. Like that? I improved after I stopped using that British accent. Yeah, I know. That was like the big mistake in my YouTube career, was ever trying to think that I could pass that off for longer than, a week. Tried to mask my goddamn Okie. I feel like I make sure to stop and think about what you're going to say unless you're excited at something. Yeah. You speak a little bit too fast. Oh no, that's the times too. The same sound, color, and texture can suddenly change from very sensitive to very dull. The same sound, color, or texture can suddenly change from very sensitive to very dull. The same sound. Okay, so this is... You are perceiving that thing different based on no other change other than your own perception, correct? Picture pacing, basically. Interesting. How bizarre. I'd never known that. The phrase, "I've got you under my skin," makes me feel uncomfortable. Yeah, I've got you under my skin. It's a weird one, but not... what? Oh, also chat, I got a 172. Oh, on this thing? Okay, now I'm interested. It gives me a score. I hate that phrase with a passion. Oh, so it's like you get a number that tells you like how autistic you are on here? Oh, sick. All right, high score. Sometimes the sound of a word or high-pitched noise can be painful to my ears. The sound of a word or high-pitched noise can be painful to my ears. I have tinnitus, though. The sound of a word or high-pitched noise can be painful to my ears. Well, yeah. I mean, that's true for everybody. True now, and when I was young, it's like getting an IQ test. Oh, man. Can be painful to my ears. How is that not everybody? That's just a high-pitched noise. More how much you should consider seeking further testing. You're 164? Oh, shit. Okay. I'm an understanding type of person. Yeah. If someone comes to me and they're like, "Hey, I had this problem going on. You mind listening?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. What's up?" Like, I do not connect with characters in movies and cannot feel what they feel. Never fucking true. I cannot tell when someone is flirting with me. Never fucking true. All right. No. If someone's slinging that stuff my way, instant eat that shit up. Instant. I connect with LCDR data on my Spirit Android. The sound of a word? Oh, the sound of a word. So particular words are the thing that hurts them? Or a high-pitched noise can be painful to my ears? Look, if it's like somebody like nails on a chalkboard, then yeah, like but that gets everybody. I'm the messiah of the TTRPG Tistic. If my score is this fucking low, though, I don't know that I'm your goddamn messenger, you know? For reference, 160 is a strong evidence for autism. Interesting. How is that not everybody catchphrase of people with autism? Oh, fuck! Not once have I thought they are into me. Oh, man, I'm sorry, because that feeling fucking rocks. Sometimes the sound of a word or high-pitched noise can be painful in my ears. Okay, I'm gonna move on from that one. I can see in my mind in exact detail things I'm interested in. Yeah, I'm actually super visual on like I've got synesthesia is another thing. I keep lists of things that interest me, even when they have no practical use. For example, sports statistics, train schedules. Why is train schedules a thing for so many autistic people? I saw this thing where a guy cataloged train routes on an Excel spreadsheet, and I'm like, why? I've seen this more than once as an autism thing. Is it like because they're consistent? Calendar dates, historical fact and dates? No, I've never done this. When I feel overwhelmed by my senses, I have to isolate myself to shut them down. Never true. I mean, trains are awesome. Trains are awesome. I like trains. Trains are cool. It's because trains are extremely detailed, historical, and tactile. Wait, so it's actually a train thing and not just a, like, it's something that has a consistency to it? Like, there's a routine, and therein that, there is more of a reason why trains are more an autistic trigger than just scheduling? Mechanical, predictable, tactile, auditory. Also see steam engines, so... Is this... Wait, so... If I'm making an inference here, is the Thomas the Tank Engine memes just all about autism? Or in like some kind of autistic thing? Or is that just a totally unrelated deal? Because trains are fucking sick. Trains are cool. I'd love to ride on a train, you know, but it's because I think that they're a more efficient means of transportation. Not because I really like trains, I don't think. Various qualities of trains. You couldn't say, huh? I like to talk things over with my friends. Yeah, true now and when I was young. Yeah. The repetitive sound of a train. The chuck, chuck, chuck. Brain candy. Wow. Okay. I cannot tell if someone is interested or bored in what I'm saying. Never true. God, never true. Yeah, and sometimes it's been painful whenever I can be like, you are not into this conversation. I'm going to move on. And, yeah. Have you ever had the urge to disassemble something just to see how it works? Yeah. Oh, yeah. TV remote. Whenever I was a kid, I used to take apart the TV remote. Pissed off my dad a lot, but, you know. TV remote, calculator. I'd like to see how it works. Yeah. Disassembly. Yeah. People are trying to nerd emoji trains and they don't realize trains are just freaking sick. It can be very hard to read someone's face, hand, and body movements when they're talking. Ow. Never true. I don't know. The same thing, like clothes or temperatures, can feel very different to me at different times. Can feel very different to me at different times? Cold is cold. What? But like you like cold and it feels better whenever you've been hot. So like if I've been sweating, I'm gonna like go hop, like it's maybe open up the freezer and be like, oh my God, yes. Or like stand in front of the AC. Yes, that feels great. But if it's in the winter and I come inside and like it's still fucking cold in front of the AC, I'm gonna be like, Jesus Christ, no, it's hurt. Like, put on some heat. I'm not comfortable, right? Cold equals always good. Hot, never good? What? Really? Wait, so like they can feel very different to me at different times. Yeah, like I'm saying yes, right? Include showers. Hot, never good, agreed. 80 degrees during the day is very different from 80 at night. Yeah, right? Oh shit, I did not know that was a thing. I feel very comfortable with dating or being in social situations with others. Yeah. I like trying to figure out what the fuck we want to do with this person I'm just trying to get to know, and like there's like a fun puzzle in that, you know. Showers, I do enjoy hot. Yeah, I like comfortable temperatures and dislike uncomfortable temperatures. True, yeah. Relatable, right? You've been taking cold showers, so I forgot. Wow, no, I'm like, yeah, like I like mine like fucking steaming hot. I need that shit to feel uncomfortable to anybody else getting in there. Yeah. I try to be as helpful as I can when other people tell me about their personal problems. Yeah. I try to figure out what we can do to address a personal problem. Yeah. I've been told I have an unusual voice, for example, flat, monotone, childish, or high-pitched. I've been told I have an unusual voice, but it's because I have a fucking fistula, not because... Okay, so you know how whenever I talk, some people have said it sounds breathy when I talk? My S sounds sound odd, like it sounds like there's wind or something coming out of my face. It's because there is. I have a hole that goes up from the top of my mouth into my nasal passage. It's called a fistula. It's from a result of tissue not totally healing during a surgery. As a result, I can't, like, keep a seal on my mouth whenever I'm, like, talking or whatever. As a result, if I do S sounds, it blows air out of my nose, and it produces that whistle. It's annoying, but I learned to control it a little bit. But yeah, but not because of this, not because of like a speech thing. Stop trying to cook yourself like a lobster. Yeah. Oh, she hates it. Like whenever we've ever showered together, she's always trying to keep it at like. See, for me, I fucking dime it. It's like all the way on, right? She's like, I need it at like 70, 60%, and I'm just like, okay, well. Let me get through with mine, and then you take yours. I've been told that I have an unusual voice. Not true. I don't know. Sometimes a thought or subject gets stuck in my mind that I have to talk about it, even if no one's interested. I mean, yeah, that's normal. I mean, if someone doesn't want to talk with me about it, then I'm like, okay, then whatever. This doesn't feel like it's the thing where I'm like, no, wait, you guys shut up. I have to talk about this right now. Like, no. Dang it, it's 4 a.m. I gotta go. Excited to receive these. Hey, thanks so much for hanging out, Josephat. Yeah. Welcome, and have a good night, man. Sometimes a thought or subject just gets stuck in my mind. I have to talk about it. Okay, I don't think so. I do certain things with my hands over and over again, like flapping, twirling sticks or strings, waving things with my... Yeah, it's a fidget. Yeah. Do you pull out the rubber duck in that case? Whenever it's hot? Wait, what? Stuck thoughts. Not me repeating the latest Northern Lion stem until everyone near me is mad. Yeah, my latest one has been, let's beat them with hammers. Oh my Christ, that has been so fucking funny. Anytime that there's like, if I hear somebody is even slightly mad about something, this has been the really funny thing. I've been watching, like, people get so pissed off on social media or whatever about, like, hey, this person has been, like, questionable at times. I've been like, oh, what do you want me to do? Block them on social media? Beat them with fucking hammers? Like, yes. Like, oh my God, get real. I've never been interested in what most of the people I know consider interesting. Never true. What is this thing you're into? Let me hear it. Like, all right, cool. If you're enthusiastic about a thing, look, let me tell you something right now. The fucking hottest thing to me with like anybody I've ever dated has been them telling me what it is they do. Like, okay, well, what's going on? Oh, well, I'm a journalist. Oh, okay. Well, what do you like? What do you like covering? And then just hearing them talk about that. That is like, if they're like passionate about a thing that they want to talk about it like that, yeah, fucking cool. Like, let me hear it. You know, I'm considered a compassionate type of person. I hope people on Twitter are gonna say something different. You know, reminds me of the hammer piano that one guy made. Oh, yeah, I love people being excited and passionate. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm considered a compassionate type of person. Like, I hope that people would feel that way. I don't know that they do. The hottest thing I heard people say was when I was dating my name. Wait. The hottest thing I heard people say when I was dating was my name is Amanda. Amanda is the first Amanda I've ever dated, it turns out. A compassionate type of person. I guess so. I don't know, man. I don't know what other people really think about me all that much. I get along with other people by following a set of specific rules that help me look normal. What the fuck? What the fuck? No. Okay, wait. Hang on. This was like a weird trick here. Because I think people that don't just have manners, like, this is what I think are manners. Where I'm like, hey, whenever we go out in public, and there's like little kids and stuff, I'm not gonna fucking like, cuss like a sailor or anything like that. I'm not gonna say like, oh, dick, pussy, vagina. Like, that's not me, right? But like, whenever I'm at home or whatever, that's a whole other thing. But that's not a very specific set of rules. That's just like common fucking courtesy. It'd be funny if you only dated people named Amanda and you said that. Yeah, like Ken Takakura. I think that's just courtesy. But is that subconscious? I mean, yeah, I'm not actively thinking about like, oh, I can't cuss like this in front of people or whatever. I mean, I'm like, is there somebody around that I shouldn't say this with? Then like, yeah, eye contact, keeping still, no flapping. Holy shit, what? And wait, what is flapping? I feel weird looking this up. What is flapping? What is is there like an autistic flap? Like what? Autistic stimming and flapping? Wait, what is flapping? What? Oh, that that's an autistic thing. It's a form of emotional regulation. What? Oh, I didn't know that. Huh. I will be honest, if you don't have wings, you might not have autism. Oh no! Like, it's very difficult for me to work and function in groups. Okay, yes. I'm gonna say this. Here's my deal. The reason why this is rough for me, I don't work well in collab situations because I have to actualize my own vision, or I feel like everybody else is doing stuff that they can to make sure I don't get my vision through. So I would rather do my own thing instead of work in a group. Because I know that I would get the thing done the way I want it instead of rely on other people to help me make the thing I want to make. That's 100% why that's there. Yeah. But actually, what is flapping? Okay, it looks like it's the whenever you do the single hand clap thing, right? Like that. But they're like this. I never been a thing for me. Learning how to work with groups is even hard even without the autism. Yeah. I have trouble letting go of control of the project. Yeah. Wrist more like jelly. So, like that? Ow! I just... You have the side-to-side version. I'm learning some new shit tonight. When I'm talking to someone, it's hard to change the subject. If the other person does so, I get very upset and confused. Never true. No. I'm just like, you know, hey, let's like stay on topic, I guess. But yeah, sometimes I have to cover my ears to block out painful noises like vacuum cleaners. I can chat and make small talk with people. I'm better about it now than I was whenever I was young, but like I think that's just kind of true for everybody. Sometimes things that should feel painful are not. For instance, when I hurt myself or burn my hand on the stove. Whoa, oh, I had that backwards. Sometimes things that should feel painful are not. For instance, when I hurt myself or burn my hand on that stove. What? Some of y'all are out here like burning your fucking hands and not feeling it? Like you just cooked your goddamn like finger meat on the stove and you're just like, oh, what? Or like pain receptor? Is this like a, what? Tore a ligament and walked on it. I can't stand to put a little skin on my nail. Dude, what? I will say though, like, no, okay, you have a high pain tolerance. I have a high pain tolerance, but it's because I had my fucking face blown off and I felt what 3rd degree burns are like, right? I've been through like having my goddamn throat cut open and then sewn back shut without any kind of like anesthetic. Like, been there, right? I felt way crazy severe pain. Kidney stone. Still, the last thing that made me actually cry from the pain or like made me feel like I am like legitimately hurt was a kidney stone. Other than that, everything else I've been brushing off. I broke 2 toes this year. Broke both of them. Laughed at it because it was so fucking stupid the way that it happened. It hurt, but only whenever I was like exacerbating it, right? But I know that's because I have a high pain tolerance. Pain sensitivity and painkillers don't work on your nerves. That would suck. That would suck a lot. People with jackets surround me while you're in a t-shirt and shorts. What? The only time I've been floored by pain was growth spurts causing irregular heartbeats. Yeah, I have to move this back over here because it's very odd. Oh. Where'd that go? Okay. Shit, everything just like freaked out on me. You're like Aragorn. You needed a tooth extraction. I can still feel it despite having 4 injections. Fuck, that sucks. Fuck, that really sucks. And I'm sorry about that. Holy shit, that sucks. For martial arts, you punched off the skin of my knuckles and was unaware that it's not actually something a lot of people can do willingly. Jesus Christ. Wonder for every kind of surgery. Yeah. Were they your toes you were breaking? Yeah, left toes. When talking to someone, I have a hard time telling when it's my turn to talk or listen. Never true. I'm considered a loner by those who know me best. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, I kind of just did my own thing. I usually speak in a normal tone. Yeah. I like things to be exactly the same day after day and even small changes on my achievement. No. How to make friends and socialize is a mystery to me. Never true. It calms me to spin around or rock and share when I'm feeling stressed. It calms me to spin around or rock and chip when I'm feeling stressed. To spin around or rock in a chair when I'm feeling stressed. So I gotta get this because it's like soothing maybe. But are you all like out here freaking out about work and then running around in circles? I pace, right? Spinning was such a thing whenever you were a kid. What? You've not been really following the new PHP. I refuse to pay WotC any money, but surely after seeing how WotC's been running the game to the ground, why is surprised it's so for? Man, you might be a little bit late on stream. We're gonna go back to that, but yeah, I want to take this test. It was fascinating to me. Standing in place and spinning. That calms you down. Hang on. All right, we're gonna see. Do I feel stressed right now? Let me stress myself out for a second. Okay. Money. Make money. Okay. I don't know. Okay. And standing in place. This is supposed to be stress relieving. Like that. And you're supposed to chill after that. Rocking in your chair was such a bad habit as a kid. I mean, I spin in my chair because, like, that's fun. But, I mean, I haven't in a while. Take off your headphones and do it. But, I mean, you know, it was there. I don't know. Looks more like hanging yourself. Well, you know. Depends on what we get on this test, all right? The phrase "he wears his heart on his sleeve" does not make sense to me. No, it means that, like, you know exactly what he's feeling at that moment. Never true. If I'm in place where there are many smells, textures to feel, I feel anxious or frightened. Not frightened, no. Maybe anxious? I can tell when someone says one thing but means something else. Yes. I like to be by myself as much as I can. Not really. I'm fine with it, you know? Spinning just doesn't hit for some, I guess. It would make me dizzy. It's fast spinning until your brain touches your skull. What? Y'all are out here when you're stressed out, standing in place and spinning fast to de-stress? What? Slows the thoughts. When I was a kid, yeah. I'm fascinated now with this. I keep my thoughts stacked in my memory like they're on filing cards, and I pick out the ones I need by looking through the stack and finding the right one, or another unique way. I keep my thoughts stacked in my memory like they're on filing cards, and I pick out the ones I need by looking through the stack and finding the right one. So, you're more of a floor time person. What? So is this more of like a abstract idea of, like, cinematically in your head you are thinking about, you have to sort to find this thing? I hate to say, you love how I've reacted to people's responses. You could people's for this. I'm like, this is stuff I'm genuinely like, I didn't know about the flapping thing. Like, what? I'm learning now. I keep my thoughts stacked in my memory like they're on filing cards. I pull the ones I need by looking through the stack and finding the right one. So it seems like to me this is I'm just gonna say never true because I don't really understand. To me, it's just like, hey, you remember that time that, like, we went to Colorado? Like, it's something like that, right? I don't really, yeah. It's a visualization thing, yeah. Okay, that's cool. But like, if there's something that helps you out with that, then, like, that just seems like a not really a study habit, but because it's pertaining to memory. Imagining memories like that seems helpful. Really? It's like visualizing a bookshelf to store ideas. I've never had to really think about that. It's just like, if I need something, or, like, I need to remember, like, what to do in the situation. Like, I don't know, someone asked me what's the, like, minor third of a C minor chord. I'm like, A flat. Yeah, easy. Okay, so if I go to C, what's a sixth up from C? What's a major sixth up from C? I'm gonna go A. You know, right? I don't have to really, like, sort that out. It's just sort of something that's, like, there in my psyche. You know, I don't know. I store all my memories in the Tower of Babel, personally. They talk about the people that memorize pi. So they store the people that do that to memorize pi feel it as a repository that they can access, and they visualize the bookshelf in order to pull the digits out. That feels like so much more work just to memorize something, or like to recall a thought. What? People that memorize pi have autism, to be fair. Well, no, I mean, like, no, I'm gonna say all the people that I've ever met that have memorized pi as an activity, autistic. Come on now. The same sound seems very loud and very soft, even though I know it has not changed. The same sound sometimes seems very loud or very soft, even though I know it has not changed. This can be called... But as in... Okay, if it's the exact same sound, I'm going to say no, never true. But this feels like I'm overthinking this one for what it's asking. Castle with rooms that make sense. You memorize it thinking of a castle with rooms that make sense. In this room, there is 1, 4, 6, 9, 2, 8, 3, 5, 7, 4, 5. If I just got that out there and it was randomly the right digits to pi, that would be the dumbest coincidence I've ever experienced in my life, and I'm so pissed that, like, I haven't bought a lottery ticket in my life. When I memorize a passage, it does help if I memorize how it looks on the page as well, and I'm almost rereading it in my mind. Maybe it's something like that. Interesting. I enjoy spending time eating and talking with my family and friends. Yeah. I can't tolerate things I dislike. The smells, texture. I can't tolerate things I dislike, like smells, sounds, or smells, textures, colors, or sounds. You can't tolerate them? How about, like, well, okay, so if someone says, like, I can't tolerate things I dislike, boy, that's kind of endemic of a lot of other behaviors I'm seeing online right now. 1 room per digit. What? Whoa, weird. Like, do you avoid eating because peas are in your food? No. I'm like, hey, can I get this without the tomatoes? Like, thank you, you know? But not... No, I don't go out of my way to, like, inconvenience somebody else just because, like, I'm not really a big fan of this right here. Yeah. The texture of apple is so bad that I can't eat them even though they taste so good. What? If the room is smelly, you don't get out? Well, no, I take care of what's smelly in the room. If the dog took a shit on the carpet, I'm going to clean it up. I'm not going to go, oh, I better go to the living room instead. You know? Like, if there's a problem, take care of it. Like, if a light bulb breaks, I change the light bulb. Or being in a room, or avoid being in a room because the room smells like Axe? I mean, that's one situation, but, like, I'm not really going into little boys' locker rooms often. No, wait. I don't think often was the right word there. I think I should have said at all. I don't like being hugged or held. I like hugs. Like, hey, come up and give me a hug. All right, cool. When I go somewhere, I have to follow a familiar route, or I get very confused and upset. No. Fragrances are so strong compared to natural smells, you get headaches from a lot of them. Oh, huh. It's difficult to figure out what other people expect of me. Look, what they expect of me is different than what they can reasonably get out of me. And if I'm not over-committing or over-promising, then whatever. Like, if someone asks for more than that, I'm like, go fuck yourself. Like, hugging is weird. I like it, but sometimes it makes my skin crawl. Well, that's all dependent. Like, yeah, I mean, some hugs, if someone comes up to me And they're just like, "Are you Taron?" I'm like, "Yeah." And they go, "Hug." I'm just like, "Fucking what?" I'm like, dude, huh? But like, if someone's like, "Hey, are you like, are you Taron Indestructoboy?" Like, someone did this at Gen Con, okay? And they were like, "Hey, dude, I'm having like all the other YouTubers like sign this dice tray I got. Would you mind signing it?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, man." And then I'm like, "Yeah, you having a good con? Whatever, you know." Like we go, we bullshit and yada yada yada. And then after that, like the dude was like, and I was like, "Yeah, all right, cool. I'll, give you a hug, But like, if you like bring me in and you're like, "Oh my god, so that is what you smell like," I'm like, "Oh fuck, what the shit?" Like, could you stream even after the smell of broken light bulb stinks a room, even after you've taken care of it? So if the room continues to smell bad, I mean, like, I would try to figure out a way to get rid of the smell. But like, if I can't get rid of it, I'd be like, "Oh, man, yeah, that's obnoxious." But if it smells that bad and I'm like, "Jesus Christ, I gotta get out of here," something's way wrong with that room. You can only handle it if you're informed that it's going to happen. An unannounced hug triggers some deep-seated prey response or something. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get that. I like to have close friends. Yeah. People tell me that I give too much detail. Okay. People have told me that I overshare sometimes. But not often. I don't know, like, I'm often told that I ask embarrassing questions. No, what? I tend to point out other people's mistakes. Okay. I'm critical. Okay. Let's see it. One incomplete item marked above. I can tell when someone says one thing but means something else. Oh, I thought I did this. Yeah. Yeah. 34. Wow, shit. Someone was predicting a 30 in the chat. Language subtotal 3. Social relatedness subtotal 16. Sensory/motor subtotal 9. Circumscribed interest total 6. So 25 is you're not autistic. Some autistic traits likely not autistic. Yet some autistic people score as low as a 44. Okay, so we're really, really low number, no autisms. Well, sorry to break your heart, chat. Oh man, I'm a certified autism whisperer. Is that the like? Hey, yeah, I can just get to y'all now. Is that I can somehow relate now to the tisms? Oh man, it's been so funny. From hindsight, it happened. Imagine being the attendant throwing up because of your perfume. He's the liaison al Galib. Back again with the yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Taron Autism Lorex. Oh man. So what? Okay, language subtotal 3, social relatedness subtotal 3. All right, 16. Sensory motor. Okay. Circumscribed interest subtotal. Okay, interesting. Maximum possible is 240. The mean score of autistic people. Strong evidence for autism. Very strong evidence. Okay. Wow. The maximum score autistic people acquired in Ritvo's seminal paper on the RADS are. Minimum score in which autism is considered. Hey! Well, like, hey, we're, the sleeper has awoken. Hey, welcome. You're just in time, I guess, to find out that I'm not autistic. So, is there a test to know that you like Pathfinder 2? Yeah, I think it's called the RADS R. Oh man. Oh, PU2, I would be worried. Like in the past, Exile passes tree on the other hand. Oh man. All right. Imagine knowing the percentage difference of TTRPG fans based on their ad system score. Yeah. Your nerd's art score indicates you might play Pathfinder 2. Oh. Now you just need to take the Donkey Brains test. There's a Donkey Brains test? Like, do I have Donkey Brains? I see a certificate generator. Wait, someone was saying Bandle. I needed to check out Bandle. Okay, hang on. I need to do one of these because I think we got the one for the day. Okay. Wow, guess which band played the song? All right, hang on. Yeah, we're gonna be working back on the Artificer again here in a second. But all right, I want to try this real quick. This will just become a thing I do on streams because this is always a lot of fun. All right, so for those of you that haven't played Bandle, it's like Wordle, but for music. Okay, so super popular one, released in 2019. I'm trying to think of the music that came out back then. Synth, voice cover, drums. I'm gonna say, based off of these YouTube views, released in 2019, it's probably not Can't Feel My Face. I'm trying to guess it without having heard it, just based off of the stuff on here, right? 2019 with 4. Okay, it might be a pop song I'm not familiar with, but let me hear it. Did someone cover Take On Me? It just sounds like the drum beat to Take On Me. What was that? Yeah, I mean, this was released in the 80s. Did someone do a cover? I'm going to guess not. But that's... Okay, I've got to get Take On Me out of my head. Okay. So it's not Take On Me. The Congo thing that's happening in there makes me think that it's something else. Okay. I don't know that one. Press skip to hear more instruments. Okay, cool. Clip the autism section of the video, and yeah, TTRPG players have autism. Yeah. Okay. Let's get some synth. Oh! Oh man. Woo! God damn it. I should have tried to think more of that. Yeah, well, so I thought Can't Feel My Face just based off of the views, but I was like, no, wait, that's it's too late for that because I think Can't Feel My Face came out in like 2016. That's channeling Northern Lightning timing. Well, I mean, this is, dude, I got my degree in music, so like, yeah. God damn it, I wish I could just do a whole thing in these because Bandle is so much fun. Yeah, more Bandle. Yeah, you wish. Play 9 bonus rounds? Do I have to enter in my credit card information? No, thanks. Damn. Yeah, because I knew, well, like, because of the time that it was released and because of this many, I was like, okay, so like The Weeknd was huge back then, right? People were still listening to The Weeknd like whenever I was teaching. So that was like 2020 to 2023. No, 2022. So I was like, it's got, yeah, because it said so much synth, I think it had to be the weekend, but yeah. Well, neat. Let's get MF Doom.
Hey, yo, y'all
All
can't
right.
stand right here. In his right hand was your man's worst nightmare. Loud enough to burst his right eardrum close range. The game is not only dangerous, but it's
all right.
strange.
Let me see.
Rhymes like dimes, the one who mostly keep cash but brag about the broker times. Joker rhymes like the issue just happy to see me trick. Classical slapstick rappers need chapstick. A lot of them sound like they in a talent show, so I give them something to remember like the Alamo. Tally ho, a hot joker like Space Game. Came back from 5 years later.
Weird.
Stayed the same set. Electromagnetic field it blocks all logic. Spock and G-Shock's a biological clock. When I hit it, slid it to the shit, I thought I killed a goose. Her power use was pure brittle water.
Take a look at that.
Keep a pen like a fiend, keep a pipe with him. Gentleman who lent a pen to a friend.
If I give you my credit card, you'll install Minesweeper on my computer. Oh, fuck yeah. What happened? Oh, some people haven't been able to talk in chat for some reason. I just got pinged on Discord about it, and I'm like, I don't know what happened. I'll take a look. Okay. Is it Twitch? Nah, it's YouTube. Okay.
He nasty like the old time, old number 7. You still taste it when you chase it with the Coca-Cola. Make them wish they could erase it out the Motorola. I told her, no credit, fall back. If you want what they got, then go get it. It's all gag. Only in America could you find a way to earn a healthy buck and still keep your attitude on self-destruct. I sell rhymes like dimes, the one who mostly keep cash but tell about the broke times. Joker rhymes like the is you just happy to see me trick. Classical slapstick, rappers need chapstick. A lot of them sound like they ain't a talent show, so I give them something to remember like the Alamo. Tally ho, high joker like Space Game. Came back from 5 years lane.
I need traps.
Electromagnetic block all logic, Spock and G-Shock, a biological clock. When I hit it, slid it to the shit, I thought I killed a goose. Her power use was pure brittle water filter juice. Keep a pen like a fiend, keep a pipe with him. Gentleman who lent a pen to a friend who write with him. Never seen the shit again, but it's still my dunny. Only thing that come between us is
non-functional. Okay.
We sell rhymes like dimes. The one who most
oh, the music? Oh, sorry. Trap is magical and non-magical would be amazing. So you were thinking the size? What? Lower music. Oh, sorry. Oh, my bad. I didn't catch that. Thank you for letting me know, though. Here, let's get this going again. Yes. First time you're able to catch a late night stream, and I'm a fan since I stumbled your YouTube vids. Thanks for the content you create. Hey, thanks so much, man. Thank you. Where was that? Wait, that was on Twitch. Why didn't that show up in the live stream chat? Or did that show up a while ago and I'm just now catching it? Shit, I feel like a terrible streamer. Shit. Stimpack Weow. Hey, thank you so much. Weather, you mean? What do you mean, weather? Oh, yeah, whether it was magical or not, yeah. So why is Find Traps bad again? Because it doesn't do anything, right? We'll call this like Dowser or something like that. And it wouldn't be fun, probably. Yeah. You sense any trap that is within range that is within line of sight. A trap for the purpose of the spell includes any object or mechanism that was created to cause damage or other danger. Thus, the spell would sense the alarm or cliff of warning spell or mechanical pit trap but it wouldn't reveal a natural weakness in the floor, an unstable ceiling, or hidden sinkhole. The spell reveals that a trap is present, but not its location. You do learn the general nature of the danger posed by the trap you sense. So we just say... Dude, yeah, Find Traps is just an antsy fun spell, though. I don't think it's healthy to make Find Traps good. What was that? Yeah, I had sub only mode on. There you go. Find Traps actually finds traps, yeah. Doubt up to date with Vagabond. Hell yeah. Well, I can see why. Find Traps. I don't... Let me think. No, it just tells you that there is a trap, not where it is. Which is like, why is it here? Man. You thought they'd have changed that for 24? This is the thing, is like Find Traps can't really be good. Honestly, my recommendation is just remove the spell. When you cast Knock, you can choose for the casting. Hang on. This is already a great improvement on Knock. This is already really good for Knock. To gain these benefits, what about it being by Thieves Tools using the focus? That's just, that's, you're trying to get flavor across by posing a restriction. And that is like, it doesn't really have good feel. I mean, you know, I get what you're going for, but yeah, it's just, I tend to just ignore it because like that's, if people want to play it a certain way, they want to play it. I don't want to force the flavor on them. Yeah, you already have to cast your tool, so it already does that. I mean, in a way, but like you can cast with different tools on this. And if you were like doing this through tinkering, then and you had your tinker's tools, then like, you know, yeah. Additionally, on a mechanism, to while concentrating, the trap cannot activate. The mechanism. When you cast Knock, you can choose for it to be silent. Additionally, you can cast Knock on a mechanism such as a trap. You can cast Knock on a mechanism such as a trap and begin concentrating. While you are concentrating, the mechanism can't perform its function, such as a pressure plate activating a swinging blade. Okay, right? Why not just say the mechanism is disabled or deactivated? That's too much of a like, aha, it's done. I like this as a thing that it's a bit more active, that you feel more active with it, rather. Traps are just unfun in general. I think that makes every aspect of engaging with them skill are supposed to be unfun, at least in my opinion. I will say that you have experienced a lot of shitty traps. Traps, in general, should be puzzles. They need to be physical puzzles to be solved. Otherwise, I would agree with you. They are shitty traps. If a trap does not telegraph itself in a TTRPG, it is a shitty trap. It is not a funny, aha, I was smarter than you and did this thing. No. Pathetic bitch boy DMs think that. What you need to do is find a trap that is a really interesting one and see. Yeah, here we go. Hang on. Anyone know there used to be a hyper carnivorous armadillo? No, but welcome to the chat. I like you. Throw me more weird armadillo facts, please. All right. Running, here we go. Okay. Here you are, adventurer. All right, I'm going to describe this trap. You're going to see this little opener right here. I'm going to say, leading into this dungeon, you have seen, as you've walked through the hallways, several stone faces They were on either side of the hallway. Okay, the first stone faces you came up to were black. As you passed by another set, these stone faces were also black. You passed by another set of stone faces, which were white. You walk another 20 feet and see a set of checkered tiles on the floor with blood splatter all over them. You can see in the walls, there are several holes that look like a spear or something pokey could stick into the holes or stick out of those holes. Further up on the second set, you see the charred corpse of a dead rat sitting on a white tile. What do you do? Let me hear it, chat. What do we do? Chat, we're playing a game. What are we doing? Throw the metal shield out onto it? Throw the metal shield out onto it. Okay, we're going to try this one. You throw the metal shield out there. It lands like onto, you're talking about like onto a tile. You throw the shield out there, lands onto a black tile, sits. Titania, you step on white, and as you do, you hear several gears begin to whir and stab out from the walls, and you take 1 piercing damage as a spear cuts into your leg. Yeah, where the rat corpse is? Yeah, it landed on a black tile. Nothing else happened. Black, black, white on last board. How do you mean? You say black, black, white on last board. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Black, black, white on last board. So do you mean you only step on the black tiles? Or are you talking about a black tile, a white tile on this? I guess I jump to the shield if I can? Well, that is about 20 feet out in front of you on that second set. The dead rat was out here. Black first board, so this whole first set. You walk across, stepping only on the black tiles. Nothing happens. You make it all the way across. You have arrived at your destination. See? So what's happened here, this is one of my favorite dungeons, by the way. Black second board, you would be able to get across it scot-free, right? White on the last board, you would get across it scot-free, right? How far across are the tile sets in? They're about 10 feet each. But basically, we got it figured out, right? So the idea is checkerboard floors. And the intent is, the thing that's telegraphing it, number one, is that there is a trap here by the bloodstains on the floor, right? Now, if you start inspecting it, you start to see where I skipped across with this right here, right? So what wound up happening with the shield that you threw out literally rolled a 6. So you threw that out and it landed on a black tile and didn't trigger it. So I like this. I like this trap a lot. This is a trap, but it's an interactive trap. And it's one that it is essentially a puzzle that you're trying to solve. Now, it should telegraph itself. As a barbarian, I just kept walking and ate the damage. I lied. I was playing a mage and I'm dead. Yeah. So, but the faces telegraph to you. A and B are made of black stone. C is white. As a result, if you were paying attention and the smiling faces section or whatever, you find out, oh, okay, black, black, white. This thing does everything it can to telegraph what this trap is to you. And if you don't get it right, it's supposed to feel like, oh, that was obvious. Why didn't I do that? Not, oh, well, I have to pay these hit points to get across over here. No, that line of thought, like, here's the thing. I love WebDM. They never should have made that video that said that, because that's what everybody started saying about traps, and it was a prepackaged opinion. What do the smiling faces section say? Along the corridor are 3 archways, A, B, C, each decorated with a stone face. A crinkled man smiling. Or wrinkled man smiling. A and B are made of black stone, C is white. The colors, they indicate the safe tiles on the checkered floors in areas 3, 4, and 5. That is this right here. This is, by the way, I'm going to do a video on this dungeon soon. This is from the Jeweler's Sanctum. It is an Adventure Anthology 1. I could literally go to any room in here and explain, like, why this dungeon is a perfect dungeon for anybody looking to start writing dungeons. This teaches you so much about dungeon design. This is a fucking perfect dungeon. There is something for everyone to do in here. Something for your brainiac, something for your agility guys, something for your fucking muscle heads, your faces, everything in here. So good. And the wall said to follow the Vagabond stars. Hey, what up, Krieg? How's it going, man? That's a good approach for mechanical strength. Yeah. You sure smooth brain through that and nothing stuck. I might not be compatible with the style of play, which is okay. Yeah, this is like, again, like, if people like, whenever I'm playing D&D, the thing for me, like for playing a TTRPG like this that I really love, is dungeon crawling. Some people do not like dungeon crawling, and this is the thing. I'm like, okay, well, if you like playing more narrative-heavy games like that, that's fine. I personally like dungeon crawling. This is the thing that I found out that I really loved about the game that not a lot of people do, you know? So I tell people, like, hey, whenever you're going to get in one of my games, we're going to dungeon crawl a shitload. Like, if we're playing together, you're going to know that me as a DM, I love running dungeons. That's my deal. But if you're someone who wants, like, you know, heavy life simulator, romantic plot lines, yada, 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 it's not really my table. You know, that's just not, it's not my strength. My strength is that coming up with some really fucking weird shit to throw at you, you know? But yeah, I really dig this dungeon so much. There is something for everybody in here. And yeah, I will do this in a video at some point where I'm going through here, but, you know, that video is not going to be shot on this stream. There was a character in a video who tried to solve a puzzle for 100 years and couldn't solve it. And it was more simple than a Rubik's Cube. So relatable. Traps are so much easier for my brain with a map. Yeah, I think, like, for me with traps, a trap needs to be designed with intent. There needs to be a reason it's there, and that reason isn't just because I need a trap right here, or because it's a dungeon and there should be traps. No, it should serve a purpose. And, like, if that purpose is, I really like traps as a guardian and as your setback, right? If you can come up with a room that is a trap, or like an interactive that is like your big conflict, fucking cool. Do it. I love that. Don't, like, if you don't give me a boss fight, right? Don't give me a boss fight, give me a trap interaction. Okay, I'm here for that. What the fuck are we talking about, right? We'll come and get a lecture about trap making things here. Hey, yeah, totally. Yeah, I don't see enough dungeons doing that, where, like, the big, like, thing at the end that we have to subvert or overcome is this trap, right? People are always expecting the big boss battles because video games have poisoned our brains, right? I'm going to make a concerted effort to make sure that I come up with a dungeon where the big reveal and conflict at the end, the climax, is a trap that is so insane that it's like, holy fuck, what do we do here? Like, yeah. You love puzzles and traps, but when the scale of it's described, I have such a bad time. When the scale of it is described, okay, so you have a hard time, like, visualizing what's going on with the trap then, right? Is that the deal? You're more of an auditory, or, sorry, you're more visual. Visual and probably kinetic, right? or haptic. I think haptic is what they call it. I don't have Armadillo facts, but Ankylosaurus cubs were goblin. I couldn't tell if that was Amelia trying to get to my door or what. Ankylosaurus were clubs. Ankylosaurus clubs were for interspecies conflict. We know this as they have found fossils with damage from the flanks consistent with the clubs. Huh. Huh. You have a hard time visualizing things in general, so theater of the mind screws me up. Yeah, I would recommend, if you are more of a visual person where you need that on the space, right? Be the cartographer. Draw your own maps and stuff, you know? You like traps like Indiana Jones where you don't have to take damage even if you fail? Wait. You like traps like Indiana Jones where you don't have to take damage even if you fail. So you like setbacks is what you like. Because I like traps that do the thing where it's like, and now you're suddenly in a different part of the dungeon. That's cool. Like, yeah, do a thing where it's like not necessarily a setback, but like maybe through accidentally stumbling into the trap, we wind up somewhere else. This is a thing that Pendleton Ward did in Adventure Time a lot. Theater of the mind is fine in battles, but it fails so bad in smaller scale things like with traps. Huh, okay. Or rather, you trigger the trap, but can run from a boulder or smaller dodge arrows. Yeah, it's always kind of odd to do the pressure on that one, though. Like, unless you run it in combat initiative, right? I've actually just started drawing things out and like, this is what you mean, DM, and everyone else starts referring to it too. Yeah. Yep. You have proficiency with perception. And what else would we want here? I swear to God. I'm either hearing my chair or I'm hearing Amelia scratching at the door. Cartography and map making is very big on hitting just the right part of the brain. Oh, yeah, here. There's something I'm working on, actually. I'm going to talk about this eventually on the channel. But I think it would be kind of fun to show you guys the power of Photoshop on this. So I know a lot of people really like using Incarnate. A lot of people really like using a bunch of different tools for using map making, right? Nothing has hit for me quite right as Photoshop. Because there are certain settings that you can put in on Photoshop that make map making cartography look... basically, whenever you're getting on, like, Incarnate, it almost feels like it's just kind of like Photoshop presets. Here's the thing I'm making. We're going to see how interested people would be in this. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, so you guys can kind of see it's just a black and white map right now. But this is a map that I have made using nothing but Photoshop. See, it's something, I don't know what I'm going to name this. You know, so just, you know, laugh at how quick this is thrown together. This is still in progress and everything. But what you guys are probably going to see on this is those of you that are familiar with some of the more classic dungeons. It does really look like Incarnate, but better. It's more customizable, is what I would say. Dot brushes, overlay textures, yeah. You'll see on here, there's different map effects, right? I can turn off the stroke. Ooh, right? This is just a series of strokes. Because this is just nothing but a big white texture right here. And these different strokes turn off the map effects, right? Ooh. I also find that the context makes sense. That elevator that hits you with spikes if you don't get off was funny to me, but if it was over my D&D character, which can die forever, I wouldn't find it as funny. Yeah, for sure. But like, I might do a video where I'm talking about like how you can set this up. It's pretty cake. Let me actually turn on though, because I don't just look like looking at black and white on this. Yeah, so like that's old parchment look. This is what I've been doing with it here. We got that. Click on that, right? Aha. Now, what I've been doing with this is you all might find that there are some notable like areas on here you might like recognize. There we go. Like, there's White Plume Mountain, right? And there's everything around it that fits in for White Plume Mountain. There's, the Borderlands and a keep. Ooh. Interesting. And there's, these caverns of Sajkanth. Oh, weird. Aberrant Reflections. Wait, the Dream Shrine, the Ravener's Gat, the Isle of Ix. Wait, I remember. Isn't there a book like that? So what I'm doing, it's the classic modules as a world. Yes. I am trying to smash together a bunch of old dungeons and newer system neutral stuff into making a big world. See, there's, what do you know? The Barrier Peaks. Oh, yeah, the Isle of Dread. Right? So, what I'm trying to do, you've read that as Soykinth? That might be what we do. I'm also pulling in, see, Stonehell Dungeon. Right. There's the Lost City. The Oak. For those of you that might recognize the hole in the oak. Does anybody know what this is right here? Ooh, let me see here. Does anybody know what this would be? These two areas. Looks just like a window. Anybody? Boss, it's right there. You'll see yourself out. I like these guessing games. Orlane MCDM? No. Although if MCDM was running something in Orlane, I can tell you what they were running. Are we ready? 3, a 2, a 1. Bam. So that's going to be for against the cult of the reptile god. But there's, I'm going to just put as much of this crazy shit as I can in here. There's also a couple. You'll probably see Willoughby Hall, right? Daler, or Dollar, whatever you want to say. This is actually from... shit, where is that one? Yeah, well, okay, there we go. Yada-da! This is Frozen in Time from Dungeon Crawl Classics. Ooh! So it's not just, like, the TSR stuff in here. There's also a bunch of just old school stuff. There's a bunch of system neutral stuff. And there's plenty of other adventures that I have that are planned for different areas on here. It's a food item if you read it backwards. Roulade? Roulade? You don't know the old modules? Ah, gotcha. Roulade. Roulade? Roulade. Roulade. Yeah, so Cass Keaton. Cass Keaton is In Search of the Unknown. Hollyhock is actually for a Brad Kerr thing. I just had to come up with a capital real quick that we were going to put a couple of these in. Brandonsford is for the Black Worm of Brandonsford by Chance Studenak. This is for Against the Cult of the Reptile Gods from TSR. Willoughby Hall, that's Ben Milton. White Plume Mountain, TSR. Keep on the Borderlands, TSR. Labyrinth of Shadows in the Gemthrone Wilderness. This is for In the Shadows of Tower Silver Axe from Gelatinous Cubism. Temple of a Thousand Swords, Brad Kerr. And then Delphin's Diff, this is for Wet Dreams, right? Embrich, this is for Plangent Mage. So I tried to make a world here that was as many of the OS, old school version stuff. Wait, if you read Duelot backwards, it spells burger gasp. What? Is Embrich off-brand Innsmouth? I mean, that's the intent, because it's a very... This is inspired by the Shadow over Innsmouth. Yeah. But only the town, really. It's kind of funny. That adventure feels like Willy Wonka meets Lovecraft. It's very cool. I like Planet Mage a lot. I need to do a guide on it. Haven is actually for Palace of the Silver Princess, I want to say. Plish is for Holy Mountain Shaker, and then Aberrant Reflections is its own thing, right? So, yeah. Imagine how much living there would suck. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Ravender's Gat. Yeah, I need to fill in some other areas in here. So I've been trying to just leave some spots open for where I could plop another adventure. Because I think this is... There's so much you can do with this area. And, by the way, if there's other stuff people are like, you should check out this thing and throw it in there as well, let me know. Because I'd love to find more of this, like, old school style stuff and make a big ass world here that I could, like, run and just be like, ha, these are the campaigns that we're going to be doing, you know. Make a tiny island for a Dagon reference. It already has. Trust me, you need to just play through this adventure. It's got a lot going for anybody who's like into Lovecraft. Now, here, get back here. But yeah, that's the thing I've been working on. What is travel scale? Trying to work that out. I think it's going to be 6 miles, but like that still feels so tiny. 24 might be more correct, but I would. This is my first kind of go at that. So we'll see what it winds up being. Find traps, knock, non-detection. Do we need to do something for find traps? Legit, very cool, man. Thanks for sharing. Hey, totally. Third level. Someone was saying sending. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I guess we could do sending on there. It's very odd that they don't just have this on their list. Dimension Door. What other 4th level stuff would they want? All right, so we got to think dungeon. So they got legend lore. Or no, wait, that was another one. Oh shit, they got Dimension Door. That's right. Dungeon. Fabricate, okay. God, I so bad wanted to base something around them with Fabricate. What are we looking at for power budget? Are they all getting a 13? Relentless Hunter. What a nothing feature name. Taking damage can't break your concentration on Hunter's Mark. Rogue, we need Paladin. They don't have a 13th level. Or a 17th. Just Hunter. Or Ranger, I guess. Okay, we can leave that bare. Lehman, Secret Chest, Arcane Eye. Yeah, you always saw Artificer as a partner of the Paladin Ranger? Oh yeah, no, for sure. So they already get both of those in their base class. And because they're a prepared caster, that's just, I mean, it's okay, but it's a lot more impactful if they aren't on their class list. And that's what we're trying to find right now. They could be on the class list, but yeah. Dimension Door is fun because that just feels like dungeon crawlery. That's kind of what we're aiming for. I guess freedom of movement? The Saboteur. Yeah, they're like a dungeoneer. Do they get freedom of movement in their... Oh, yeah, they do. Shit. Vortex Warp? Well, we're kind of looking for something that feels like it's evocative of dungeoneering. God, just... Their license is so fucking stupid. I'm so exhausted with Wizards of the Coast license regarding their content. Just scared of your dad. What a scary man. Locate creature could be funny. They've already got Arcane Eye on the class spell list. Ugh, okay. Circle of Power? That's not a 4th level spell, I don't think. Do I have another thing on that's... Banishment? Wall of Stone? I don't know. I feel like putting that on there is like... So remember, we're looking for 4th level, right? Stone shape. But here's the other problem. Remember this, we're trying to avoid giving them something that is already on this list. This is the list of 4th level Artificer spells. So we want to make sure that it's not on here, because if it is, it's not great. We're trying to make one that's impactful. I guess we could just give them legend lore. Like, it wouldn't hurt if there were 2 of them that had it, I guess. Dimension Door, legend lore. Now we get the rhyme. Right? Summon undead? Alright, now you're just fucking with me. Let's see, 5th level spells. What did Circle of Power do? What did old Circle of Power do? Send it on you for the duration. Each friendly creature in the area has advantage on saving throw against spells and other magical effects. Additionally, when an unaffected creature saves through a spell or magical effect, allows us to make a saving throw. It'll only take half damage and instead takes no damage on saving throws. I mean, that's a strong effect. Speak with Death is 3rd level. I mean, whenever we start writing a necromantic artificer, maybe. Create spell jamming helm. Creation is very cool. I like this one a lot. Ugh. Dawn, destructive wave, dispel evil and good. Dispel evil and good might kind of make sense over here. Hallucinatory terrain? How does it make sense in terms of it being a dungeoneer kind of thing? Bar step? That's just kind of good for mobility. Legend lore. Oh, legend lore is 5th level. Oh, fuck. Why do I keep thinking legend lore is 4th? Shit. Well, now we gotta come up with a better... We gotta come up with another 4th level thing. Damn it. High damage foot. Because legend lore sucks. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. If you just want, like, yeah, give me the answer I need right now. Pass wall. So, like, this is good. But this just kind of feels like this is like the dungeoneer artificer, right? God, I like the idea there's like some kind of a more mystical like transportation artificer. If you do like pass wall and like ooh. Fountain of Moonlight, the new bard spell. What does that do? Silent love. Fountain of Moonlight. Wait, was that 4th level? The Faithful Hound spell? Is that still in? That's part of the base Artificer for some reason. You fucks. I have it right here. Fuck. Dropped a pencil. A cool light reads your body for the duration, emitting bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet. Until the spell ends, you have resistance to radiant damage, and your melee attacks deal an extra 2d6 radiant damage on a hit. In addition, immediately after you take damage from a creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself, you do your reaction to force the creature to make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature has the blinded condition until the end of your next turn. I mean, I feel like it looks really good on Druid. It's good. It's your body. Yeah, not somebody else. God, yeah, that feels sick on a Druid. It's a less good Spirit Guardian bards have now. God, this is so funny. The fact that they fucked this one up is so funny. This is so dumb. Oh, God. This is bad enough that I would say don't allow this one in play for now. This needs a nerf, and if I was looking at, if I'm at the WotC team and I actually really care about the health of the game, this is one of my first candidates for a nerf. Only after Conjure Minor Elementals. Daylight is 4th level. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for. Hang on. So I'm trying to find something that would be fitting here. That's like a 4th level spell for this kind of dungeoneer archetype, right? Like what feels really classic here? Locate creature, maybe? We might put locate creature. I kind of like the idea. What happened with Giant Insect? It has a no save, reduce your speed to 0 mechanic. And it's on a ranged attack roll. It's fucking wild. What did I just say I was going to put here? Yeah. Locate creature. That kind of... I mean, this is like a dungeon specialist, is the idea. Dungeoneers need light for their tunnel? They've got light. They have it. Hang on. Maybe? I don't know. Something. Okay. In addition, is that that's very good. I don't know what the hell they're even capitalizing or not anymore. Maybe the caveat of not failed by 5 or more. If you fail to disarm a trap, the trap is not activated by your first failed attempt. If you fail to check to disarm a trap by no more than 5, We will take this armor trap by if you fail a check to disarm a trap by no more than 5, the trap is not activated by the failure. We know what this wants to do, right? So maybe you gain proficiency with perception and sleight of hand. In addition, you have advantage on saving throws against traps, and if you fail a check to disarm a trap by no more than 5, the trap is not activated by the failure. Right? Advantages on saving throws against traps while you aren't incapacitated, and if you fail a check to disarm a trap by no more than 5, right, the trap is not activated by the failure. I don't know. What do we think? Is this clear? This feels useful. Compared to what they were giving you? Like, here. Like, let's look at like what a third level is like over here. Tool proficiency with crafting, reduced crafting rate, spells that they're going to get, and then they get their experimental elixir over here, which is supposed to be an asymmetric feature. Armorer has 4 third level features. The one level of a class should not take up nearly 2 pages. Like, this is maybe 1.5 pages. This is like 75% of a page. This is 75-ish% of a page. That's 1.5 pages. This should have just been magic items. That's so absurd. Okay. Tool spells asymmetric. Tool spells what? When you attack with a magic weapon, you can use your intelligence modifier instead of dexterity or strength for the attack and damage rolls. Why is this not just on every Artificer? Command a construct guardian. Just delete that. Oh my god. Okay. I just don't like the way that they're really designing text for books anymore. The rest of it's just getting the defender and everything, which, like, This feels so much easier to get across if this is a magic item. Arcane Empowerment. When you attack with a magic weapon, you can instead use your intelligence modifier instead of strength or dexterity for the damage rolls. The attack and damage rolls. It's interesting that D&D has so many mistakes even in the playtest. This isn't just a playtest, though. They published this thing 5 years ago. And now they're trying to bring it up into 2024, and they busted it. And it's like... here's part of my deal, right? Is I don't think this is entirely on the designers. I think a part of this is on the pressure they're getting from the C-suites to break the game. But again, like, they could go lighter touch with this. When you... Okay. They need to get that, and it needs to be... I think they do need to get that, and it needs to come online at L3. Because if they get one over here, it's like, oh, okay, we got it right. Well, right, boom. And then by second level, this is on and this is fine. They needed it at L2. What do they call this? Arcane enhancement? So much of the Battlesmith is just new ways to give big number increases. Yeah. Arcane empowerment. That's easy to give them right there. Cool. That should just be understood. All artificers, if you want them to be a Gish, they all should have that. Now, another thing to note is, like, was I really particularly worried about, like, oh, a balancing thing, and, like, now they suddenly have a second one? No, I fucking gave it to them because they need it. Like, yeah. So funny that Artificer is broken strong now that the class is written so badly. Most of the player base is just talking about nerfs. I mean, like, that's the thing is, like, I think they're trying to get people more excited about D&D by, like, introducing, like, powerful and quote-unquote exciting new options. But the majority of people recognize that this stuff is not good for the game. And, like, we're really sick and tired of seeing this hyper-acceleration and, like, aggressively marketed game. Like, we're tired of seeing hyper-accelerated features, and I'm sorry, but GMs don't want to fucking run this game anymore. I don't know of too many people that can genuinely tell me they enjoy running 5th edition. Now, somebody in chat could say that they do, right? I'm just saying of the people that I know, most people say that they like playing 5e. They like playing it. But whenever it comes to running it, it's a fucking nightmare. Like, there's too much shit. Like, there's too much micromanaging expected for the GM, and I have such a better time planning and running shit for OS, like old school stuff. I enjoy not running 5e. Fucking based. Alright, so we got these over here for the Saboteur. Also, by the way, notice how much work I'm having to do to, like, write this class. However, if I was writing one for Shadowdark, I would have gotten this done in an hour. Because I'm a designer that's been doing this for a while, but 5e is like constructing a motorcycle, not because it's particularly better put together or better designed or more efficient or anything like that. It's not, but it requires more touch because more shit is likely to break if you don't know what you're doing with it. Dowser. Arcane. We don't just call this Arcane Dowser. We had Breaker earlier. Just call it Knockmaster. Ooh. I'm just calling it Gremlin. That's fucking sick. Ooh. What am I working on subclasses right now? Kind of. And what up, Gallipot? It's kind of moving back and forth and seeing what would work from the previous version that they've introduced. Seeing what could work from here and turning it into actual like usable shit. Yeah. Oh, the trade-off. Okay. That's right. The trade-off was supposed to be you weren't getting Marshall because you were getting cantrips. That's right. Okay. You refuse to run 5 above 8th level? Hey, I agree with you. You could make it a choice. Make what a choice? Make what a choice? Cantrips and marshals, if they need to be separated. It's an interesting idea. But, like, cantrips are so core to this thing. I'm just doing this because I see it better. Oh yeah, by the way, what I've heard is part of the reason they stopped actually reproducing subclass tables in the books was because it was a lot easier to see which subclasses were just giving you more shit than others. And by not producing that, it was easier for them to hide it, which I was like, why? What? Like, okay. It was literally like the class at a glance. I don't know why you would hide that stuff. Okay. Gotta get lunch. Keep up the secret. Hey, thank you. Have a good one. You have advantage on saving throws against traps while you're incapacitated. It's fine. I think I've done something like this in the past, but you deal double damage to your Artificer spells. Deal double damage to structures Um, there we go. I came in like a so objects and structures. Yeah. Your artificer spells deal double damage to objects and structures. Paladin and Ranger get cantrips too? Wait, but I thought that they had to go and get their like subclass thing for that. Or they have to go get a not sorry, they had to choose like a special fighting style or some shit. Yeah, they have to choose a special fighting style for that. Yep, no, that's a fighting style thing. No, it's given to you in the class is what I mean. This needs to also apply to like constructs in some way. Your Artificer spells deal double damage to objects and structures and deal an extra die of damage to constructs. Like, it's situational. The thing is, with the L5, kind of like Artificer Smite, yeah, I guess you could say that. The thing is, the L5 in here, the current way that they're building out Artificer is... The L5 is supposed to be an extra attack equivalent, and this is not an extra attack equivalent. Let's go. Yeah. What if I do this? Oh, wait. Didn't 3E Artificer get extra attack? Wait. I'm an idiot. Here. I'll talk about this here in a second. This deft hands, fast hands. There we go. Hey, how's it going, Nick? How are you? How's the late night creating? Good. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're making progress. Hope you're doing good. Ingenuity. Quick craft. There we go. Action. To use. Maybe. Hang on. I'm kind of getting this stuff. There we go. Right. All right. Thanks the other stuff when we're doing this. Isn't it like 5 a.m. on your end? Yeah, but I slept at I slept basically all day yesterday up until like 9 o'clock at night. I'm good. I'm fine. Yeah. I'm glad you fixed the other stuff before doing this. Can you imagine this with the 2024 magic item rules? But this up here, take the utilize action or take the magic action to use a magic item that requires an action. Can I imagine that? I'm not super sure. Damn, this is so close to being really clean right here. Can we... Damn. Damn. All right. You're not crafting magic items. Grant you the following benefits. Uh, you're how the. I don't know. That seems so. That's so gay in anime that I'm like, okay, fine. Your inner spark of creation ignites. All right, fine. The number of magic items you can be attuned to at once increases by 1 now, and 1 again every 4 Artificer levels hereafter. Okay, we got that, right? Arcane plans. You know the arcane plans to replicate 4 common or uncommon magic items. When you gain an Artificer level, you can replace one of these plans with a new one. Okay. Right? Should subclasses be determining the 5th feature? This is the thing, right? It's either always extra attack or an increase to damage cantrip. Yeah. So we're gonna get rid of this right here. And it's like, but if they don't get it at 5, what are they getting? So it goes 3. How is Rogue spaced out? 3, 9, 13, 7. Wow, they're still doing that. Damn. If we did that, though, make Artificer fit convention? I mean... Like, we know this is good, but here's the other thing I was thinking of. Like, Gremlin is funny. What if I move Gremlin up into here and get this out and move it to the L9? Hang on. So can we get rid of the 5th level for everybody? Let's do this. Gremlin. Cool. I like that. Why are you acting weird? Do this. Fuck. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, we can get rid of the 5th. Extra attack is so needed, and it needs to be a choice to make the choice in the class itself. Like... when you cast... Hang on. Watch this. Without... And can suppress any noise made by the spell. Ooh. Ooh. Silent thunder damage. So that's very good. Yeah, I'm gonna. Ah, there we go. You gain proficiency with perception and sleight of hand. Further, when you cast your Artificer spells, you can do so without... further, you can cast... Here we go. Cast your Artificer spells without verbal components and can suppress any noise made by the spell. Can silence... any noise made by the spell. Right? Ooh. This is nice for knock. Okay, I like the grace in that. Guys, I honestly think we could get rid. He'll get knocked around without explanation, or just explode without explanation. Just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, oh my god. Could we get rid of the wrecking ball? That 3? Yeah. What if we make it more like Rogue and give them a 17th level? Damn, they're getting that at 15. What if we move it up? And you're still streaming? Holy shit. What? Guys, it's only 5. Well, yeah, we've only been on for like 5 hours. I slept all day. What do you... What? Do you guys like go over to people that are like over in Australia and it's like, I slept. How are you still streaming? What? 13 or 17 feels empty. I mean, that's Paladin. We care for you. Yeah. Well, shucks. No, I'm good. I'm good. I slept yesterday. Like, I mean, I slept all day yesterday. Oh, come on. So, like, Arcane Empowerment. When you attack with a magic weapon, you can use your intelligence modifier instead of strength or dexterity. When you attack with a magic weapon... Yeah, okay. Four implies instead. You can use your intelligence modifier instead of strength or dexterity modifier. I don't think you need the instead of strength or dexterity modifier. When you attack with a magic weapon, you can use intelligence for the attack and damage rolls. How about you can use a stretch plate to straighten the backbone. Sound a bad idea? Oh yeah. No, I got you. Yeah, and I'm not going to be on here for like too much terribly longer. I also need to like get something else going on here. I mean, I guess always we go to the 10 out of 10 album, right? How does the new True Strike word it? Oh, good question. The attack uses your spellcasting ability for the attack and damage rolls instead of using strength or dexterity. You can use your intelligence modifier. Okay. Ooh, that did save us a line. You can use your intelligence for the attack and damage rolls. Yeah. You can use your intelligence for the attack and damage rolls with magic weapons. For your attack and damage rolls with magic weapons instead of strength or dexterity. Damn it, that comma is going to really cost me the whole thing. This is the thing whenever you're doing layout. It mostly comes down to, where the fuck can I get another line? You can use your intelligence for your attack and damage rolls. Okay. Yeah, a whole line. Yeah, now we gotta find a line over here. You can use your intelligence for your attack and damage rolls. Oh, I don't like getting that into -30. That, yeah. I don't mind up to -20. Anything beyond that just feels odd. You can use intelligence for, yeah. You can use intelligence for your attack and roll. Yeah, there we go. You can use intelligence for your attack and damage rolls with magic weapons instead of strength or dexterity. Right? I like this. This is a passive. This is on for it, right? Now, it's on at L3, which means that, like, sure, you're not really getting it early in case you get it, but, like, we got to make some sacrifices somewhere. What if... Arcane Empowerment moves to 3rd. Okay. What if... Man, what's the thought here? You can do one of the following as a bonus action, right? You can do the following bonus actions. Use an object, quick craft. Okay, let's figure out how we can improve the wording elsewhere. We've got another line, I think, because of that. Infuse is cool. But I kind of want to put it up here at 5th level. I kind of want to put it up at 5th level. Because in some cases, especially with the utilize action, yeah, hang on. Magic item that requires an action. Here in Infuse, it's going to naturally synergize. Boom, hang on. Here's... this is good, and we're going to move it up here. Because that is allowing you to cast 2 spells during your turn. So 6, and then 6 levels after that would be level 17. L2 for 11. Midway through that. Let's get that out of the L20. Ingenuity there. Arcane Empowerment. We can move this back down. Because there we go. This is going to feel like kind of a must here coming up. Oh, dope. Oh, the layout's even looking better. Okay. So. Salsa. L5 and L15 in this class. And your subclass only gets you features at 3rd, 9th, and 15th levels. I don't know. What do we think, chat? What do we think? I mean, here's my deal. I'm not exactly planning on playtesting this thing. It's mostly just I'm making this because it's like a thought experiment. I think that an Artificer could definitely look better than the thing that they released. So, again, I wouldn't really charge for this thing. I'm just doing this to, like, get my thoughts out there. Kind of, like, relieve my own... I don't know. Maybe it's, like, massage my own fucking ego. No idea. But, I'm trying to think about what makes this concept so intriguing and interesting. And I'm trying to see where the path needs to kind of emerge. Yeah, I do need water. That's a big thing. Yeah, here, let me take a 10. I'm gonna take a 10. I'm gonna get coffee, water. I'll leave you guys with some Boards of Canada for a second. And I'll be back after I stretch and do all this good business. We just went on break for a second. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be streaming way too much longer. Just enough to get some ideas out there on the page and see kind of where the roadmap is going. 3, 5, 3, 9, and 15, huh? Doesn't necessarily mean we have to stick to this. Let's see. You also get spells as you keep leveling up, so this is actually better than what most bards are doing. Ooh, dope. We have new boss and shit coming out. Flash of Genius. Add a bonus to the roll, right? What are they getting here? Magic Device Artisan. So this allows you to start crafting the devices. Flash of Genius. All right, chat. To those of you that have run an Artificer in any of your groups, or I don't know, just give me a read. Flash of Genius. How has this really, like, yeah, wait. Bro, with that sleep schedule, I'm going to need you to start learning the metric system. Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, no, I was exhausted yesterday, so I wound up sleeping a shitload, and now I'm up, and, yeah, I don't know. I figured I'd stream. But how you doing, Trek? This feature. Oh, by the way, Trek Rose. So with you being a dude that is like super into boss fights and everything, especially with like studying the mechanics, you have got to pick up some of Dungeon Crawl Classics' like adventures. I've been going through a lot of their material lately. Like, I asked Bob Worldbuilder for some recommendations. So like, dude, as someone who's invested a lot into like encounter design and everything like that, you really ought to pick up some of their adventures. They're pretty cheap online, and like it's made me kind of rethink some things about like whenever I'm writing a boss, how I might try to make things escalate a little bit more beyond just the idea of here's a fight that's to be expected or something. Yeah, there's some wacky shit in there. So people in chat, I'm really curious about Flash of Genius. If you had an Artificer in your group or something like that, let me know, because like I'd be interested to hear kind of what the vibe check is on this thing. Any recommendation in particular? I picked this one up, Chaos Rising, because it's a lot more short form ones. These are not big long reads, and they still do a lot of really interesting stuff with the boss fights. So I would recommend this one. There's a really funny one in particular. Where was it? Yes. It is Glipcario's Gambit. It's a time warp. It's a time warp adventure scenario. It's really cool. Yeah. So the number of uses are tied to spell slots now. That is interesting. Yes. Yeah. So that was one thought. And it's also self-limited by the fact that, like, I mean, you see what I mean? Like, it's limited number of uses. It's a reaction that's probably worth using, but yeah. Vagabond Artificer, the D&D Artificer. D&D 2024 Artificer. I haven't come up with one for Vagabond yet. I wrote an inventor for Shadowdark, but yeah, I haven't come up with one yet for Vagabond. So can I give you my take on this? My thought on it right here. Why isn't this a spell? L7. So what, 4th level? You've ran a 3-year long campaign with an Artificer in it? Ooh. So does Flash of Genius come in clutch like a lot? Is it super, super active? Or could we turn this into a spell? Maybe. When you are a creature you can see within 30 feet of you, fails an ability check or a saving throw, you can take a reaction and spend the spell slot to add a bonus to the roll, potentially causing it to succeed. The bonus equals your intelligence modifier plus the level of the spell slot spent. Could this... It's very clutch, yeah, probably OP, but the players feel good whenever it pops up, so you're okay with it. It's super defining for him in the current campaign you're in. This is that good. I mean, like, yeah, it's fails an ability check or saving throw. It's good. Yeah. But it's just a mechanic. This is my problem. I don't know how this feels like evocative of genius. It just kind of feels like it's a good buff, right? Like it's a good, this is a good reaction, right? Like it's strong. If you make it a spell, bards can take it. I mean, yeah. I think you could make this a first level spell. Like, I do think that you can make this a first level spell. I mean, Silvery Barbs exists, and this isn't more insane than Silvery Barbs. Okay. Hang on. Let's see. If Silvery Barbs is a new standard, then yeah, I suppose this isn't that strong. But there's a reason it's banned at so many tables. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like where this should go. I think maybe if it was second level. Like, it's not de facto the best thing. Oh, yeah, wait, Wizard. Hang on. Wait, did they keep Spell Mastery? I forgot. Did they remove that from Wizard? Dude. I don't know how they looked at Silvery Barbs and were like, this is fine. And then they kept fucking Spell Mastery in the game. I played something with a similar ability. Circle of Stars Druid's level 6 ability, and the fact that the Artificer one is a guaranteed increase and not a rolled increase feels really good. Huh. Casting time. Range. Components. Duration. Oh. Damn, I thought that would be... we can just put the classes down here. I don't like that being up there anyways. Go up here. Why does this feel odd? There we go. Yeah. Now... reaction? Right? Let me see how they phrase this. I have not written shit for D&D 2024 so far. Reaction. Okay. Which you take when you or a creature you can see fails an ability check or a saving throw. Range 30 feet. It should be in range. Nope. Okay. Components. I don't know. We'll figure that out. You add a bonus to the roll, causing it to succeed. Roll, succeed. The bonus equals your spellcasting modifier. Modifier plus the level of the spell slot spent. So 5 right here. That's really good, but it's a one-time thing. Instantaneous. Components, I don't know. We'll just say, what's counterspell? Thematic? Sure. You add a bonus to the failed d20 roll, potentially causing it to succeed. The bonus equals your spellcasting ability modifier plus the level of the spell slot spent. Okay. Why is I press enter by accident? Oh, well. At higher levels. Right, that's how that goes. Using a higher level spell slot. I think it's clear, right? If you cast it up, you're like, I'm going to cast it at second level. It's already indicated right there. So vote, okay. Oh, sorry. Why is potentially causing it to succeed needed there? Good question. Because that, basically it's like this. Right up here, it says that the check failed, right? So some people say that because it failed, the check has already resolved. Except it kind of, this right here means that it hasn't. Saying potentially causing it to succeed overrides any thought that the check has resolved already right here, right? This is a good question. Some people could interpret this to mean that everything about the action is already complete, right? And nothing can affect it. So if we were to write this in here, this means that it hasn't resolved just yet. So this is always going to mean that you can add it to the failed check to potentially cause it to succeed instead. Yeah. I do. Yeah, that is a interesting bit of design on 5e at least. Yeah. So a vote of no confidence on whether WotC will actually iterate on this UA. You think they plan to print it to print as is? I don't know that they'll print it as is. Treant Monk's video was. I'm gonna put this straight up. If they printed this thing and didn't actually listen to Treant Monk's feedback, no idea. Treant Monk proved. I had, like, here's my thing. Whenever I was reading it, I had suspicions. Okay, but I'm not interested in crunching out D&D 5e. I'm more interested in OSR games where it's like we just get to like kind of get creative with the shit that we put into the games. And I'm not having to think super hard about like crunching up gameplay stuff. It's just not me. It's not where I like to write. It's not where I like to create. It's not where I like to play. So I was just like, this feels very weird. This feels extremely strange. It feels overtuned. I didn't really know what to think. I saw the thing with the magic items and I was like, all right, nothing immediately comes to mind, but I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of like every single magic item, nor would I ever really want to. I just don't really engage with games that way. So this is going to have to be left up to somebody else who is like of a, different pay grade than me. So whenever Chris said that, I guess it was him, Colby, Will were already talking about how, wait, where'd the Buster Gauntlet thing go? Oh shit, did I get rid of that? Oh fuck, I didn't mean to. Buster Gauntlet. I need to put that back in here somewhere. I just saw it and I was like, okay, well, people still express that they want me to check out D&D stuff on my channel. So I was like, by the way, I did a survey. I guess some people have kind of asked about this. I did a survey about a month and a half ago. And that survey here. There we go. And in that survey, I was asking questions about like, hey, what do you want to see on the future of my channel? Yada, 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 right? What do you want to see me make? What do you want to see out of the future of the channel? Because to me, some of the feedback I've heard from people is like, you just don't seem to enjoy D&D 5e, but we do like to hear your perspective on the way that the game is going, because like, even though I'm never going to play Candela Obscura, I was able to prove that there were issues with the game that saved people money. Okay. That basically prevented them from buying a busted ass game. So people still wanted to hear my take on it because they still felt it was important. So I was like, okay, whatever. So whenever I saw the Artificer come out, I was like, okay, this is enough for me to like do something on. I'll do a stream on it, look at it, do whatever. I did the stream and a lot of people enjoyed the stream. And there were a lot of my points that kept coming up that I was like, I can't. I knew that I wasn't happy with it. And I really like this idea. I like this idea of a character concept. And I have a hard time at expressing myself off the cuff like that on the stream to address every single one of my problems point for point. And people seem to get the impression that I wasn't happy with what they had done because I just didn't like it. Or I thought it was overpowered or whatever. And I was like, no, that's not it. It goes beyond the fact that this thing is overpowered. For me, I think this could be better. It could be way more interesting. And I just decided it would be funny for me to just, well, since people are apparently interested in me still talking about this, I'm just going to go ahead and show them what I mean on the Artificer. This isn't going to take me too long. And if it's a 72-hour project that turns into like, yeah, guys, this is what I mean right here. If you want to know my thoughts on like what an Artificer that I would be impressed with, it would be something like this. Yeah. It's not that I want to reduce options. It's not like, I'm not trying to make games less fun. I'm trying to increase creativity. I'm trying to highlight great design, interesting design. Wizards of the Coast, I am not confident that they have designers on their team right now capable of good design or interesting design. I'll be that snarky, okay? And it's not me being like, I'm not really saying anything that other people haven't said, just by another word, okay? This game is in a really weird state, and it seems like a lot of people are disinterested in playing it, but suddenly whenever you go, I don't think that the designers really have the, I don't really think that they have the skill on the team right now to handle a brand new system like this. Suddenly people go, whoa, where's this coming from? It's like, well, you guys are expecting me to pay for a book, so like I'm gonna be critical of it, you know? Whenever there's enough stuff that gets released that I'm like, I'm not sure what's happening up there. Gotta ask some questions, you know? But yeah. You might have to use 2 different abilities like this plus Bardic Inspiration to actually get it to succeed. Yeah. Yeah, and like, to be really clear, whenever I give critique like that, it is never supposed to be an attack on anybody's, it's never supposed to be an attack on anybody's, like, anybody personally whatsoever. It's a critique, you know? And if we keep seeing poor work come out from one group or the other or whatever, it's like, I cover plenty of stuff on here that I love. You guys see me cover all kinds of shit here on my channel that I absolutely love. This is the one company that I keep coming after where I'm just like, it is rough around the fucking edges. And also I just keep hearing bad shit going on up at WotC. And I'm like, all right, so yeah. If it was free, would you be less critical? No. No. I just wouldn't cover it. I just wouldn't cover it. I would probably still talk about the game. But whenever we're talking about consumer responsibility and everything, if it doesn't cost any money and it's not doing damage, like financial damage to people, probably no. I would, yeah, I would probably just not cover it. And, I don't know. I mean, but to be fair, to anybody that's come to my channel and seen my content, you will also know, if you look at some of my other stuff, WotC is not the only company I'm critical on. I mean, I released the video that buried Candela Obscura. Like, that game is dead. Nobody's playing Candela Obscura right now. My review sunk that game. It was not my intention to. I didn't mean to. I don't like killing a game. But nobody plays it anymore. Hungry Hippos. Hey, welcome. Nobody plays it, and nobody picked it up because, well, I mean, I said nobody picked it up. Guys, it didn't even get considered at the ENnies. Like, the game is functionally dead. Are they even doing Candela Obscura as a actual play thing anymore? I was trying to see if I couldn't get this to like sync up right here, but there's this one fucking line. Ugh. Yeah, I'm critical of stuff in the industry because it helps it to improve. And like I said, a lot of respect for Darrington Press, because after that review, they sent me a copy of Daggerheart. Fucking crazy. Like, holy shit. You know? Huge respect to them for that. But yeah, and it's not like people always get on my case for this. I can't say that it's an inflated ego situation. I don't need that's not a win for me. Like to say, yeah, I killed this game. I don't feel good about killing a game. I do feel good about getting people aware of situations. I do feel good about saving people their hard-earned cash. And I do feel good whenever a company recognizes that maybe some of the methods or their philosophy towards designing games was flawed, and they need to reevaluate some things. Yeah. Critical but fair, I should say, like Gordon Ramsay. I am fair. That's the thing. I don't, like, I'm fair. Like, so many people like to say, well, I say so many people. No, sorry. It's a very small niche. There's a group of, I would say I have a dedicated group of about 10 to 12 haters in this scene. They're not all associated, really. But I do have a dedicated group that just does not like me and will choose not to like me, right? It doesn't really matter what I do or what I say. They're not going to like me. I can't please them. I wish they would shut their fucking mouths about me, but c'est la vie, okay? So, like, whenever I dropped that review on Candela Obscura, I had a lot of people that were saying I was just trying to drama monger about whatever, and it's like, guys, you say that about fucking everything I do. What the fuck do you mean I was trying to drama monger here? I wasn't trying to make drama around this fucking game. What's the big deal? If the game comes out and it's in a bad state, not all coverage of it that is negative is drama. What the fuck are you talking about? There are people who do not like any criticism for anything in this hobby. That all reviews are toxic. Like, I mean, yeah. You're sure someone watched your video and thought this game is for me? There are people who on YouTube who saw the review and were so convinced that I was trying to make bad shit or make shit up about the game that they went out and bought it, looked through it, verified what the fuck I was saying, and still put out videos that were like, well, he's over-exaggerating these problems. Fuck off. All I said was that the death mechanic is missing. That's not over-exaggerating the problem. It's an objective truth. The death mechanic was not in the book. That is true. And if you're trying to say that I am lying about that, you are fucking psycho. Oh my god, yeah. Fucking psychotic. Oh my god. There's just some people who will, no matter what you try to do, no matter what good you try to put out there, you're gonna have haters. Okay? It's just like, we need to be more willing to like allow ourselves to be critiqued and allow things that we like to be critiqued. And I like, if I gotta be that guy, right? Like I said, the guy who inspired me to like even do this shit right here, Total Biscuit. Okay? John Bain. Motherfucking GOAT, alright? The dude who inspired me to do the things that I'm doing right now was brutally honest about the video game industry. And if you all remember, he was publicly flayed alive multiple times because of things that he was saying about the video game industry. Because, to be just very frank, there were a lot of video game players, or like devs, that hated reviews. They hated anything getting reviewed. They felt like anything that was like touching or like critical of their fandom was to be completely shunned. But Total Biscuit didn't believe it, kept being honest the entire time. Right? Kept giving it to people in an intelligent, well thought out manner. Charismatic motherfucker, right? And as a result, the video game industry actually improved. We started seeing things like accessibility options brought into video games, FOV sliders, like whatever, right? Yeah, Total Biscuit. Yeah. That was my thought. And so whenever I see people who are like getting on my case about like, hey, Taron, you should stop being like this thing that you're doing. You're just being negative on this industry. If you need people to believe a lie or if you need to deceive people into buying a book or selling them damaged goods is what I'm going to say. If you need to convince people to buy damaged goods or you need them to be ignorant in order for you to make money, you're not good at your job. You're no better than a scammer. Okay. You don't need to be relying. If you're good enough at your job, you're going to love the fact that I exist. you're going to love the fact that I'm out here talking about these games that are really fucking cool, right? If you're not good at your job and you're relying on people not being informed about the thing in order for you to make money, nah, man, I'm gonna be your worst nightmare, you know? I don't think Critical Role was necessarily doing that with the Candela Obscura situation. In fact, I can't say anything. Never mind. I can't say anything. The thing I will say about that is I believe Candela Obscura is a result of a lot of people trusting in sensitivity consultants to a fault. There is definitely a good reason to have a sensitivity consultant, but if you do not know, the reason why you need to have a sensitivity consultant and you just hire them because you hired them, you were like, this is a thing we were told that we needed, you're gonna wind up with a book like Candela Obscura. Yeah. Did you know after beating cancer the first time, he won a Hearthstone tournament? Hell yeah. Candela Obscura not having death mechanic as a full book is definitely a mistake. Yeah, that's the deal though. Like, it was a blunder. It is a blunder that they could correct with an errata, you know? But the problem is, here's the thing. It wouldn't have been as big of a deal. It would not have been as big of a deal had they not gone to all these crazy links to preach about how all these other games did it wrong, right? If they had not gone through all these links to seem like they were morally superior to all these other creators or whatever, people would have just seen it and been like, whatever. Like, yeah. But the fact that it was so insufferably preachy, like, look, progressives out there, hey, I'm your guy. All right. I have been outspokenly progressive. I've taken the flack from a lot of right-wingers who now call me fucking soyclops or what the fuck ever, okay? I get harassed. I get shit all the time. I've been outspokenly out here trying to advocate for inclusion in gaming. What the hell ever, all right? We need better fucking PR because we're really, really bad in this industry about, like, letting pretty extreme viewpoints dominate and intimidate others from voicing a concern about the way that we conduct ourselves in this industry. And I'm happy to see that a lot of the people who were more extreme have gotten less of a voice as of late. And like, when it comes to sensitivity consultants, there is a reason to have one. There is a reason to have cultural consultants, okay? I got cultural consultants on Vagabond because I found out multiple times, I was like, hey, I need to figure out, like, this term right here. Somebody told me XYZ reason I should be worried about this right here. What are your thoughts? Whenever the orc pigs got people on board to talk to me about what to worry about when handling pigs as orcs or what the hell ever, or orcs as pigs and all that other stuff, right? They should have a purpose. It shouldn't just be that you are offloading your project onto a team that says that they're sensitivity consultants when you don't really have any idea what their credentials are in order for them to give you the stamp of approval as to whether or not your book is, like, progressively okay or whatever. And if someone like me brings this up as a critique, don't come at me saying that I'm some fucking Nazi or whatever trying to snake his way in because I'm coming after your fucking little grift you're trying to run, okay? If you're a sensitivity consultant and you're out here trying to rely on people being ignorant as to why they need to hire you, and you're trying to be this moral arbiter for what people can put into their games, look, your days are fucking numbered, is what I'm saying. You will not last long in this hobby. That's the kind of shit that me, as a progressive, I look at and I'm like, we have got to stop fucking chastising people just because they put something slightly edgy in their goddamn game. Like, I mean, slightly edgy. And oh my god, there's also just like no road for if someone starts to say something like hey, we need to hold this person accountable or what the hell ever, I recommend that you block, unfollow whatever the hell that person is saying. That is a that is pseudo moralistic. Here, what's the word for this? It is a moralistic guise for justifying them harassing this person, for justifying a harassment campaign, is what I would say. There's never a road for accountability or anything quite like that. I've never tried to advocate for, like, we need to hold this person accountable. Fucking no. What? No. That means that person just wants to justify harassing this other person and cyberbullying them for years. Okay? What we need to do is, like, look, if someone does a fuck up, but it's like, hey man, this content is like, what's the deal there? And if they're like, oh shit, yeah, damn, I didn't even think about that. Okay, cool, then move on. Like, they do something to move on, right? And they call, yeah, if you tout Taron, remember he did call it How Does He when Watsi published it, and he and everyone else should have. He never harassed anyone. Yeah, dude. I know what actual harassment is, okay? People getting flack because maybe they made an accusation against somebody. Like I did. Okay, hey, I made an accusation about the AI art thing, and you know what? I took my lumps. That's what it's called. Is that if you fuck up and you throw a punch, and that punch don't hit, you better be expecting the motherfucking punch back. All right? Like, that's the reality of it. So if you're out here throwing punches at people, and you get upset that you got a punch back, I don't really know what to say. Like, it feels like so often we're having to like reteach fucking like 3rd grade lessons on, yeah, it's exhausting. A reviewer is willing to be negative. A reviewer that is willing to be negative is good, because you know what, their positive reviews are honest as well. Oh yeah, I mean, sure, but like at the same time, what I'm trying to do, here's my number one thing that I want to achieve with this channel. Okay. Yeah, hey, what up, Crow? Yeah. Y'all get in the live stream lounge if you're up and wanting to talk, man. Here's the number one thing that I want to do with this channel. I would love if everybody that was watching my channel, instead of sitting here and expecting me to give you you're tired of shit, but yeah, have fun. Oh, right on, man. Look, I don't want you to just come to my channel and you're playing the new Warframe dating sim. I don't want you to come to my channel and just hear what I have to say about like a product or whatever, and take my opinion and just parrot it to other people. Okay? I don't want you to do that. I want you to like come hang out on the channel, hear what I have to say, think about something, and form your own opinion. Okay? I want you, if you disagree with me on something, but you understand that like we can have that disagreement or whatever, I want you, get in chat. Like, let me know. You know, I like having the discussion. Like, yeah, something Hassan says that's easy to understand is just be normal, and people are getting too comfortable saying stuff like they're playing League of Legends or something. Wait. Something Hassan says that is easy to understand is just be normal, and people are getting too comfortable saying stuff like they're playing League of Legends or something. People have no respect when talking online anymore. I mean, yeah, but like that's just the reality of like anonymity and people online, and like you're not going to be able to like lecture somebody into, I don't know, not like what, like not saying the N-word online. Like, if people are going to be using gamer words and shit like that, I hate tiptoeing around that, really. Like, if someone's out there saying that, look, like, I don't really know what can be done. You can drive yourself crazy trying to like say like point this out and point this out, this is wrong and this is wrong. That only makes you look worse. it doesn't help out the cause, you know. The better thing to do is you see it, you don't want to deal with it, don't engage with it, don't share it, don't promote it, don't do anything like that, move on. It helps out your mental so much better to just filter it out. Everything that goes on Twitter is a hyper reality. Okay. Block it out. Move on. I don't really know what more I don't really know what more people can really expect to happen, other than, like, you can't really control what goes on with other people, and you can't make a corporation do something that it doesn't want to do. So, like, wait, I disagree with you on multiclassing for a while, as my preferences on TTRPGs changed. My opinion on multiclassing changed. Hey, there you go. Yeah, like, it's an ongoing conversation, and I think too often what's happening right now is, like, people are expecting absolutes and they are expecting extremes. Everything is supposed to be amplified to 10, whenever I think that there's way more granular conversations to be had about a lot of different situations going on. Yeah, I try to keep in check how hot the conversations are getting around everything. Yeah. Well, you can change companies like with the OGL stuff. Are you talking about, like, you could personally boycott something? And I'm trying to see if this would possibly save some space. Are you talking about, like, a boycott? Hang on. Okay. That does actually get us more. Damn, not a whole lot, though. Supporting alternatives. So yeah, like a boycott is what you mean, right? I mean, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, like, I think that is, like, the best action that you can take, rather than okay, hang on. So I think that that's a better action to take than trying to go to social media and do, like, worry yourself or do whatever stress you have. Bro, I went to sleep after work, and yeah, it's only been like 6 hours. This is my day job. What do you? It's only been 6 hours and 34 minutes. This is my job. How long do you go to work? Like, yeah, like, supporting alternatives is a great way. If you disagree with the morals or ethics of a company, yeah, a really great way for you to personally, hang on. Yeah, a really great way for you to personally, at least make yourself feel better about the situation. Because, like, making them feel bad, making some company feel bad, a CEO doesn't give a fuck what you think, okay? CEO doesn't give a fuck. The thing that you can do, all you can do is take care of yourself. If you disagree with the situation that's going on or what somebody else is doing or whatever, look, what doesn't help, because, like, they've tried this out with multiple celebrities now these days, okay? The only person that can cancel anybody is themselves, right? It shouldn't be your objective to set out to deplatform somebody. It doesn't work. It's been tried. The only person who can actually cause themselves to not have an online career is that creator. Whenever it comes to companies, if you're going to boycott them, the only thing you can do is stand up for yourself and do that boycott for yourself. That's it. Not necessarily boycotts are part of it, or more like organized movements or unions. Yeah, but you can't be an employee for every single company to be involved with every single union whatsoever. That should not be on you. You know, that's not a thing that you as somebody who cares a lot about these issues, really need to or should feel guilted into taking on, right? This was part of the issue for me whenever it came to seeing a bunch of hate happening in the TTRPG scene, where I was seeing what I felt like was pretty evil fucking behavior. But eventually I found out that the video coverage I did on it did more damage than good, because even YouTube reached out and they were like, we don't want to look like we are siding with anybody who is making a video telling us to revoke somebody's channel. So as a result, if something had been reported, rather than somebody make a video to get rid of this other person, maybe something could have been done. But now that this has been done, we would open ourselves up to to legal issues if we were to actually take action based off of the report now. So like, it's a tricky situation for them that ultimately I don't think a lot of people really consider whenever it comes to that kind of like cancellation or whatever. You would say the fan base of the person are people who can cancel them. They could always just stop watching them, but that person could always find a new audience. That's happened. I think that's currently what... No. Sorry, Dr. Disrespect is maintaining his, like, same fucking viewers and shit. Like, as much shit that happens to... as much shit that happened with JonTron, and, like, you know, what the hell ever we want to say. Look, the dude is still, like, pulling in millions of views per video. Like, he let it bother him, but ultimately he went to just make more content. And if he continues to keep making content, I don't think his core audience who's there is really gonna care about what happened, you know, 5-6 years ago, right? Or whenever that happened. I don't remember whenever the whole Destiny thing happened and everything with him. But that's why bad comedians go anti-woke, because they lost their main audience. A criminal like Louis C.K. can go to them, yeah. I mean, maybe. Like, yeah, there's a pathway. I think you can definitely see that happening, but yeah. Yeah, there's YouTubers had major controversies and lost millions of subs, but they're still going on strong today. Yeah, like, hang on. If I was... Let me see here. What happened with James Charles? Is he still uploading? Is he still uploading? Yeah, 23 million. Guys, like, James Charles had one of the, like, biggest and most, like, well-covered, like, quote-unquote cancellations or, like, outrage situations happen with him. Guys, I'm sorry. Companies are going to look at somebody who's pulling in 1 million views per video, and they're still going to shell out 20K to get even a 30-second ad spot on here. This is cancellation. It doesn't work. Okay. Cancellations do not work. You might be able to cost them some money, but they're going to get that bag another way. Okay. It doesn't work. It just doesn't fucking work. So the better thing to do is to worry about your own stuff. Okay. It's to, if you don't like it, be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to boycott this. You might let people know, but like if other people aren't, you can't really pressure others into doing something they don't want to do. Except for Arcanum, bro got destroyed. Okay, Arcanum is a situation where like he became a lolcow. Okay, like that's the difference. Is like he's still around making content, but he's a lolcow. So like the only people that are watching him are kind of either hate watching or like I don't know. It's like the Boogie situation. Boogie? Dude, Boogie just destroyed himself. But that's the thing, is like, if you don't destroy yourself, if you don't cancel yourself, dude, I don't think cancel culture works. You know, and like, I'm not necessarily disappointed with that. I'm happy that we don't just go at the whims of a mob. I'm happy that we don't just let mob justice rule, you know. Arcanum? I don't think Arcanum had the charisma to come back from all the shit that came out about him. That's the thing. You know, I don't, man. The thing is, that dude did not have the built-in audience to like, oh god. Wait, you guess being a criminal like Alex Jones is a form of cancellation? No, that's just called committing a fucking crime. Like, that's just called the legal system. That's not cancel culture. That's just legal arbitration. You know? Yeah, that's like I mean, what do we call, like, if someone steals a car and then they go to jail, it's like, no, the state didn't cancel them. They committed a crime, you know? Also didn't help that he doubled down and turned into even more of a freak. Yeah, he's still streaming and pro DMing. Yeah, but he's getting like maybe 600 views a video. Arcadum YouTube. 50K on YouTube is not... Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. Guys. $50K subs on YouTube, right? 65 views on a video a day ago. The XQC clip, that's not cancel culture, that's a crime. Yes, yes! Like, 67 views. 210 views. He made it embarrassing to be one of his viewers. That's the deal. He made it embarrassing to be like, yeah, I watch Arcadum. You know, like, because of people didn't want to associate with him because like if he had been like, hey, you know what, here's the deal, I don't know that he could have really made a comeback. I don't know, like, he got defensive. You know, like if logs are coming out that, oh god, I don't know, man, I don't know that I have advice, because like sending a text like that is just like, I think you just really cement yourself as a lol cow at that point, and I don't know what you do to come back from that, dude. I don't know. But yeah, like he's still streaming, right? You never heard of this guy? So Arcadum was one of, at least we thought Arcadum was going to be the next big deal with now denying a genocide is happening. What, Destiny? No, I don't want to get into Destiny drama, all that bullshit. Destiny is a hotbed of just, yeah. I can't even really get into anything without, yeah. So Arcadum was a streamer, who was doing the actual play thing, and one of the guys who was doing it pretty early on that was like really seeing success because there was a lot of interesting stuff happening with the way that he was doing the thing. If you do an actual play thing and you're not really innovating on the model and bringing something new to the table, you really shouldn't expect a lot of people to just watch your stuff, right? The people who do the innovation are the people who are getting noticed. So like Critical Role, they were the people who were really trying to take it to a professional level, okay? Penny Arcade, they were just like one of the first to really do it, right? And do it often, do it frequently, do it consistently, right? Seeing like The Chain, the reason why like MCDMs didn't really succeed is because it fell apart. They weren't really doing anything interesting with it. It was kind of hoping on the success to like come in, whatever, and The Chain and everything fell apart. What Arcadum was doing at the time that was super interesting was there seemed to be an ARG element involved to it, or like an MMO aspect where you could go onto this website and see the world that he was building out with like 20 other dungeon masters in this like virtual space. It was wild. Everyone on Twitch was like, holy fucking shit. Yeah, man, you are making an experience that like people want to get in on. And it looked insane. Yeah. So he went to Adam Friedland and said he just started reading books and that he liked Hitler's paintings. Hitler, the famously bad... What? I don't know what you're getting into there. I don't know. Arcadum? What? Anyways, the castle players would rotate. Yeah, there were here's the deal. At the time, he had major, and I mean major YouTubers that were coming in and playing on his channel. In one, like, to show you how big it was, in one of the streams that he was running, he consistently had Charlie from Moist Critical, Donkey, like Video Game Donkey. Who else is in that one? Hang on, let me find that. Charlie, Donkey, Arcadum game. Who else is in that? Ludwig. Are you kidding me? This guy, you want to talk about fumbling a motherfucking bag. Let me see. Do we have the names on here? It was Video Game Donkey, Ludwig, and Critical. Yeah. That we're doing this. And that this guy, Arcadum, cost... Here's what I'll tell you. Arcadum, I'm going to straight up say it, cost the TTRPG scene probably mainstream actual play success in streaming on Twitch. You got Arcadum, that's a Dream Blunt rotation. He cost mainstream appeal to the actual play space. With the way that fuck up happened. In addition to all that, he was also streaming with, like, I mean, there were a bunch of VTubers that before they were like bigger VTubers were over on Arcadum's channel. Like before the VTuber boom, you know. Actual plays, I think from then on, the way that they were discussed, like, if you go to Charlie's channel right now, anytime he brings up D&D, you know the thing that he always says? Well, I was on a D&D game at one point, and we all know how that went, but this one's different. And so now it has this association in the mainstream with people that watch streams, as if, like, D&D is this mostly degenerate or kind of shitty experience most of the time. He could have been the next Critical Role, yeah, for sure, if he had been a different man. Yeah. Just like it, and I'm not trying to, like, you know, say, I don't know, man. It is a, it's tough. He had success kind of thrust into his lap, funnily enough. Yeah. He had everybody on Twitch was looking at this guy like he was going to be the next big goddamn thing. And he just fucking fumbled it, man. The whole thing, for people who don't know kind of what happened, he was caught sexually harassing, and by sexually harassing, I don't just mean like he was hitting on women or anything like that. He was legitimately sexually harassing a bunch of people who were appearing on his streams, but it was in, like, also really sad ways. In an hour, but what a great tragedy. Yeah. The way that in which he was doing it was, like, very pathetic. It's like, you know, if someone's got confidence with it, I mean, someone that's got confidence with it isn't really going to sexually harass. They've got their shit usually figured out. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, like, there's no equivalent to messing up an entire whole medium of art. Yeah, no, yeah. It was just, if Arcadum hadn't turned into a lolcow, it might not have wound up as bad as it did for the TTRPG scene. And I mean bad only as in we lost a huge form of, like, the mainstream viewership because this guy made the whole hobby seem creepy to normie viewers on Twitch. And that's the way that it gets talked about. And that's the way the discourse kind of happened. And that's kind of where they're at with it, you know? But all that to say, if you're not really doing something unique with live streaming actual play stuff, I think it's going to be extremely hard to break into any kind of mainstream right now. you've got to be bringing something brand new in there. And you've got to... First, I think you've got to get some success on YouTube by editing the stuff down, and then that's going to bring the viewers in over on your Twitch channel. I think you've got to at least start there. The thing that's made things like Legends of Avantris successful is the fact that they have utilized shorts so fucking well. Legends of Avantris is like... That should be a masterclass and how you can make any project you're doing take off. They were consistent, it was high quality, and like... Dude, we should have not been surprised to know that, like, they have blown up to 1 million subs. That was a crazy amount of work. And it wasn't relying on star power or anything like that. Is that the one with Chuckles the Clown? I think so. The one that has, like, the mouse character or whatever. There's, like, a mouse player character, and then I think there's a clown. It seems like they're doing a Spelljammer campaign, but I'm not sure. I don't know anything about the campaign, but I have seen dozens of those shorts. And, like, they're funny, you know? But yeah, they utilize shorts. They utilize shorts extremely well. But they were also, like, one of the first APs to do that. Even Dimension 20 started doing it. After, but not until Legends of Avantris basically showed everybody why you should do that. Yeah, it's just... That's one of the things I keep seeing, now that I've gotten a bit more involved with, now that I got more away from Twitter as the hive mind for most TTRPG discussions, and I've watched, like, how stuff is discussed over on YouTube, one of the things that's come up a lot is people asking questions about why their actual play isn't working, or why their actual play isn't succeeding, or whatever. And you'll go check it out, and it's like, you guys aren't really invested in the production value of this thing. And, like, yeah, or, like, promoting it at all. That channel is entertaining for people who know nothing about TTRPGs. That's the deal right there. Right? You want to know how I got into TTRPGs? It wasn't because I wanted to look at what D&D was. It was because I found out that Dan Harmon was doing a thing called Harmon Quest, and I was a big, big fan of Community. And I was like, this dude's hilarious. What the hell is this game that they're playing? This is what D&D is? I thought this was that thing that a lot of, like, guys who hated the world were playing in their basements back whenever I was in high school. What is this thing? This actually seems like it's fucking hilarious and fun. Okay, I'm going to go pick up this fucking player's handbook, pick up some dice, and see if I can't find some people to, like, give this thing a shot, you know? I've seen Harmon Quest. Fuck yeah, I have. Harmon Quest was the thing that got me into D&D. You loved Harmon Quest? Oh, yeah, yeah. But Harmon Quest is really well produced, you know? I think that a lot of people could do something on par with Harmon Quest. In fact, this is what Wizards of the Coast tried to do with... what the fuck was the name of that show? Kill Purple Worm, Faster, whatever bullshit. They tried to make their own D&D YouTube channel and, like, D&D show or whatever, but it just feels like Wizards of the Coast doesn't understand how the fuck to appeal to a normie crowd. Nobody is going to watch this goddamn 30 letter long whatever the goddamn show. They don't know what the fuck this is. Right? Harmon Quest. Boom. It's Stan Harmon playing D&D. I know what's up. They have some guest stars that come in. Cool. Fuck. I'll go watch this. I go and watch it. Holy shit. I want to try this D&D thing. Oh my god. It works. Hi, Amelia. Oh shit. She needs to go outside. That mirror puzzle is room free in my head. Wait, that's one of your favorite Community episodes? Oh, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons? Spencer was so fun. Yeah, you want to know something really funny? This is gonna make so many people... Yeah. If you want to know something super funny, did you guys know that they weren't playing D&D on Harmon Quest? They were playing Pathfinder. I found out about that, and holy shit. Hang on, I'll show you guys. I gotta let her out real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, let me find this real quick. Harming Quest. Yeah, I just want to double check before I actually pull this up. I needed to make sure stuff was like safe for work. Oh, damn it. Okay, we're gonna scour through. I don't see anything not safe for work. Wow, I forgot they got Conan on there. Yeah, here you go for the people who were like, yeah, wait, what? Harmon Quest was playing Pathfinder? You see these books right here? Those aren't D&D books. That's the Pathfinder core rulebook and bestiary sitting on their table. Like, wild. Dude, I didn't know this. Mark Seifter told me this. And like, what's funny is I kind of look at like all the other stuff. I think like they had to get like non-branded like stuff, so they got like prop soda and shit all over the table, right? But yeah, dude, Pathfinder core rulebooks on their tables, and they were saying the whole time, yeah, we're playing a D&D campaign, you know. Like this is rough for Pathfinder. I honestly think another thing that was really rough for D&D, that like, look, I think there was a bit of an overreaction. I get it. I get why this was done. But the fact that Netflix pulled the episode of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons of Community because Chang did blackface, or, well, like, it wasn't blackface technically, but the joke was he was so dense that, like, he didn't realize it was blackface or whatever, is, like, kind of damaging, because that, like, as much as we want to say that, like, Wizards of the Coast wants to be this, like, progressive company and whatnot, yeah, Drowface, yeah, Drowface, that episode actually helped them to attract players. And it wasn't that it was attracting racists or anything like that. Nope. It was straight up, that shit was hilarious. And, like, people were like, what the fuck is happening with this? I want to see what this game is about, you know? Yeah, it was... That episode getting pulled also kind of hurt normie buy-in that we had for this hobby. It really did. Can we get any more space here? Is there any way we can do this? Oh, I'm trying to see if we can't get this all to be... Can we, the alternate timeline where this becomes Critical Role and Pathfinder is the main TTRPGs in 2024? Like, I don't know, man. That was also Pathfinder First Edition, I think. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I think that, like, Dungeons and Dragons is just a brand, realistically, at the end of the day. Even the game D&D 5e is just the brand of Dungeons and Dragons slapped onto a system made by Mike Merles, right? So, like, it's not Dungeons and Dragons as it was originally created. Hell, TSR stopped making Dungeons and Dragons whenever they released second edition, you know? So, like, that's all... It's all a branding thing. Whether or not you like 5e is the thing that should really determine whether or not you're playing that, you know? Yeah, I'm like, it's a brand. I know plenty of people who don't play D&D but say that they're going to go play D&D because that's the thing that people colloquially know to be the thing that they're doing. Yeah. Come on. But yeah, like, we need to really find something that's going to be the next, like, we're going to hit a drought of pop culture stuff for D&D, or like TTRPGs in general, very soon. Stranger Things is wrapping up. Here we go. Got that one up there. Stranger Things is wrapping up. And Critical Role is not pulling shit in. It's like Harvest Moon. Yeah. Schools are having D&D clubs now, and that didn't happen when I was a kid, so it's getting more mainstream. Yes, but we're also losing a lot of the things that were drawing people into the game. I also heard people that were saying that they felt like D&D got hurt after Game of Thrones ended. And I'm like, I don't really see that. But, you know, I guess maybe? I don't know. 0.2, 0.22. I think the only thing that really ended was the hype for Game of Thrones. Like, wait. It was a pointless tactic by companies to not actually improve their working place and just gesture by being progressive without addressing real problems. Yes! Performative progressive ideas. Performative progressive action, I guess is what we'll say. This is like the whole thing with the half race thing. I don't think half race is necessarily... I don't think anybody really thought that half race was implying a lesser or a lessening or anything quite like that. I think that was a very like, look, I think people are thinking too deep about this kind of a thing situation. But man, yeah, D&D got hurt by Baldur's Gate. Yeah, right. But like, okay, so then there was something recently, right? Cool, very cool. Wait, you're hoping the Electric State movie can draw people into the TTRPG? Honestly, here's the only reason I'm saying it probably won't, because the Tales from the Loop series didn't draw people into the Tales from the Loop TTRPG. Of course, different strokes, different whatever. But guys, the Tales from the Loop series is a fucking bop. It got no marketing, like fucking no marketing, and it was a thing that I think Amazon Prime, like Amazon did, and they were like, all right, so here's the thing that we want to release, here's they do it, whatever. It was fucking incredible. Yeah, Tales from the Loop got a series. Yeah, hang on. Tales from the Loop got a series. I am a horror nut, and this is a 10 out of 10 for me, okay? Yep, here you go. Tales from the Loop. You can go watch it on Amazon Prime right now. Rotten Tomatoes gave it an 87%. They are usually super critical. IMDb gave it a 7.4 out of 10. This is a fucking banger of a series. If you are into horror or you are into more cerebral, just sort of like odd ideas about reality or about like what it means to be a human versus... this is, if you want to know, dystopian existential technology. I don't even know. It's like the horror of technology outpacing mankind is Tales from the Loop, and it is so fucking cool. It's like, yeah, they're most time you see headlines for Tales from the Loop, they're comparing it to Stranger Things. I prefer Tales from the Loop over Stranger Things. I prefer Tales from the Loop for the pure vibe of Stranger Things is going for classic 80s horror. This is going for cerebral David Lynchian horror. And it is so fucking good at it. There is an episode where this was the thing that let me know, holy fucking shit, I'm in for something cool here. There is an episode where a grandfather takes his grandson out to this like weird anomaly out in this field. And in this anomaly, the thing that they know about it is if you shout into it, your voice echoes, right? But the thing is, the number of times it echoes tells you how much longer you have to live. And like the kid, like shouts into this thing, and you hear his voice bounce around like crazy, you know, whatever, and all that. And the granddad just kind of goes like, hello. And it's like dead silent. And it's like, fuck, man, that is Woo! Woo! Like, that alone was like, you just see even the actors just kind of like, you know, that woof, so good. There's several times in the series where they explore these ideas about like certain technological advances doing things realistically to us, right? Where if it got us into that concept, how actually horrific that is for us. There is another episode about getting stuck after you have like paused, after you stop time. So cool. This is a great series. Yes, if and also if you were ever interested in Tales from the Loop, the game, for me personally, I don't really want to play as a kid. I don't really want to roleplay as a kid, or tell stories about roleplay happening with kids. So I would probably play the Electric State over this, because I would still want players to feel like if it came down to combat could happen, and it's not really dramatic. Yeah, you got into the strain last night. Why does that sound familiar? Ooh. Ah! Oh, God, this poster. 79 on Rotten Tomatoes. Okay. Okay. I'll check it out. Actually, another one, by the way, if you are into that kind of cerebral sort of like technological horror, I do have, wait, do I have a favorite Free League game? Probably right now it's got to be Vaesen. Yeah. If you're into the technological horror, kind of David Lynchian style stuff. Okay, depends. This is my favorite role that Nick Offerman has ever done. Debs. I started watching this one after Jacob Geller talked about it in a movie, or sorry, in one of his videos on YouTube. And what a cool concept that they damn near got through the finish line. I would watch this one just for the scenario that it brings up and for some of the stuff that they propose and everything. But the A plot made no sense. I could not follow what the fuck they were doing with the A plot. Yeah, Love Devs hated the ending. Yep. This is such a bizarre fucking cool idea. But wow, they fumbled the bag. A lot of people are going to give it this like 82. Yes, because it's very good. Except the last like 3 episodes just... I'd say the last 2 episodes fucking suck. It's bad. But as long as you're cool with just taking the ride of like the concept and what all's going on, essentially it's like this. Man gets brought into this secret tech company, or this secret department in a tech company that nobody knows what the hell it is that they're building in there. It is a big secret operation. So he's chosen for this team called Devs. And in Devs, what he finds out is they are building a machine that will... It's a specific type of machine. It's a theoretical machine that someone has proposed. I don't remember the exact name. But this machine is supposed to determine the outcome of all actions on any possible potential timeline. This thing just calculates possibilities and tries to determine the effect. It's like a butterfly effect machine. What would happen if X outcome had not happened at this second, or what the hell ever? And they use that to try and determine the future. Because they're like, well, if we can predict all outcomes right now, we can determine any outcome moving forward. Right? Like, Devs is super fucking cool. I love the idea. But, boosh. God, yeah. The ending you would imagine made more sense. They let me down with their stupid ending. I'm sure it would have been infinitely better in your hands. Yeah. Says so much of Roka's vascular thought experiment. I am fairly certain they actually mention Rocco's Basilisk, but yeah. Severed. Yeah, Severed is another one I've been meaning to watch. I've heard a lot of really good shit about it. But yeah. Who's hit me up? Well. What's Merkborg got going on? Oh, hell yeah. Johan Nor's dropping more art. Upload is also at least the first 2 seasons. Comedy drama series. 90% on Rotten Tomatoes, no shit. Sci-fi comedy. In the near future, people who are near death can be uploaded to... Huh! Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. After their death, Nathan chooses to live in the virtual Lakeview after his expected death. Unexpected death. Wow. Expected death? I will definitely check that one out. That sounds like the kind of weird existential shit that I seem to love watching for some reason. Has a few deep ideas. Okay, yeah, I will definitely check it out. Huh. But yeah, if you are at all interested in Tales from the Loop, the TTRPG, you owe it to yourself to go and watch the series. If you're not into it as a TTRPG or whatever, you should still go watch it. It's very fucking good. Although I will say, it is the first time I have ever seen someone I have suggested it to nope out of watching it. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody give as visceral of a reaction as what I saw given to Tales from the Loop. And you'll know if it's for you probably within the first 2 episodes. And there's like, it deals with some themes that I think if you are not ready for that kind of existential horror, it's not a jump out and scare you situation at all. It is a how do you put it? Still going out, I see. Oh yeah, we are. Man, how do I put this with Tales from the Loop? If you're a person who has had, and we're going to get a little existential here, I guess. If you're a person who has ever had one of those, like, deep depressive moments because the thoughts of death have scared you, or, yeah, philosophical dread, yeah. It is a level of existential dread that no other media, I think, has ever gotten out of me. And I watch a lot of horror, okay? I can understand why for some people, that show is the most horrifying thing that they've ever watched. Legit. Not overhyping anything with the Tales from the Loop series. For some people, it might not be for you. The experience of what is happening here type of thing, you're too close to the unknown. No. It is like soul stuck for eternity style shit. But the thing is, okay. Wow. The reason why it works with Tales from the Loop is because things are proposed in there with explanations for how they may work. And that's fucking freaky. There are a lot of people who, when you get that explanation for how a thing may work or what it may do, it is proposed as so realistic that you feel as though you could wind up in that situation fairly easily. And you understand why some people willingly put themselves into those situations. It can be a challenging watch, but god damn, it is gorgeous. But yeah, if that stuff doesn't bother you, for me, sometimes I like that sort of like, holy shit, what? Like, oh my god. I'd love to come up with a concept that was that horrifying. Yeah, it's weirdly normal. Yeah, right? I would love to write something for Tales from the Loop. I'd love to start writing some horror scenarios. In fact, I'm going to really try to with some projects I've got coming up in 2025. Tales from the Loops feels like it requires a particular voice to really make it hit. And I'd love to figure out how to make that happen. I guess I should ask if you've seen The Substance. You are the third person in the last week I have had tell me about that movie. No, I haven't seen it yet, but I feel like I should now because there's a lot of people I really respect who have told me about that movie, and I just haven't seen it yet. Gamer Subs. Hey, reach out, Gamer Subs. I love your shit. I'd love to get more for free. I am like nowhere near Gamer Subs' attention. Like, you don't normally do gross movies, but you think it's good. What's the concept? Is The Substance like a drug addict movie, or is it like? I tell you, one of the things that I'm just kind of exhausted with is like virus movies. Like, oh, this thing is scary because remember when we all went through COVID and we were all in lockdown and yada yada. I'm exhausted with that. If it's like very purposeful, you don't usually do gross movies. Is it gross like torture porn, or is it gross like there's a couple of like gory deaths here and there? Because that's why I don't watch Saw. Saw is just like, oh, okay. Like, here's another person getting their fucking fingernails ripped out with pliers, you know? It's not Saw. There's body horror. Will this VOD be up? Oh, yeah. Skip around, please. I think watching me take a test as to whether or not I was autistic has got a lot of people probably like, what the fuck is... This is a TTRPG stream? I mean, come on. You know, like, yeah. Will this reworked already be available anywhere once you finish tweaking it? Very interested in trying it for 5E. 14 campaign. I'll probably have it up for free. I don't want to make money off of it. I'm exhausted with the stuff happening with D&D. But this is a thing where I was like, if this is what they're going to be releasing for like, okay, look, I've done 3 revisions of things. I've done 3 revisions of things for D&D 2024 already that I was like, this is just not a game for me anymore. I don't believe in Wizards of the Coast design philosophies. I think they've completely lost the plot. And I honestly think the worst thing that happened to the design team was firing Mike Merles. Just gonna say it. Like the moment that he was booted off the design team, the game started to suffer. And they have not been able to hit quite right. And it just sounds like it's a bunch of loose cannons going on up there. Like, yeah. Let's say hire this man unironically. I have interviewed for a position with them. Not recently. I interviewed with a position with them back in 2021. Was that right? Or was it 2020? I think it might have been 2021. No, wait. I started working at Kasha in 2021. I don't think that was the same year. I think it was late 2020 that I interviewed for a job with Wizards of the Coast. What happened was super weird. Number one, they don't really pay their designers enough to work on a game that is as successful as D&D. But number two, this was really weird. I was interviewing for a position, for a design team position. And then whenever I got to the second round of interviews, I was suddenly interviewing with somebody in a marketing position. And I was like, wait, what? What's going on? And I didn't realize this until we were like 15 minutes into the interview. And then it was like, okay, well, I don't really know what to say. But here we are, I guess. And then within a couple of weeks, I found out that they hired somebody else. And it was like, oh, okay. What happened? Like, what the fuck? I submitted my resume. But if part of the condition is going to be that, like, they don't want Vagabond published, they're not going to get that. Or if they want the rights to Vagabond, they're also not going to get that. It would be very conditional, and I don't think that I don't really expect Wizards of the Coast would hire me, but I would say actually, optically, it would be a very good win for them to hire me. For them to be like, look, here's the guy who has been the most critical of our work on YouTube. He's the guy who, like, we threw under the bus during the OGL situation, and if we were to hire him to be like, how do we correct the game? Or like, what should we be going with now? Because we don't really feel like we're hitting the right spot. We don't really feel like the direction we're taking D&D in is really doing this right. What should we do? The thing is, there's people who I know do good work, or like there's people who I know are good designers who are on the design team. I don't get why they're not able to exercise their talents, is what I guess I would say. I will also say that if Chris Cox were to ever chew me out, I would tell him to fuck himself right to his face. I don't take that shit. This is a reason why me working for a company, I need to work with a CEO, or like I would need to work with a manager who is confident. I would need to work with a manager who I respect, who doesn't need to demand my respect. And if Chris Cox did any of the things to me that I've heard that he has said to other people, I would tell the man to go fuck himself. And if I got fired for that, I mean, like, yeah, I wouldn't be able to work with Chris Cox, I don't think. I'm too... Dude, I don't know, man. I'm just too... I was saying earlier in the stream, I don't do stuff I don't want to do. Yeah, I need a contract that says I can do and say whatever I want. I need a contract that, number one, says, I do not have to delete my YouTube channel. I do not have to remove anything from my YouTube channel. And how can I say this? I would also need a contract that says that I do not give Wizards of the Coast background access to the API of my channel. If anybody from Wizards of the Coast hears this, that's how you know right there. I definitely know. I have definitely spoken with people. Okay. Part of what I've heard is that there are some people who, as part of a condition in working with WotC, they tried to exercise that they would be getting some type of background API access to your metrics on YouTube for marketing information, research data that is worth hundreds of thousands to them, if not millions to them, trying to get that shit for free. How fucking gross. Yeah, there's just like so many things that I'm like, you guys have got to start practicing your shit ethically and like start treating people not as assets anymore. This is the thing that keeps constantly happening, is we hear a massive amount of disrespect happening all the time about the way that just like Hasbro CEOs look at people. That's just sad, man. It feels like they just tried to shed 5e altogether after the OGL stuff and making 2014 into Creative Commons. So now they just want new players, new DMs, new people to TTRPGs. Like, but that's the thing is, like, any company wants that, you know? Any company wants new customers. They want to bring in new people all the time. Yeah, you should. You should want to grow as a company, you know? There's nothing wrong with trying to grow. The question is, how ethically are you growing, right? Like, you're not surprised, you're astounded. What? Like, any company should want to grow. But the thing is, you have to be able to grow with a light touch, okay? You're way cooler as a company if, like, we work together and you're like, you know what? Here's what we want to do, man. I really like your content. I've seen your content. I actually, you know what? Some of my favorite discussions I've had with companies about sponsors has been them asking me, like, them telling me their thoughts on a video I made about a game that was not one of their games, on a product that was not one of their products. I love that, because it shows that you actually watch my fucking content, you know? It shows that you're actually invested in me. I've heard several times. It sounded like Watsy just wasn't fucking watching videos that these people made. And yeah, sorry. I'm also trying to make sure I don't say too much. But yes. They keep trying to get shit for free that they know that they need to pay for. One of the conversations that I heard and again, this is like, don't look, if someone's gonna write a fucking article or something on what I say right here, this is like, don't, okay? You got better shit to do. Okay? Is it even worth it for me to say? I don't think it's worth it for me to say. I don't think it's worth it for me to say. But there is a statement that I heard, let's just say upper level. There's a statement that I heard an upper level person say at Hasbro that if there was any kind of a recording of that got out, would bury Wizards of the Coast. Just because of how fucking egotistical it was. Not that it was anything racist, not that it was anything. No. Nothing like that. Okay? It was nothing. It was nothing prejudiced or anything like that. But it was probably the most arrogant thing I have ever fucking heard. And yeah, at least working in this industry. Yeah, I don't know. If that got out, if someone did actually have a recording of that and I don't know, whatever, drop that, because that'd be fucking hilarious. And I just get to kick back and watch the chaos from it if it does drop. You believe 5e's popularity is fueled by content creators? It is 100%. Absolutely. Growth is good, of course, but how it's achieved is what how it's achieved and at what expense is the trick. Oh yeah. No, I agree with you 100%. Getting pressured to flip assets and screw over artists and developers to make money, to Hasbro and Wizards can do more pump and dump practices. Like, they're really gonna have to start shifting their philosophy on their outlook towards. They're gonna have to start shifting their philosophy on how they view creative work. Is kind of where I'm at with that. And they're gonna have to really start trying to be better friends to other people in the TTRPG industry. If they want to shed the vibe of being this cold, calculated, downright unrelatable and alien company, they're going to have to start trying to act like humans. And they don't. They're so worried about massaging and creating an image that will not get them quote unquote canceled on Twitter that they sound like an entire PR department. And from the sound of it, nobody in the C-suite actually behaves the way that they try to come across, or the way they try to have their employees come across in videos publicly. So, yeah, that's... God, oh my God. This is a really good American Dad clip for what you just said. Can I send it, or is it too much of a distraction? You can send it. I'm not going to watch it on stream, though, because that gets shit copyright struck. Content creators put out great onboarding materials and promote new releases with their coverage. That's the deal. Whenever I was talking about... I was talking about this with... Who was this? I was talking about this to Evan. I think it was yesterday. Evan Diaz, the creator of Nimble Co. Or Nimble Co. and Nimble, the TTRPG, right? By the way, what I would suggest to a lot of people, if you want to start looking at other TTRPGs, and I'm not just plugging this because I'm going to disclose right now, I did work on Nimble. I wrote an adventure for Nimble, and I've done a little bit of consult work where I was trying to help Evan make the game, quote unquote, sound cooler, right? He asked me for help in making some adventure or some stuff pop. If you are into 5e and you're looking at branching out, and maybe you're in the same opinion that Pathfinder feels a bit too like complicated for you, you're wanting to kind of maybe check something out that doesn't require rocking a whole huge rulebook, go check out Nimble. It's a 5e feel with way more of a rules light ethos, and it feels like somebody has like defragged 5e, and I dig it. I think that what Evan's done, here's the deal. I wouldn't work on a TTRPG unless I think that there was something cool happening with it. Okay. Actually sitting down to research Nimble made me go like, all right, there's genuinely like clever ideas happening in here. Trekaros also worked on it in chat. But yeah, so if you are like a 5e head and you're like, we really want to check out something different, but we also want it to feel familiar, but maybe we're just ready for like something that isn't quite as heavy on the mind as 5e. Jesus Christ. Go check out Nimble. Seriously, you're going to feel a big thirst for more rules-like games just by checking something like that out. You're watching the Nimble stream and you were surprised to hear you on there. Oh yeah, no, dude, like Evan and I are buddies. You send Nerd Squad controls school. Oh god. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, no, I wrote one of the adventures that's going in the Nimble book. Let's see here. Yeah, I have another adventure writing gig apparently happening sometime next year, and I am very excited to get started on that. I mean, I've got all my other stuff as well, but this is one that this is one I'm getting hired onto that will be published in a good book, a big book. And it's a chance for me to stretch out and not do fantasy. Well, I'll do fantasy, but I'll get to write some horror for a second. So I'm like, okay, all right, I get to get weird with it. I am, like I said, I'm a horror nut. And Orange the Biggest Book. And magic. Decoding arcane ciphers to arcane is one of those words I am so tired of using, and it feels like I get to use it less whenever I'm not writing for D&D. Universes are born from a spark of creation. A moment that creates both reality and the supernatural, and this some ways invention is as divine as clerical theurgy. Artificer's mix invention of magic, the coding arcane. I don't know. I don't really like this blurb, but it's something quick that I wrote to kind of just get something on the page. God, but the only thing that's on this other page is the capstone. There's got to be some way that we can get rid of it. That we can condense this down. Don't install League of Legends? I never will. I can already tell you right now, it's not the MMO for me. Yeah. I always have trouble telling what's considered complex because of your special interest in Starfinder. Well, I mean, Starfinder is more complex. I mean, have you read many like rules-like games? Like, I would recommend starting out with something like Into the Odd, because once you've read Into the Odd and you understand what's going on with that, you'll understand about like 20 different like rules-like games, because they all use. There's so many that use Into the Odd as a basis there. Hey, David, thank you so much for picking up the Vagabond Basic Heroes Handbook. You like using esoteric instead of arcane when it's fancier magic to play? Yes. More occult. We're so close to getting this in there. It creates both maybe we can do that. Cut that word out. Can we get the capstone on the other page? Look, we can do armor. Get rid of this. I know that they're calling it training, but like we're gonna have people infer that now. Hit die. Hit point die does not need to be there. Do they? Fuck off. I did not hit a hotkey. Fuck. Can we? How about? There we go. There we go. New book sale. Yeah, right. Now I know your real name? Well, shit. You should have hit it over there. Or you could have just not said anything and I wouldn't have even associated it. Can we get... The number of magic items you can be attuned to increases by 1 now. And again, every 4 levels. Artificer levels hereafter. Okay. You know the plans to replicate 4. You know the arcane plans to replicate 4 common or uncommon magic items. When you gain an Artificer level, you can replace one of these plans with a new one, and your number of known plans increases by 1 every 4 Artificer levels hereafter. Hang on. Okay. Your number of known plans you gain an additional known plan. You gain an additional known plan every 4 levels hereafter. Okay. But we need to find out where we can remove something else. You know, the arcane plans to replicate 4 common or uncommon. God, I really wonder if we need to go up to rare at 20th level. I actually think, based off of what I saw Treant Monk talking about yesterday, this doesn't need to be here. I worry too much about that being able to duplicate so many other effects. And I'm not just saying that to make my layout work out. It's a perk to that, right? It's a happy accident that I can get rid of that, and it makes my layout better. But what else is increasing there? Yeah. You get the 3rd level. Woo! $17 means that we can get you a subclass feature there. 15. Yeah, right. That clicks on. You do need a 20th level ability though? I mean, we got one. We got a really good one. I think. Hold up. So the deal is right now, Infuse is really good. Yeah, it was before you changed placement. Oh, gotcha. Infuse is really good. Wait, a conceptual issue I have with the Artificer is that you imagine them toiling over a forge for months creating an item, not out adventuring. I don't know. Adjust your perception. How could they craft a lot quicker, I guess? Final Fantasy X, having Riku was like, that was the game that made me like really sold on Artificer as an idea. Oh. Okay, so we do that. Subclass feature at 17. One, 2, 3, 4. What happens at 15? Oh, we got rid of Flash of Genius. Hold up. And we made it a spell. Ooh. Wait. As a writer, Bard's just handing out inspiration for free feels pretty unrealistic, buddy. Yeah. Flash of Brilliance. Divination. Come on. Boom. Did I say that was first level? Or did I put it at second level? Fuck. Level 2. Let's bring this down. See, I'm not worried about Bard getting this. I'm worried about this being... Nah, the reaction that Wizard's going to get out of it? No, I'm not actually. You add a bonus to the failed D20 roll. Causing it to succeed. Equal to your spellcasting ability modifier plus the level of spell slot spent. Aha! We're trying to bring all that up and make it look nice, pretty, fat, and full. All right, sweet. What if you gave them a pop-up workshop of sorts? I don't want to do anything that's going to make people like stop and be like, aha, now I'm going to be Minecraft crafting. Now, at all, we don't need to make it easier to slow the game down. We need to make it easier to do the things that take a long time in a shorter amount of time. That's what makes people go, aha, I like this thing a lot. Because this thing doesn't make me feel like this artificer is the guy going, actually, I can actually make this thing because the crafting cost is half. So I'm going to do the numbers to make sure in the next 6 hours I can make as many of these caltrops as I can, and I'm going to throw them all into the dungeon and start making whistling sounds to all the kobolds to make sure they come out and step on these things. And I'm like, oh my fucking god, can we get on with the goddamn game, please? No. We want to make sure that this shit speeds. And part of this is, I like making sure that a class design is graceful. And we don't want to add in a new subsystem that's going to make it to where this class becomes more clunky. And a new subsystem would be something that, like, now you can just shit out a workshop, you know. When Homunculus Servant is out, it can craft auto based on plans you already have. What? Can you give it to Sorcerer for a minute so I can take a... Wait, can you give it to Sorcerer for a minute so I can screenshot and change it back? Can you give it to Sorcerer for a minute? What? Can I give what to Sorcerer for a minute? What? So you can screenshot it and then change it back? Are you going to tell your GM, hey, this one YouTuber said that this was good, so I want to use this now. If you don't like this, you should get mad at him. There you go. Hurry, quick, do the thing. All right, got it. Sweet. Actually, I liked what Trek was saying. I can see why Bard would want that. Totally sarcastic. Yeah. That is a very good Bard pickup, actually. We're wondering if adding the auto-crafting element to the servant could be useful since the class is using set item plans now anyways. Why not just give the auto-crafting to the artificer? Why make it complicated by packaging it into a servant? I mean, whenever I made my alchemist, I made it to where you could just craft an alchemical item as a bonus action. Because they needed that to be relevant in the game, you know? That's why in here, you can take the magic action to use your Resourceful Arcana feature as a bonus action for you to make other shit you want to make, you know? And yeah, if people, like, you got to separate the idea that the artificer is a craftsman, okay? So, like, a craftsman or, like, an artisan is somebody who is, like, spending time making shit for a shop, all that stuff, right? If they're a craftsman doing that kind of a thing, then that's just like a shopkeeper, artisan, whatever. An artificer is different in the same way that someone might be a soldier in the real world, but a barbarian or like a... barbarian might not have been a great example. A spellblade exists in fantasy, right? An artificer is not a... This is not just a craftsman. This is a, like, magic exists in the world, and these guys incorporate that into crafting. So they are like conjuration wizard turned up to 20. At least that's kind of how I look at it, you know. You have an idea? Well, so you can add features and usable abilities to your artificer tools, kind of like warlock invocations. So my thing is that would be adding in a whole lot of modularity that I don't really think is going to be adding a whole lot. And by the way, since this is like the first time I've kind of seen you on one of the streams where I do stuff like this, I'll just let you know, I typically try to stay to my own ideas whenever it comes to writing this stuff. Not that like I don't want people to like engage with it or anything, but I've had situations where someone's brought something up in chat, and if I do add it or something, okay, ooh, woo, oh god, he said ooh woo. If I've had situations happen where somebody says something about like, hey, you should add this or whatever, and then 2 months later I'll get a message from that person being like, okay, so where's my cut from the money you made from the thing? And I'm like, holy fucking shit. So I just prefer to work, kind of like do my own thing. But yeah, they are like a runesmith keeper, but more sci-fi. Oh, Artificer? I guess? I don't really get sci-fi out of it, but maybe. I'm genuinely wondering what the fuck happened to that. Is there overset text on this? Where? You fuck. I knew it. I knew I didn't delete this. Fucking gaslighting. Goddamn InDesign. I really need like a fuck Adobe emote in my chat. You were just throwing ideas out there because of the class idea, but yeah, fair enough. Makes sense. Yeah. No, totally. It's like, yeah, and this is not coming down on anybody in chat. It's just I know that I see new faces that come in the chat all the time. But I will say that like, there's like, okay, here's a good way to put it. You know how whenever you watch a streamer that's playing a video game, and they're like, "Hey, like, you know, don't backseat game for me. Let me play the game." It's kind of the same way with game design. Yeah, you're not on salary, yeah. And I think there's some people that also have done this in the past, who were like expecting that an idea that they showed or that they said in my stream would be a thing that was like making them as a game designer or something like that. I don't know. I don't really know how that gets, yeah. But basically, I'm all down to answer questions and everything like that if people have them about kind of my thought process on designing. But whenever it comes to somebody making a suggestion, I appreciate feedback a lot. But I really try not... If somebody suggests something in chat, I will do everything I can to not put that in here. Because to do that is to open up another can of worms like what I've experienced in the past whenever that's happened. Yeah. You can get paid to design games? Yeah, that's what I do. It's how I make my money. I get to sit back and watch as people buy stuff from my store, and I'm like, ooh, yay, there's my electric bill. That is sad. There may be good ideas. Yes, there may be good ideas. But they didn't come out of my mouth. That's a big deal. There may be good ideas. And it's not me saying that, like, I think that they're bad ideas. It's me saying that potentially dangerous ideas is what I would say, right? Dangerous ideas in the idea that, like, if I were to take that idea and incorporate it or whatever, then I might be opening myself up to a situation like what I've experienced in the past whenever I've done something like that. So I'm like, I'm gonna try to design it, you know? Yeah. But there's definitely certain situations where it's like this right here, where I'm like, I don't know, what spell seems decent on that? Because if someone comes at me because they were like, hey, I said in chat that you should put illusory script on the Scrivener, where the fuck is my money, oh my god. And that's a situation where I'm like, cool, go bitch about it on Twitter. Like, but this is me asking, like, you know, okay, so if we were trying to add spells to here, like, what would we kind of want for this concept? That's where I'm like, all right, cool. Or if I ask chat, like, hey, what are your thoughts on something like this, right? It should just be understood that that kind of stuff is to be given freely. Yeah. It said that risk makes your life harder. I'm glad someone out here knows it's hard for a bitch. It's kind of hard being D-O-double-G. You just want to have fun building more fun goblin games. Hey, I agree with you. 100%. Okay. What are some things that they would want? Mine's crap, but had fun building it? Hey, don't worry about it. I'm sure you had fun ideas. Wait a second. I need... Looking at the Scrivener, the idea is spell scrolls. And... They have like detect thoughts. Am I the one that made that goblin game on Tumblr? Or are you talking to someone in chat? You need to make those reactions highly contextual that any of them kind of balance in 5e. Wait, you would need to make those reactions highly contextual to let them have any kind of balance in 5e? What, wait, what reactions? On that note, if someone like WotC or Paizo incorporated a class with multiple reactions like the Vanguard, what would happen? Are you talking about if Wizards of the Coast were to like... So let's say Wizards of the Coast were to just announce tomorrow, they literally were making a Vanguard that was like, here is the Vanguard, and this is our class with it, and it was 1-for-1 like what I wrote. So I'll tell you what would happen. I would kick back and watch the mayhem. I don't have to say shit. I don't have to do dog shit. What's going to wind up happening is that other people in the community are going to start calling it out. And I just get to laugh. I get to watch. That turns into Wizards of the Coast gets like... Yeah, that's the thing. People would notice. This is... The Vanguard is one of, if not the class I am probably most well known for. The Merchant got huge because of Jenny D. The Alchemist got big because of a Screen Rant article that ranked it up there with like an MCDM thing. The Merchant is huge, but the Vanguard, to people who really dig D&D or really dig game design, they look at the Vanguard as the like, oh fuck, Taron figured out this question we've been asking for fucking 10 years. I figured out how you can make tanking work in 5e and actually work the way that like people wanted the MOBA tank to work. You know, Dancer did get big. Yeah, Dancer did get big. But Vanguard was a thing that, like, the reason why the Vanguard, if WotC were to, like, take that and, you know, whatever, I wouldn't have to say shit. There's other YouTubers that would say something. Just straight up, it would be like, all right, that's not cool. You know, yeah. If they were to reach out and they were like, hey, we want to actually release something like this in another book, I'd be down to talk, you know? I'd be down to talk. Pugilist subclass thing has deniability, but an entire copy class does not. Yeah. Yeah. Whenever they said that they were doing the dance bard, I was like, that's funny. If it has an action economy kind of fucking thing in there, like what my bard or what my dancer did, I'd be like, okay, I would just watch, you know. The best thing I could do is kick back. Because if I start making a stink about it, I start to look petty, you know. I wouldn't have to do shit at that point. Other people would be saying enough. Now, would they do it? No, I don't believe they would. They're smarter than that. They're smarter than that. Yeah, that's like they wouldn't do that. Paizo would reach out. Wizards of the Coast, if they were to reach out and do something like that, I'd be happy to work with them. 100%. 7. What do we have happening at 7? Three, 7, 9. Something's happening. So we have 3. I'm trying to make sure that the table is lined up with the features that we have written now. 3. Infuse, right. Magic Device Artisan +1 attuned. Infuse L1. Methodical efficiency. What if we do that? What if we bring methodical efficiency up to 7? Ooh, and then when you reach 1, 2, 3, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, boom. Where does that improve? The roll required. The roll on the D6 required. Maybe this is better if you. What if it goes as far as a 4 to 6? You have a 50-50 shot of not using a charge from a magic item you create. That's wild. Is this 2024E? Yes. You just feel like those two mechanics are... to have a class with extra reaction, or for Dancer, action economy if the rest was just different. Wait. I guess I should be honest and say I am making my own system, and it's very different from 5e, but still has things like reactions. And while I haven't made anything like it yet, would it be copying to have a class with extra reaction, or for Dancer, action economy, if the rest was different? I don't think so. Hey, my dancer is straight up like something I ported from Fire Emblem. I was inspired by what the Fire Emblem dancer did, and I made that work for D&D, right? And then that became just like the thing that I wanted to make work because it got really popular. People really liked the way that that felt, so I just made it also the thing for Dancer and Vagabond. As far as the Vanguard goes, something getting an additional reaction like that, I don't own that. That's... WotC has written stuff that had extra reactions in it. It wasn't really a character option? No, wait. Yes, they have written things that had extra reactions in the past that were character options. Cavalier? Am I right on this? Free rules. Wait. The fighter's not going to be on here, or the cavalier's not going to... You only have the champion? Alright, I just want to see the shit that I actually own. Thank you. Yeah, here you go. In combat, you get a special reaction that you can take once on every creature's turn except your turn. You can use a special reaction only to make opportunity attack, and you can't use it on the same turn you take a normal reaction. There you go. Like, there have been other situations where Wizards of the Coast has had stuff that had an extra reaction. It's not... That is nowhere near a, like, Taron Pound's original thing. My original thing, though, as far as the stuff for the Vanguard, was the ready action mechanic. The, like, ready action to do another different thing and yada, yada, yada. That's the only way I figured that out. But the way I look at it is basically like, look, that was me putting together a puzzle and figuring that shit out. That like, that's it. I don't, yeah, that's it. What if the subclass beat went 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 13? You gotta wait that long? So the beat is, we're kind of looking at, geez, that's when they get their 4, huh? And that's when they get their 5th level 1. Ooh, okay. This is what's causing me to think. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I want to get these away from when they get bigger spell slots. Okay? Methodical efficiency is upped right here. They're at 11. But not at 9. What if we went 3, 7? Okay, so it's like 3, 7, 11, 15. It would be every 4 levels. Whoop. Third. It's a power spike level. Subclass feature. Wait. Sorry. Okay. Now we got that. Subclass feature and infuse kick on at 11. Right. Got that. All right. 5, 7. That's up at 9. 18. When you reach level 17 in this class, methodical efficiency. guys hear my stomach just then? $13. You're getting a 4th level spell slot. I know a really easy feature right here. Sorry, it's not that I'm not watching stream. It's just that if I have a moment of inspiration, I'm going to take that. Fabricate and hang on. Sorry, it was your stomach. You're hungry. How cool would an Artificer Cavalier subclass be where you build a big bike or something? The whole I don't think it needs to be a subclass. You know, 8-hour stream so far. Hey man, this is what I want to do is full-time work. You know, I mean I should with an 8-hour probably call it. But I want to get through this. Fabricate. Because I think once we do this, we are essentially time 10 minutes. Woof. We have our scaffolding. Okay. 3rd, 7th, 11th, 15th. We'll cut some stuff to make that all fit. 3rd, 7th, 11th, 15th. 3rd, right? We get all that. Skip that. 2 levels, you get the 9th. 2 levels, you get the subclass feature. 2 levels, you get the 4th level spells. 2 levels, you get the last subclass feature. 2 more levels, you get the 5th level spells. Cake. Right? We got this. Now, take this, put it up over here. You better take a day off on Saturday or sleep in. I slept in yesterday. I was feeling great. How's it going? I saw some interesting thumbnails for the Artificer. So is the energy and intention of it any good? I would say that the version of it that they released in the Unearthed Arcana is not only essentially 1-for-1 the same thing that they did in Tasha's, it somehow feels even less interesting. Despite being the same thing, by mere fact of it being a reprint that they just tried to make stronger. I don't think that the Artificer that they released, this is just me saying this, I don't think that Wizards of the Coast actually tested that out before dropping it out to the public. I think if they had, they would have seen internally, with very minimal crunching, the problems that were inevitably going to get brought up with it. I just don't really think that they stress test a lot of the stuff that they drop publicly. It's kind of where I'm at. Are you living in the European time zone every day? No, not really. I do say, by the way, I am like talking with people overseas a lot, so my schedule's a little bit odd. So, you know, we're good. Don't worry about it. We got it. Artificer feels boring and bad to play unless you break the class, and then it's broken and no one has fun. Basically, that's the problem with it. Now that people have already bent it over their knees and shown like, hey, here's what you can do with it. If they were to release it without any of the nerfs that people have already brought up, that's the only way people are going to play it. Like, it's, people have already figured out these combinations, and videos have already been made about how absolutely incredibly strong it is. They will probably release a version of it that is different. I don't think that it's going to hit the right vibe for everybody, though. Yeah. It won't. It doesn't need to, necessarily. It doesn't need to. But I also, the reason why I'm doing this right here isn't because I'm necessarily interested in playing D&D 2024. It's because I'm trying to show people what I mean by I think it could be more interesting and more potentially stronger and more versatile and allow you to make the kind of Artificer you want to make while cutting a bunch of the overcomplicated nonsense they keep throwing into their game. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Yeah. You play Legacy Artificer in the new Dragonlance campaign, and I don't feel like it's broken. And again, I know I'm not trying to break it, but no, I'm not saying the Legacy Artificer is broken. I think the Legacy Artificer is actually kind of bad. It's kind of bad and kind of too strong in a bunch of different weird areas. The number one biggest problem of that Artificer is there is no idea where they want the narrative of subclasses to be. They just thought you make a magic item, and that was it, you know. Conjure Minor Elementals was bad, but at least it wasn't at the cost of everything else about the wizard or bard being less interesting and feel less good. Wait, because of everything else about the wizard or bard being, I'm not sure. Wait, you're also maintaining your skill as a game designer and showing others how to be going about it. Well, I just don't want to, like, I don't want to come across as if I'm just bitching about problems. I'm really, really big on solving problems. So if they come up, I would like to try and solve it rather than put out, like, this is the thing with critique, right? If I'm critiquing a thing, and I make a statement about that thing, and I'm like, here's why this thing that somebody worked on isn't really great, the more damning the critique, the more, like, correct I better come when it comes to, like, backing up my statement. Artificer without the broken stuff would just feel bad to play? I don't necessarily think so. No, I don't think so. I think that there's an interesting class concept behind the idea of an Artificer, and I think that Wizards of the Coast has already written quite a few features that vibe with the idea. I don't think the team really saw I don't think the team really felt confident in writing something new. I think they feel confident in adjusting dials to suit a preference, and that's what the whole 2024 thing felt like, is a bunch of adjusted dials. Let's see. Is this gonna... Oh, God, I don't want to get too much more condensed in that. It felt like a bunch of adjusted dials rather than something brand new. And that's what I think people were ready for, was a lot of, like, newer stuff. I think that they liked a lot of what 5e was delivering, but it needed a facelift, and it needed some known issues corrected. And it did, and it did not scratch that itch. Yeah. Okay. Look at that. We got the class. Okay. Yeah, and hook horrors, yeah. You're trying to just provide insight and examples that support your opinions and demonstrate how it could be implemented comprehensive. Yeah, like, that's it, right? Like, if there's a colleague that, like, if I'm working or whatever, okay? I want to tell y'all a real fun story, okay? It's about how you get work in this industry. And because this is all public now, I guess, yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, it's all cool for me to say this. So, there's a good friend of mine, who you all have seen on the channel a few times, named Ross Lizer, okay? For those of you who aren't aware, Ross Lizer is one of the designers on the Cosmere RPG, okay? But he didn't start out working on the Cosmere RPG as a designer. Ross got his start working on the Cosmere RPG as a playtester. But here's the deal. The feedback that Ross provided as a playtester was so thorough and was so incredibly helpful to what they were doing that after only a month of being on as a playtester, the team asked Ross if he would like a position as a designer. So Ross accepted and spent over a year working on the Cosmere RPG, which is now the most successful TTRPG Kickstarter of all time, right? And Ross has also been given a salaried position working with that company. That is if you provide feedback, right? How do you get work as a playtester? A lot of times, like, this is a bit of a... There's a bit of an open call. Sorry, one sec. In the case of the Cosmere RPG, there was a big open call. They wanted to get people on there who were familiar with game design, TTRPG game design. But so the word of mouth, yes, but like this was a bit more public. Brotherwise put out an open call for playtesters. So they put out the open call. Sorry, my mic arm was like trying to fall over on me. They put out the open call in like 2020. Like this was like early 2023. Yeah, this was like early 2023. They put out this open call and Ross applied. And you should be nice to Taron because he might be your boss one day. Fucking no. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. So Ross like heard about this because they put out this open call on social media. He was interested. He applied to be on the team, and they already had enough designers. So Ross was like, okay, I still want to work on this, but I'm going to go on ahead and just like take this playtest position. And just see what happens. Ross provided great feedback, and that feedback is what got him recognition. And because what he was doing was also providing suggestions for how they might fix some of the problems, the other designers saw that and were like, get him on the team. There you go. Like, yeah. So that's one way that some people have gotten jobs in here, you know? And Ross is like a really good success story on it. Really. Like, I mean, to go from just playtesting the thing to straight up like you are one of the main designers. Fucking incredible, man. Would you allow employees to talk shit to you? Here's the deal, man. Well, it depends on it, right? Give me shit, right? Give me shit. I'm fine with people giving me shit. I love that. That's like, I know that somebody feels comfortable around me if they feel comfortable giving me shit, you know? Yeah, that's totally cool. However, if like someone just comes to work and they're constantly like, you're a fucking prick, then I'm like, okay, why do you still work here then? Why don't you tell me why I should allow you to continue working here after you have come in here and called me a prick? You know, something like that. Like, a lot of my management style just comes down to asking people like, okay, well, if you voice that there's a problem, I want to know what I could do better. But if you can't tell me what I could do better, why are you still working for me? If this isn't like, if you don't want to work here, but you can't tell me how you think that things would improve, then why are you still working for me? Do you just, I mean, if you just need the money, I'm sure there's like, you know, you can go apply somewhere else. That's all good, you know? All of Taron's friends shit on him on stream joking. Yeah. Like, me and Ked give each other shit. Me and Crow give each other shit, you know? I give, like, Sarah, Josiah, everybody shit. It's like, it's what friends do, you know? But everybody also knows that, like, it's not coming from a place of, like, hey, like, fuck you. I want to bring up this deeply personal thing about whatever. No, usually it's so exaggerated and stupid that we know that we're not being serious about it, right? But, like, if someone was, like, I don't know, got deep in on it, where it was like, oh, I know, Treant Monk just, like, gave me shit about, like, there was a, like, Tucker Carlson got fired, and, yeah, it's more like, fuck you, I love you, man. Yeah, right? Yeah, like, Tucker Carlson got fired one day, and I just so happened to be streaming, and, Treant Monk got on stream with us, and he was like, yeah, have you apologized yet for saying Tucker Carlson getting fired was a travesty? It was so good. But yeah, man, like, that's just, I think, it always comes from a place of good intent, you know? Yeah. Jesus Christ, this hair. All right. I don't need to really be on here incredibly long. But we have the chassis for it. This is really good on them right here. Apologize, I've been choking. Wait, what? Did you? What? All right. So we have this. We have our chassis working. Scrivener. There has to be... I'm wondering if there might not be a better name other than the Scrivener. This is just kind of the first thing that came to mind. Wand Slinger. Okay, we're going to pull this over here. All right, I don't know what else. A painter? That doesn't feel like invention. That feels like creativity. Archivist. I kind of dig that. Is it archivist? Like that? Archivist. Is this the right one? Is this the one that's gonna not make people scream at me? Oh no. Some would say that's the same thing, Terrence, creativity and invention. Oh, some would say that's the same thing, creativity and invention. One of them feels cultural, the other one feels technological. That's where I'd be with that. If we're talking in Civ terms. I mean, that's basically the way I understand the entire world and all politics is through civilization. Okay. Archivist, Saboteur, Scrivener. Oh. And Wandslinger yeah. Archivist, Saboteur, and Wandslinger subclasses. Alright, we might want another one. Let me hear it, chat. How would you recognize when somebody is nitpicking rather than critiquing game design? One of my friends, I feel, secretly dislikes 2024 rules, but instead of outright saying it, he nitpicks the update. A plumber. How do you recognize when someone is nitpicking rather than critiquing game design? Well, so if they're critiquing and they have a problem with it, typically they're going to bring up how they might actually rather see something improved. I don't think nitpicking is terrible. Like, I don't necessarily think that a nitpick means that you should straight up discredit what they're saying. I think that a nitpick is a thing that maybe it's a point to bring up, but it's probably not a big deal overall, right? So, like, I don't really try to say that, like, somebody is, like, nitpicking and that's bad. Rather, if somebody is, like, complaining to complain and it doesn't really have a point, or whatever, then I feel like that's... How do I put this? I have seen reviews for stuff. I've seen people post up quote-unquote reviews that were literally just them trying to be the next angry video game nerd and not understanding that James Rolfe was also charismatic. They're just kind of bitching about things to bitch, and it tends to align themselves with more, I hate to just say like the right-wing grifter types or whatever, but like this is inevitably what winds up happening with them, is like everything becomes identity politics. And yeah. So like a lot of these guys that want to convey that they're like, oh yeah, I'm this angry reviewer or whatever. I'm like, okay, so like, yeah, deeply unserious, yeah. Yeah, thing bad, someone probably, yeah. I can tell whenever somebody hasn't actually meaningfully engaged with the material pretty much immediately. If you're doing a review and you can't speak intelligently about the game to where I can tell you at least understand it, I can pretty much discredit your review wholesale. There was a really good video out, by the way. This has come up a lot in the public discourse. One of my favorite guys, Seth Skorkowski. Seth just put up a video here recently. By the way, Seth is like the OG of like TTRPG reviews. So I guys, if you're not subscribed to Seth, you should be. Seth is the guy that really solidified what it means to be a TTRPG reviewer. Copy, we're gonna say copy link address. There we go. Yes, I will give you guys a link. And we're not gonna watch it here. I want you guys to go watch it on Seth's channel. But it's this one right here, TTRPG Reviews, RPG Philosophy. You can see I watched the entire thing. Because what this is Seth's like breakdown of what he does before considering reviewing a game, and the discussions he has with sponsors before getting into it, what his personal policy is. And I essentially agree with everything that Seth says in here wholesale, like beat for beat. Seth is one of those guys I was actually really hoping to meet at Gen Con this last year. I couldn't go, and I was like, break my goddamn heart, man. But we've like had interactions on social media now that I'm like, I know we'd get along, dude. So yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting Seth sometime for sure. But yeah, so let's talk about TTRPG reviews video. I agree with Seth's points on here. I think that Seth's policies around, you know, a paid review, or he's talking about a reading review versus a playing review, right? Am I up from last night, early this morning, or did you just get back on? Guys, I do this for... Hang on. Guys, I do this for work. So, yeah, it's an 8-hour stream, but like, this is my full-time gig, man. Is the consultation stream tomorrow? Is it only Homebrew Vagabond, or can it be anything? The consultation stream is probably not happening until 2025 because we only got one submission. So I'm going to open that up a bit more publicly after Christmas. And I'll open it up after Christmas. And then we'll get going from there into next year. Yeah. This never stops being funny as people roll in. Yeah, imagine being the guy who has to answer it every single time someone's like, holy shit, you're still up? It's like, guys, it's 8 hours. What do you consider a workday to be? You know? So yeah. But what Seth does in here, I would have probably built off of one of his points. So what Seth says is he feels like there's a difference between a reading review and a played review, right? So what he's talking about there is something I deeply agree with. And this is the difference between understanding a thing and having experience with a thing. Okay? So like, for you to show that you understand something, I don't think you need to play it to understand it, right? I didn't play Candela Obscura. And one of the biggest pushbacks on my review of Candela Obscura was that I hadn't played it yet. So how could I talk about the game? Now, I think that critique comes from people who probably don't know how to intuit how a game may feel based off of just reading it. I would guess that people who also have that opinion probably don't learn a lot of board games just by reading the rule book. They probably learn a lot of board games from having somebody who does know how to play it walk them through playing a round, and then they go and they play a real round. Okay. 8 hours, including one 8-hour lunch break free. Hey, you know what? We're going. Okay. I got shit I was doing. So, for me, before I do a review, I have to make sure I have an understanding of a thing. That's the baseline. Okay. I need to be able to make sure that I can explain it to somebody and teach them that thing. By the way, Triangle Agency is the next big review I'm doing. And I'm trying to make sure, because we're doing big filming on that one and everything, and I've got shit set up in the kitchen for that. The only problem I'm currently having with Triangle Agency is trying to figure out how to wrap it all up together. It's kind of where I'm at with the script on that one. But here's the deal. Have I played Triangle Agency? No. Okay. But I can explain it to people. I can explain to you how to play the game. I know the tone. I have experience with the tone because I'm a huge fan of analog horror, SCP catalog, paranormal investigation style stuff, right? I understand the tone of the game. I've had discussions with the creators. As a result, I feel like I can at least talk intelligently about the game and do enough on a video review where I'm like, I don't think I need to have a campaign's level of experience to talk about this thing. I don't think anybody should. I'm not expecting that of anybody else. If somebody wants to talk about what they saw in a review, cool, you know. CJ the X objectively bad art. CJ the X objectively bad art and subjectivity in art. Wait. Are great videos for talking about art criticism. Oh, CJ the X objectively bad art and subjectively in art are great videos for talking about art criticism. Okay. I'll remember to check that one out. Or those out. Or what's this? It's crazy common for folks to own and read more games than they played or run. You can love, hate, or mine out things just from having read them. Yeah. Of course, playing the game might change your mind about it. But it also might not change your mind about it. So might playing the same game with a different group of people. But here's the deal for me, okay? Playing a game might change my mind about it. Okay. I have never played a game after developing an understanding of it that I have had my understanding changed. I have not had my opinion changed on a thing after playing the game. Pretty much any time that I have read a TTRPG and then I sat down to play it, the experience I intuited I would have is the experience that I had. Now that might also be, what is it, confirmation bias, or what the fuck is it, self-fulfilling prophecy or some shit? Yeah. You do deep reading, many do not. No, that's the thing though. That's what equips me to do this differently. A lot of people are like, holy shit, how do you read that much? I just do. I just, like, that's my thing, right? I write these books, so I literally, if you look at my desk right now, I can't really show you guys. Yeah, I can't really pull that camera out. Like, my desk right now is, I have books that I am writing. I have multiple books that I am researching. I have 6 open over here right now. You know? Like, yeah. You review 25 to 50 games a year for a local gaming festival. You have to skim them. Yes, but I try to make sure... I will not do a video on a game. I will not do a video on a game unless I can teach somebody how to play that game. Beat for beat, right? I will not do a video or to post a review on anything I do not feel that I am confident in saying I understand. Okay? I don't skim. I do go through, and some people hate me for this. The Shadowdark video I did. I want you guys to see. Okay, Shadowdark. Here's my book. Shadow Rim. Sorry. Shadow Rim. You can see the creases right here. I went through, not only tabbing it up, I went through and highlighted important info. Hang on, you don't really need that right there because that's the ancestries. Hang on, you don't need that there. That's character names. Okay. All the stuff on building a character and playing the game has a highlight in here. Starting equipment. I wanted to make sure I understood any mechanics, right? Like, I go through and I try to make sure that if there is a mechanic that tells you how to play this game, I know what that means, right? I try to do my research in doing these reviews. I don't necessarily think, because, like, I heard this pushback earlier this year. I think that it is ridiculous to expect that a reviewer has play experience with a TTRPG. It's unrealistic that anybody is going to have a full, like, and no matter what, by the way, if somebody expects that, no matter what experience you have with it, it is never enough for the person who is giving you that critique. If they say, like, I need you to have play experience in order for you to talk about this game, I'd be like, okay, how much? Like, how many sessions do I need under my belt to tell you, hey, I can make a video on this thing? I know people that say that unless you have played D&D for, like, 10 years, you shouldn't be speaking about it online. I'm like, that's psychotic.
I appreciate the hard work, long hours and great conversations about these topics. Sending some support for your time with us. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much for the generosity, Domo Damo. Yeah, $30, dude. Thank you so much. It's like expecting a DM to know how to run every monster encounter before using it in D&D. Yeah, like, it's just, there's people who, like, are not being good faith about, like, they're not being good faith about how much they expect you to actually know about something you're trying to speak on. They just don't want you to keep speaking on it. This was the critique, by the way, that was given to me about Candela Obscura in my review, because my review was so damning that people who were big Critical Role fans got into my fucking comment sections and were telling me that because I had not ran it or played it, that I was just airing out personal beef I had with Critical Role. Let me be clear, people. I don't give a fuck about Critical Role, okay? I don't give two shits. It is just not my vibe. I don't like watching actual plays. I don't give a fuck about Critical Role. I don't have any beef to air out with Critical Role at all. Okay? What I cared about was knowing that the biggest release for that week was dropping for $40 and was a incomplete, broken game. Did I know that dropping that video was probably going to get a lot of attention? Yeah, I did. That's part of my job here on YouTube, is to get attention. We want people watching our videos. It's part of what we do. And I'm not a bad person for just like trying to get attention on a bit, whatever. I would hope that a review like that actually got people like interested in hearing other reviews on other games that are good and not wasting your money. Hold on all night. All right, see how we doing? No, guys, I slept all day yesterday. This is like 5 o'clock in the afternoon for me right now. Oh man, and now I'm just having fun. That's the thing, is like it's not it's work, quote unquote, but like I have fun doing this. So like it's not. If I was exhausted, guys, if I was tired, I would get off of here. I'm not. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm fucking fine. Hang on. Here. Let me do this and then this. New. I'm fine. Wait, I slept all day. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Dude, I wish OBS was faster at doing this. Can't you tell me my tone? Yes, exactly. Yay! Okay. I'm well rested. I slept all day yesterday. Okay, there we go. Let's get that. Bam. Okay. We don't need the background color. I want an outline though. Let's make it look pretty because we're graphic designers around here. Let's do this. Let's pick that color. Sure. Let's do this. 5. Here we go. How about 10? Yeah. Here we go. Do we want it up there or like right in the middle of the screen? Just not explain it. When people come in, just fucking ignore them in the chat and just be like, no one say anything to that person. Here, just, yeah, we'll put it there right in the center. Where? What about hydration though? Guys, this shit right here, this is gamer subs, but it's water and it's, yeah, put it on top of your face. I think that might be more worrying. I'm trying to think of something that's not worrying for people, but yeah. Yeah, but also it's distracting and they can't see what's going on. I think that's a sweet spot. You thought it was pee? I mean, it could just, I mean, it might be. It might just be powdered pee of like a really, wait. Hold up. Titania, genuine question. Is your piss this color? Because if your piss is this color, I'm going to need you to go check into an emergency room right now. Is your pee this color? Genuine question. We're going to get personal here, okay? What do I drink? Sometimes? Go to the doctor. What flavor of pee is that? Peach mango. It's brand risk. Hold up. We'll see if it focuses. Because you got to see those. Oh yeah, right. It's decaffeinated too. It's just the vitamins and shit. Peach mango is super. It's fucking baller. Yeah, I used to drink. It used to be just nothing but titty milk. Like, I used to just drink their titty milk all the time, and like titty milk is good, but it tastes like cereal water or cereal. Wow, cereal milk, like Fruity Pebble cereal milk. It's good, but it's just a bit much, right? Was not on your bongo list. That was not on my bongo list. Oh. Yeah, what a way to end the year. Yeah, here. Look, I'm not sponsored by any of these guys, okay? I'm just gonna say, genuinely, this is how you know. I'm too small to be sponsored by these guys. Gamer Subs. And I'm glad that we can... Dude, legitimately, it's good shit. If you hear about somebody talking about a Gamer Sub sponsorship, I promise you, though, it's good shit, okay? Now, for those of you all that haven't been exposed, I guess we'll say, to Gamer Subs, this is degenerate, okay? But I promise you, this is good shit, okay? It's not just waifu hot, therefore we buy this stuff. It's legitimately a good product, okay? I love brand risk. A lot of their stuff is going to have a bunch of anime waifus and titties on it and everything. They get it. That's part of the charm, okay? Which one is he going to show? I mean, like, here, we're over on the website, okay? So Titty Milk is the one that got me into Gamer Subs. This tastes like fucking Fruity Pebbles and milk, and it's just great, okay? Good shit. It's even better if you mix it with lemonade. This shit has a flavor that is just out of this world, okay? It is fantastic. However, I stopped drinking titty milk because of another flavor that came up on my radar. Where you at? As soon as I heard about this, because titty milk is a little bit, how do we say, heavy? Subs, right? Yeah, Grandpa's ashes. Okay, not chug juice. Look, there's going to be anime titties all over the screen, okay? Don't let it scare you, all right? Grandma's ashes. Here. Zoom out. Anime girl thigh sweat. Yeah. Here you go. This is the shit I'm drinking right now. It is an AI art. Hey, there you go. Right? There you go. Yeah, you've been hearing about that per the Helldiver channels I watch. It's just good. It's really good. So brand risk is, I think it's pay money. It's pay money Wubby's Gamer Subs. This shit fucks so hard. It is so goddamn good. Peach mango. And woo, man, it's hint AI. Oh man. Drinking yourself, are you? Yeah, you know. This shit is so fucking good. And just even better than just, you know, with water and everything. By the way, this just tastes great like this. But I will say, mixing it, we've mixed it with whiskey, and it's been like, oh, that's dangerous, man. It reminds you of that tentacle grape soda. I haven't seen what new cups they've had in. I haven't. Oh my god, I don't. Look, this is me mixing these in this thing. I don't own a Gamer Subs cup, but trust me, if there was one that came up that I thought was fucking funny enough, 100% you would see me sitting here drinking out of a waifu cup with giant ass titties. Okay, now it would have to be something funny, because like just like, you know, yandere shit and all that, not really my vibe. Okay. But I don't know what would be funny enough for me to be like, yeah, I'll drink out of that, you know? That text on screen is starting to be more questionable by the moment. What text on screen? I'm over I slept all day yesterday. Just because we're getting, you know, I mean, look, okay? It's okay. All right, trust me, we're fine. Just enjoy the roller coaster, okay? It'll all be over soon. Never thought about using this as part of the mixer. Be very careful doing that, though, okay? Be very careful doing that. I only use the uncaffeinated stuff whenever I'm doing it as a mixer, Bad Dragon flagging. Yeah. Dude, if they did a collab with Bad Dragon, that would be so goddamn funny. You should clip and link these without context. Yes, trust me, it will only make the channel more popular. Okay. I don't, and see that's the thing is like over the top, like hot chick, getting whatever. That's funny, but like not. I need it to be like weird funny, and I don't know what that would be. I don't know. God, I wish GamerSubs would actually reach out and like work a bit in the like TTRPG community. Let's loosen this fucking space the fuck up, okay? There's so many people who work in the like TTRPG space that are funny as hell, that are terrified of just letting loose like online because of how goddamn crazy tight ass so much of the scene seems to feel. So many people that I've like met in the TTRPG space talking behind the scenes are funny as fuck and awesome people, but they're all terrified of like posting that stuff online. And yeah, so like, dude, I would love if this space just felt a bit more like, hey, we can be real people talking to each other, you know? I'm gonna keep that shit up. Maybe they need permission from Senpai to let loose. Maybe I just need to wear like yeah, maybe I just need to wear like this shirt on stream one time and like let like just truly stop giving a fuck, you know? Like just get me like giant ass anime titties on a shirt. And yeah. Oh no, she's trapped. Yeah, help her. One of the cup arts was a bunch of blue collar workers fighting a mecha T-Rex. Where? Okay, so those are their waifu cups. Fighting a mecha T-Rex? Waifu archive creator cups, maybe? See, I mean, it's like, yeah, hot anime titties and everything, but Taron, think of the children. The children are not safe here. There should not be anyone under the age of 18 logging in on my channel, okay? And if there's anyone that's under the age of 18 watching, like, I don't know, I've seen there's some creators that like tell dirtier jokes in some of their videos, but they're like, I don't know if I can get away with this because like people are going to be upset that I told a dirty joke in a video. But like, no, fucking, oh my God, I'm so ready for people to like let loose. All I see is hot anime chicks, and yeah, it's 9 a.m. The children should be in preschool or in school. Yes, absolutely. They should be at school. Correct. We are all unemployed degenerates in this stream. Okay, everybody should have that understanding. We are all unemployed. We are all hoping for socialism to finally fucking kick in, right? And we're still trying to figure out where to find our next mooch. All right, that's it. And one of these days, some smoking hot, very rich, goth mommy is going to sweep in and fund all of our bad habits. That's how it works. Okay, we're all hoping for that. I'm hoping for that for you. You're an employed degenerate socialist? Bravo. Oh god, I forgot. I didn't like close out of that. It's just up in my background. Like, I might go over to look at something on D&D Beyond and just suddenly get like anime titties in my face. I have it. You can grab a picture of it and post it on the Discord if you'd like to see it. Hell yeah. Help me half or step, bro. I'm stuck in a mimic. Make a sleight of hand check. If there was gonna be, okay, for real, if there was, hey, what up, Phil? If there was gonna be, okay, if we were going to design a GamerSubs cup, the most degenerate ass fucking cup that we can make related to TTRPGs, what is it like? Do you make a succubus? I don't think so. I don't think so, because people are just going to confuse that for like, oh, it's just like a demon chick. That doesn't feel like, okay, fantasy fighter game, right? Are you gonna make a dragon? I don't think so, because it feels like some anime chicks are also kind of like capitalizing on that, right? I don't think the succubus, right? I think like you go, hey, morning, Phil. I like the mimic idea. What about like a gelatinous cube slime girl? Or like it has to be a mimic, right? It has to, yeah, either a mimic or an ooze. A beholder with a massive ass. A booth babe ooze. Just beholder with a massive ass. What about a goblin chick holding a huge D20? I think everyone just might think that it's like a short stack, you know? And yeah. I think it has to be like a mimic or like a Dami Mommy Minotaur. I think people are just going to look at that and think that it's like a furry, like a cow thing, right? Oh, well, hold it, but those aren't eye stalks. You just have like, what, like penises all... The Bard vision for the Monster Manual. The shit? I swear I got good rest. I'm not just hearing things. What the fuck was that? Girl slime brand slippery nipple drink mix. What? Jenny did the gelatinous cube? Wait. Jenny did the gelatinous cube. Wait, like a pinup thing? Jenny did a gelatinous cube like cosplay thing? Hang on. That has been posted to the open chat? Wait, what are you talking about? Open chat. Oh, subjectively that ad. Okay, gotcha. Oh, the cup. All right, dope. Yeah, I do want to check that one out. Yeah, a whole calendar. Wait, so she did a gelatinous cube calendar? I'm just gonna look this up. Jenny D. Oh, the dress. I remember this dress. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's not pinup. That's, she did a, like, that's a, like, just 50s get up. It's, I mean, I think the thing with gamer subs is like they go hard on the degenerate angle, and I'm like, if you were gonna do a like a song in pinup, yeah, there you go. If you were gonna do a, oh my god, I kind of think that the Mind Flayer is perhaps the one monster that D&D has the rights to fully. If you were going to do like a Mind Flayer with giant tits, that would be the fucking, oh my god, that would be hilarious. But like, that also feels, that also feels like it's just D&D, and that feels like that would be a headache. They already tried to sue over the Mind Flayer once, or they cease and desisted over the Mind Flayer once, I guess, if you want to get technical with it. It feels like that would be a headache. The Illithic, yeah. I like the idea of it over like a mimic. A Flump, again, I think is going to be part of their IP, and that would be a headache. Let's get these levels lined up. We should see quick reflexes. Oh, no, wait. I like it as a saving throw proficiency. Cool. There's saving throws against traps. While you aren't incapacitated, and if you fail a check to disarm a trap by no more than 5, the check is not activated by the failure. Yes, cool. Sexy evil Squidward for gamer subs. That's the thing, though, is like, man, I think... Oh, wait, that was Ked. Oh, hey, Ked. Maybe the Artificer of Boothbane subclass, the Bikini Armorer. Orange. Hang on. This should be level 15? Yes. Orange. Okay. 11, 15. There we go. Three, 7, 11. Boom. Okay, so we're looking for an asymmetric feature. Hang on. This is not an asymmetric combat feature. It's a funny feature. It's not... Your Saboteur. Hang on. I don't know. I'm trying to think there. You loving this porno soundtrack? Dude, it's Boards Against Canada. Boards of Canada. This is super not a porn soundtrack, actually. It's Sesame Street music. Where can we get your revised class edits again? You keep forgetting. I think I dropped a couple over on my Patreon. But this one I'm gonna have to just drop for free. I don't know where I'm gonna drop it, but like I'll put it somewhere. You know, once I get it out there. Yeah. Orange. Okay. What time? Orange. Yeah, let's play from this over here. Yes. All right. Saboteur, Wand Slinger. This is funny. It's an idea. It doesn't have to stay. Objects and structures and deal an extra die damage to constructs. Yeah. Ugh. So I like the idea that they're a debuffer and that's like their combat identity. But they don't really have debuffing happening in their spell list. They have Subterfuge. To constructs and that's odd. Hang on. How do they phrase this in the rogue? Where is that? I still can't believe the soul knife made it in. If you have the invisible condition, when you cast a spell on a creature, it has disadvantage on any saving throw it makes against the spell on the same turn. If you have the invisible condition, I hate that terminology. What? Wow. So you can get the invisible condition from hide? See, this is so weird because hide is like, it's, yeah, I'm sorry, you haven't come down with a case of the invisible condition. Yes, right? I'm sure that terminology doesn't feel crazy about you either. Oh, you know, yeah. If your character is invisible or hidden, like extra die of damage to constructs. How about invisible not just really means unseen? Yeah, this is so dumb. I hate that. Your character is invisible or and if you're there is a term I'm thinking of that's really good for this. Ugh. Treat unseen as invisible. Invisible as the keyword really feels like there was a really poor word choice on their part. Oh yeah. I don't really know what to do with this. Like, I'm just saying, if I'm treating it like this is a paint palette I'm trying to paint with as a, well, as a painter, you might say. I'm just not really sure what the fuck they're expecting this red to be. Is you know what I mean? If I'm like, well, I need to paint a rose, and I'm looking at this red on my palette, and I'm like, what? What was the previous feature? It didn't have one. This is a brand new thing. Yeah, I'm not about to. I don't like their vision for subclasses for an Artificer. I don't really understand what the fuck they're trying to be. It's just like they went, aha, this makes magic items. We're gonna base all the subclasses around very specific magic items, and it feels weird. Basically everything else that they had with it, with like taking the infusions and turning those into magic items, cool. I like that idea. That's, yeah. This is one of those things where I personally wish for a game to be able to use plain language that the GM can resolve. You should look at OSR games, is what you should be looking at. Go check out, you know, Vagabond. Pointy Hat made a surgeon homebrew version of the Artificer, which I like. You are unseen too? You are unseen by. To, how about this? To creatures. right? And to creatures that can't see you. Yeah, I wrote this out earlier like this. But, like, it still felt off. This is kind of a class where a musician subclass would make sense, like techno music. My brother, the bard exists. What? What? Yeah, the problem. Yeah, I was like, wait, what? Yeah, I don't see Artificer and immediately think sci-fi. That's my deal. I see Artificer and I think like rustic tinkerer. That's where my vision for it is. And I think that so many people immediately kind of grab on the Artificer and they feel, aha, yes, this must be how I make a spaceship in D&D. So I try to root it more in like kind of classic Tinker Gnome fantasy. I was wondering about, okay, this, yes, I was like, there's a term. It generates a magnetic field for degaussing magnetic storage media. Interesting. It can be used again. Because I was thinking like debuff, and I was like, okay, this seems like it's kind of a cool. Well, it is how you could build a spelljammer. I mean, sure. You don't see an artificer. It could have had the invisible condition. Yes, that's very true. Yes. Do you have the invisible condition after breathing in asbestos, mesothelioma? Call our lawyers. You may be entitled to a cash settlement. You think there's lawyers that actually like it? Well, no. What would the cause? I don't know. We'll call it Degasser for now. Unless something else comes along that just feels better. Hang on. So the base class is the Tinkerer? Yeah. It's kind of how I look at it. We might just make a very, like, I kind of thought that this felt like a kind of vanilla version of it. This is a very, like, I think middle of the road one, right? The Gaslighter. Oh yeah, let's get rid of this. Lore Keeper, I guess is what the time required for you to craft spell scrolls is halved. Oh, fuck. Please contact an artificer if your invisible condition lasts longer than 4 hours. Yes. God. Yeah, this is my back telling me it's like I gotta move around more. Okay. See, normally in a situation like this, I'm like, this is kind of a more abstract idea. And you know who's really good with abstract ideas that I kind of kick over and I'm like, hey, what would you do about, like, this is a words artificer? Is Ross. Huh. With a... Isn't the... Oh, this one right here is, yes. You're correct. It's not a nitpick. You're doing a correction. Thank you. Archivist. Yes, that's me being a dumb. Okay. This one's identity is in debuffing. I guess for combat, right? Asymmetry, right? Creatures that can't see you. Okay, hide. Right? Cool. Do they get invisibility? Level 3, right? No. Oh, it's right there. Ooh. Do they get greater invisibility? Wait, that's a higher level spell, isn't it? Greater restoration. Wait. Isn't greater invisibility is a 4th level spell? Isn't it? Am I wrong on that? Isn't it? Wait. Isn't it basically just a programmer / decoder? What? It is a 4th level spell? Then let's get rid of locate creature. Damn, though. Invisibility. Damn. Invis 2, greater Invis 4. Thank you. This almost feels more like a subterfuge spy sort of. Yeah. This started out as like one idea and it's kind of morphed into a slight other. Okay. Are we picking spells based on utility? No. No, we're going for flavor. You still always mix that one up too. Boom, boom, boom. So we know this is you deal double damage to objects and structures and deal an extra die damage to constructs and creatures that can't see you. That's good. Archivist, the idea. Okay, so Lore Keeper, Archivist spells. Okay. And then whatever that would be, do we be that lame and just say you get proficiency with wisdom saving throws? Taron, I made something based on the gamer subs in Photoshop and I need to show you if I have permission. I mean, I guess if you send it to me on Discord. Don't send it in the Designosphere chat. Oh god, what'd you send? Okay, so I mean, you know what? Like, I don't know if I would wear this on a shirt. I might. Yeah, making sure. Let's get chat's take. Chat. Yeah. What do we think here? Is this is is this? Do we think this is this the gamer subs cup we need? It's, you know, sexy beholder tinker chick with the hammer and everything, right? She's sweaty. Not enough ass. That might also be a thing too, right? I mean, god damn though, that 6-pack though. Change the skin to purple, then maybe. I think that's the one thing for me, right? Is like, it's kind of just a beholder head on a human body, but like maybe with like purple skin, we start to get more of it going on, right? But I almost think if it was just the beholder head and it had like just a giant fucking dump truck ass on it, right? Man, you guys send me this stuff, but I get students that check in sometimes on shit. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. The beholder came from Harrison Weeb, and the Cyclops from Robusta Art. Anyway, I think we saw the watermark. But, yeah, that's fucking great. Oh, man. A slight purple tint to the skin might work. Yeah. Cyclops from Robusta Art. God, that was good. Okay. God, you know what's so funny to me now? I just remembered this is also streaming to Twitch, so I'm super curious if the thumbnail for this isn't. Wait. Hang on. Let me see here. Please tell me. Dude, if it's... Because I think it takes 2 minutes for it to refresh. No, that's somebody's just streaming himself sleeping? What? Alright, I should be live right now. So... Channel? Right. Dungeons and Dragons. Wait, I'm the only live person on the... I see. I was really hoping that the live stream thumbnail was going to be the horny ass like beholder chick. We'll refresh it here in a second and see if that's what the stream thumbnail will be over on Twitch. Dude, that is... Come on, that'd be so goddamn funny. It looks like a mask. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Detect thoughts. We need another. So we need to figure out its like role or its identity in combat. Archivist. Expanded spells is cool. Okay, hang on. That's very good already. What if... I like the idea of them being this lore keeper thing, right? But you could play around with the study action to learn bonus against the creature. I guess so. I don't remember enough about the study action. The Archivist, it can attempt to exploit weaknesses and uncover aspects of a monster with its vast knowledge, like with the monster. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at... When you take the study action, you make an intelligence check to study your memory, a book, a clue, or other source of knowledge, and call to mind an important piece of information about it. The areas of knowledge on the table include... Okay. Here, I got it. In addition, the time required for you to craft spell scrolls is halved, and you can take the study action, study, as a bonus action. I don't know what that means. I don't know. We're just gonna see. We're just gonna see. Okay. When you take the study action, maybe. To let's say. When you take the study action, how about knowledge? You could learn its vulnerabilities, but that always plays really weird. I hate damage types in games. When you take the study action to gain the knowledge, about a creature, you learn its current hit points and armor class, in addition to any other knowledge learned. Yeah, there we go. What? Okay. The feature could be called fact check. I love spreading misinformation. Yeah, fact check. There you go. That's cute. Sure. Oh wait, we need 2 here. Correct. There we go. Right? Yeah. Cool. Saboteur. Features. Okay, let's do. What would be the... I don't know. Tools of the trade, I guess. We'll call it for now. It's too long of a feature name, though. This is supposed to be our big bad, I throw out a bunch of spells thing. I like this as a study thing. That's cute. When you take the study action, you can change one of your Artificer, one of your prepared Artificer spells. A short or long rest. Ooh, I think that's fun. Okay. So we can do this, and you gain proficiency with wisdom saving throws. I think it's just saving throws. In addition, when you take the study action, right? Why does the Saboteur have fast reflexes? I am not sure. He just felt very spyish. This is like proficiency with wisdom saving throws. In addition, when you take the study action, you can change one of your... Okay, so this feels more malleable. You have more spells, right? Spell adaptation based on what you find out. That's pretty cool. I think that that's a fun idea of having the like flexibility like that. And I think this is going to be the wide. Okay. Archivist is the wide caster. Wandslinger is the tall caster. So they are the one that needs the bump, right? The other one doesn't need more damage. This one does. We have a vision for it. You deal an extra D8 or D6. Sure. That can have one that's that bland, but at least we have an intent for why it is. You gain proficiency with wisdom saving throws. Name suggested for the level 7 feature could be like cramming or something, like in reference to how many students crammed their studies before an exam. You have a proficiency with wisdom saving throws. Well read. I don't know. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I think so. When you take the study action to gain knowledge about a creature, you learn its current hit points and armor class in addition to any other knowledge learned. Maybe like it's you learn any damage types. It is immune, resistant, or vulnerable to. In addition to any other knowledge learned. Fact check. There we go. Boom. Okay. In 5e, not incredible, but hey, it's here. And I like the fact that it ramps up right here. Boom. You have a thing that if you're not, right, we like that building off of each other style thing. Okay. Non-detect. Okay. We need to come up with third level spells for this thing. Uh-oh. Why do I get a lot of Discord messages? What's going on? Oh, no. The future here's a different skin. You don't need to show stream. Yeah. Oh, yeah, don't worry. We're saving that one. Oh, man. That's funny. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, sweet. All right, after I'm done here, which is probably going to be soon, I'm sending you all over to Legend of Logomancy's channel because they are doing the second part of the Make-A-Wish stream. All right, we need third level spells for this. Chucks, thanks for hanging out. We need third level spells. This is for the Archivist. Catnap is funny. Catnap is good. On them. Yeah, come on. Nah, come on. That's too intense. There we go. Dispel magic they've already got. Enemies abound. Elemental weapon erupting earth. Fast friends. Fear. Fade death. Fireball. Flame arrows. Fly. Gotta catch them all. Glypho. They already have that on the list. Hypnotic pattern. Intellect fortress. Okay. Wait. Tongues? Understand any spoken or sign language it hears or sees. Yeah, sure, there we go. And having the intellect fortress is nice. Let's see and make sure. It's not on the Artificer. Wow. Okay. We might actually really have a concept here. Fourth level? Okay, Arcane Eye, Aura Purity, Blight, Charm Monster, Compulsion. Okay. Divination's kind of funny. It says God or God's servants. They're already getting Fabricate here. Grasping Bind, greater invisibility. We like studying. We like... As soon as I saw Antagonize, I thought it'd be funny because of the snippy library trope, but there's hoping there's better options, yeah. Mordenkainen's Private Sanctum is cute. But they already get Private Sanctum. It's cute. They already got it. Oh, I fucking forgot. What level is silence? Please tell me silence is second level. I'm pretty sure it's second level, right? It is second? Unintentionally made a librarian. We unintentionally made a librarian artificer. That's awesome. 13th. So 4th level. We don't need to apply that. We don't need to apply that. Locate creature. Private Sanctum is funny. Polymorph. Congrats. Yeah. This is one that's so, yeah, heavily obscured to areas. Darkness, Spotlight. Shadow and Moil looks so cool. I just love what that one wants to do. Fourth might be our tricky spot. Divination is interesting because it's giving you knowledge, I guess. It's not on there. I mean, that's like, you know. Augury. Can you share the Blacksmith Beholder in the meme channel on Discord? Yes, you can. Secret chest for your personal stash. Shrug, not spitball. Yeah. No. We're gonna find something that hits the theme. Dominate Beast, Elemental Bane, Fabricate. We already got Fabricate. Fire Shield. This is like too dark for me right now. There we go. Critter Invisibility, Guardian of Faith, Guardian of Nature. Hallucinatory Terrain is funny. Man, I don't know what to do about this 4th level. Banishment? Maybe? They don't have it on their spell list. We put them in detention or something? I don't know. Banishment? Does that fuck with the vibe? I guess? I don't know. We'll put it there for now. Let's go to 5th. And remember, we like them if they are not on the Artificer spell list, and we like them even more if they have a casting time of an action. Awaken's funny. We already have Legend Lore, right? So, puzzle piece. Use that knowledge to tell the monster to get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Commune is funny. I like Commune, whatever you want to say. Could it be Commune and Legend Lore? This is just like the big brain one. Teleportation circle for another 5th or 2 basic. We've already got a teleportation one happening over here. Commune, legend lore. Right? Change one of your Artificer spells. You can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. Let's do that. I don't think they're including this text. You always have the spells prepared. How do they phrase this? Okay. Whew. My God. Arcanite's on the Warlock. No, it's on the Artificer spell list. We don't need to have this in here. Okay. Synaptic static would be funny. L5 be overwhelmed senses with knowledge. I think I think if the we could do a feeble mind thing later on that might be kind of funny. But I think your boy is finally tired. Now, with that, I'm gonna kick you all over to oh man. Yeah, I think with that, let me see here. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Oh man. Oh balls. Yeah. Okay. I think we got it. Well, I think who am I kicking y'all over to? You all are going over to Legends of Logomancy. Where's the best place to ask a Vagabond question? Ask away. What's up? Let me see if I can help. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Your boy wants a biscuit and a bed. No, I need a shower. I want biscuits and gravy. And then I want a shower. I want to shower while eating the biscuits and gravy. And whatever I don't eat, I'll just stomp down the drain. Shit hours live. Well, you know, yeah. We had several good segments, I think, in this stream. Finding out I'm not autistic was a big one. Bathing gravy. It doesn't even sound remotely appealing. Whose channel? Damn, I was not expecting to go on this late. Oh, it's going on Will's channel? Okay, sweet. I think he lets me direct over there. Right? can I? Let me see here. Where's the link? No, wait. D&D shorts. He hasn't set it up yet. Damn it. Oh, wait. Colby? Did Colby do it? Neither one of them has it set up yet. Damn. Okay. Well, everybody, go say hey to one of my mods, Phil. He's streaming right now, doing a lot of artwork. Go say hey. All right. Thank you all for hanging out. Movement if fast says add a die. How do I know you know which is 10's die for a complication if 3d6? Movement if fast says add a d6 die. How do you know which is a 10's die for the complication if 3d6? Oh, you use the lowest. The lowest two. Yeah. Use the lowest two. That is going to be it. Thank you all so much for being here. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.